Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. I apologize, guys. I am, I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do any of this. We have a special night. We have a special night tonight because the dumbest thing that could happen has happened in regards to the Tyler Robinson case. I should properly limit the scope. I should properly limit the scope of what I'm talking about. But the dumbest thing in relation to Tyler Robinson has happened, and that is we got a debate. We got a debate between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. And it's about, how do I word this? How do I word this? This debate is quite literally, did Tyler Robinson, what these hairs, these stray hairs, did Tyler Robinson murder Charlie Kirk on his own, acting, just as a murderer? Or were Israel and the French Foreign Legion involved in an international conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk for some reason, any reason at all? This has been bandied about a couple different ways. We'll see what they set for the debate grounds, objection, substead. And then they're going to discuss it. Remember, this debate cost $300,000 and has three very large personalities involved. Andrew Wilson, quote unquote, self-styled debate king of the right, which I've talked about before, some of his debating stuff. You know what? I gotta say, I think I gave Andrew an unfair shake the first time I reviewed his stuff, because I was caught up in how funny it was with the olive jars and like the call out, perceived hypocrisy. But, a lot of people said at the time, and I didn't disagree. They're like, you would probably get along with Andrew just fine. Like, and I don't disagree. I mean, I disagree with him on some stuff because I disagree with myself on plenty of things. That's not a surprise. But also, I don't like, the stuff that I disagree with him on isn't something that merits like me to try and change or influence his worldview. I don't care about the stuff like, oh, hey, whoa, shut me up. I don't have any reason to like go against what he says to try and disprove it and discredit it. Like it's for me, it's something that's like, oh, someone believes that. Well, I don't, but okay. I don't care at the end of the day. So I think I probably gave him a little bit of an unfair shake on that. Not that it matters. Like none of this is important. Just saying. Candace Owens, I don't have any such sympathy or connection with. she is a person I cannot understand. I can't understand Candace Owens because I'm not retarded. And I think you have to be absolutely, and if, before anybody calls me biased on this, yeah, of course I'm biased. I have an opinion that's informed by evidence. I don't really care about who wins the debate in the scope of the debate, but I have an opinion on what the fucking proper answer to these questions is. No doubt, 100% bias. The problem with bias is when you are correct, being biased is just fucking fine. And I'm correct on this. I don't know if Andrew is fully correct. It's fully correct, but it might be fully. I don't know if Andrew's fully correct on this. I've not watched this interview. I've only seen like a very short clip. I know Candace is way incorrect on this. I know that much. So I'm very biased against her position. Now, we're going to have to lay some expectations for our own approach to this. And by our, I mean mine, because whatever yours is fine. You should just sit around and we'll tell some jokes and argue and all that stuff. It's all good. It's all good. But we'll have to frame, the thing with the debate, when you're going into the debate, the winning move is to frame the debate as best you can. Frame the questions, frame the scope of the debate, frame the limitations, frame any out of pocket things that, cause some sort of problem that need to be addressed ahead of time. In this debate, there's like an opening statement, and then there's a rebuttal and a cross-examination. All this is highly gay. Like, they should be just screaming at each other, calling each other slurs. But alas, we're not going to get that. So, the important thing when entering a debate, though, to have an advantage in the debate, whatever that means. I mean, most debates, like, there's no way to score a winner and loser like in any real capacity. People are just convinced or they're not. But it's important to frame the debate. One, for yourself. You frame it for yourself so you know what you're trying to argue and you're very clear on it. Otherwise, you'll get off into the weeds and be talking about nothing. The other thing is it's important to, as best you can, control the narrative of your opponent or your debate partner. If you're homosexual, they're not your opponent, they're your friend. And it's important to control their portion of it to the extent possible, because in the same way you're protecting yourself from going off the rails, you have to stop them from going into insane stuff. That's the inherent problem with this premise of this debate is going to be found here, and I'll explain it in just a second. But what I wanted to finish up with on this little intro to the debate and why it's important to frame it going into the debate as a debater. As a mass debater watcher, some of you have experience with this. As a mass debate watcher, you need to frame what you're looking for and what the goals are if you're going to assess the performance of each person, right? So here's my problem. This is where it comes in. I mentioned just a second ago. Told you what I'm going to tell you. Then I told you, or now I'm telling you, and then I'll tell you what I told you. The problem is one of these people, at least, is going to be arguing about what is the truth. I use that term loosely because it has no meaning. Okay? So objective truth is the truth, encompassing all things, encompassing what happened, encompassing perception, encompassing motivations, internal thoughts, reflections, decision-making, everything, all the things. That's objective truth. Getting to objective truth in any situation is near impossible. It doesn't mean objective truth doesn't exist. It means that we have to try and get close, like a dartboard, but there's a bottle cap right over the bullseye. Like you'll never quite get on the bullseye. You can get some high scores still. This analogy is great. We're always going to be approximating as close to objective truth as possible. And in a lot of ways, court tries to do this. It tries to develop a record of a factual narrative and then bases the application of law on what the accepted factual narrative is. A jury or a judge's job is to find the facts that are the most correct. They can't be objectively true. They can't find it out. So one of these people is going to be arguing for the truth, at least one, maybe both. I don't know, but that's Candace Owens' whole thing. We need to know the truth. And she speaks about the truth all the time. She's going to be trying to debate the truth about what happened. And the truth as an ephemeral concept is the weapon of conspiracy theory. It is the sword, the shield, and the butter that lubes up the armor, man. Because constantly alluding to the truth, seeking the truth, talking about what the truth might be, is a clever way to make it seem like you are interested in what happened. But that's not necessarily true, is it? Candace is going to talk in favor of an unknowable outcome, that Israel and the French Foreign Legion are, in part at least, responsible directly for the murder of Charlie Kirk, either through Tyler Robinson as a patsy or with Tyler Robinson not involved at all, like just happenstance being there. Notice these are kind of conflicting concepts on what objective truth would be. But she knows, she doesn't know, but she knows that the truth involves an international global conspiracy run by Jews and homosexuals, spelled French, and that the Jews and homosexuals have gotten together for some purpose to murder Charlie Kirk. And best we can figure out, it's because Charlie Kirk was going to expose the truth about Zionism and the Jews. Now, I, for one, have never heard anything about the truth about Zionism and the Jews. In fact, anybody who ever mentions those words together, including myself, will be killed within 24 hours, right? This is, of course, the lunacy. There are people talking about the truth about the Jews and Zionism all over the place. It's crept into mass media, mass politic. So the idea that this is an underrepresented opinion or discussion is ludicrous. However, if you just allude to the truth that they are suppressing the truth, then you can just decide that it's always underrepresented, right? It will never be enough. So that's my initial problem with this debate. And maybe I'm wrong, and I'll be completely pleasantly surprised. I doubt it. But maybe I'm wrong. But that is the opening position of Candace Owens. Now, if I were Andrew Wilson, and I don't know his mind, but if I were Andrew Wilson doing this debate, my focus would be on what we can discern under the agreed upon rules of society's system for discerning factual narratives of consequence. And that is, we're going to follow what's been presented in court, what will be presented in court, what won't be presented in court. This is going to be the kind of the ground rules. We already have a system in place. Now, am I going to apply this rigid application of the rules of evidence and a bunch of precedental case law and stuff like that? No, I'm not going to require citations and have rules around how we bring evidence in and laying proper foundation. But the question is, if we don't do that in the greater context, outside the debate, if we don't have this system, then what system are we using to determine the truth? Because if it's just this extraterrestrial concept of the truth, then we'll never get there, and the discussion's pointless. The discussion about what is the truth within the societal context of a court system that is being applied to this case, it's consequential here because the outcome is the life or death of Tyler Robinson and the satisfaction or dissatisfaction of millions of people. The last time one person was responsible for so much satisfaction was Magic Johnson, and he got AIDS. So I have an inherent problem with this debate because I know I don't know, but from the outset, I foresee a structural problem with the argument. If Candace Owens is allowed to stay in her fantasy land, right? If she's allowed to stay in the idea of, well, we have evidence that the Jews are involved, and it's because a source told me that the Jews are involved. Well, okay, that doesn't really help. Like, we can't measure that. That's not going to that's not a court thing. That won't be brought before a tribunal or a judge. It won't be weighed and measured by a jury. The jury's not going to be like, the jury question on the verdict form is not going to be, did the Jews do it though? Like, that's not on there. I promise. And so if she's allowed to stay out in fantasy land, what the fuck are they going to discuss? Now, I bring this up and I'm placing the burden on Candace for two reasons. One, she's Black. And my people have a history of placing burdens on her people. Two, that was rude. Two, the other reason is because Candace is attacking the claim. Candace is attacking the claim that there is overwhelming evidence presented at the probable cause hearing in support of a conviction and possibly death penalty for Tyler Robinson. She has said, as well as her cadre of sycophantic weirdos, have all claimed that they did not present overwhelming evidence. In fact, almost all of them, they're trying to hide from it now after that defense filing, but leading up to literally the moment that defense filing was made, you can see posts about this even like just an hour before it was made. They were claiming that the state has not and cannot meet its burden. Not only is there not overwhelming evidence, but the state didn't present sufficient evidence at all for probable cause. This is the actual conflict. This is the genesis of the debate. It's going to go way off into the weeds, I'm guessing. But the debate's origin story, episode 0, was rooted in the claim of overwhelming evidence for probable cause presented at the probable cause hearing. And Candace immediately attacking each and every bit of evidence that came out as insufficient, as, like a conspiracy, etc. So that's why I'm placing the burden on her. I'm doing it because that's what she did. She made the claim. She can own that burden herself. Now, if Andrew is smart, he seems relatively intelligent, he will do his damnedest to keep the debate framed into that question, that category. Candace is not smart. She'll have trouble following that concept, even if you clearly lay it out for her. She is going to attempt to say there's all these things that we need to know and don't know, we will need to investigate. To achieve what she is asking to be achieved, again, in my thoughts, she's going to prove me wrong. She's going to be like, let's talk exactly about the hearing. But to achieve what she needs to achieve will be to appeal to a truth that would require infinite time and resources to investigate, an unlimited amount. And my guess is her defense would be, well, isn't a man's life worth unlimited time and resources? A man's life is on the line. And the answer to that question is very simple. It's very simple. That is a beautiful aspirational concept. It's absolutely, categorically fucking false. No man's life, not a single goddamn person in the history of humanity, even Jesus Christ didn't get it. No man's life is worth infinite time, infinite resources, and infinite questions. There's a limit. Some people's limits is really small, actually, but there is a limit. And if you want to like try and do this aspirational, high moral position that everybody should be afforded all deference and effort, nobody does this. There's no system capable of doing it. You would never, ever resolve anything. At some point we go, we're pretty fucking sure, put a bullet in them or hang them or gas chamber them if they are German, or, lethal injection, whatever it may be. So there is a limit to the value of a person, especially in a grander system. I know that's a very unlibertarian thing of me to say, but it's true. Resources are finite, and trying to put infinite resources into anything is logically impossible, but it's also a fool's errand. We can get pretty damn close to objective truth as long as there is an agreed upon system with rules, and that system is followed, and those rules are observed, and there's balls and strikes called on those rules. That's the American legal system, for better or worse. It's not great, but it's better than everywhere else. Every other country would have already killed Tyler Robinson at this point, especially Israel. So with that said, let's hit the chats that have come in right away, and then let's go ahead and do this, okay? And thank you for being patient with me. Sorry I was late. I had everything worked out to start on time, and then guess what? It went wrong, as it always does. Sriv says, see ya. Bye. Catch you later. Hope to catch you on the replay or whatever. Someone says, I feel bad for Tyler Robinson being picked out. You know what I feel bad for about Tyler Robinson? Everybody goes, look at that fucking fact. There's no way he pulled this off. He's too dumb, too young, too skinny, no shoulders. He's my boy. Like, I get it. I understand him better than all of you as a shoulderless Chads that we are. Everybody's like, do you think that lump of shit could pull this off? And he's like, God, like, guys, I'm pretty good at stuff. KPT Times says, what is a super tip? Super tip is an alternative to super chats. I'll show you one. There's one waiting right here. This is a super tip, just the tip.
Do you think someone in the Utah government told the prosecutor's office to not offer a plea deal under any circumstances because they know it'll be a shit show with Candace and her cult if there isn't a trial? I can't imagine they'd want a deluge of FOIA requests for the next 50 years.
John's dead.
John's dead. That's a super tip. There's a list of different voices. You can pick one. They're AI generated voices. Some people you may know, some people you may not. There's a list of voices. And if you want to send in a super chat or something like that, you can have the super tip thing read them. Or you can just send it in like a super chat and I'll read it like too. You can do text only if you want. And that's if you want to. It's just an option that's there for people who like to participate in the show that way.
Listening to you explain the philosophy of debate and truth took me back to grad school. Glad I get to catch you live.
I need Kurt's micropene in my cannoli like Candace Owens needs to stay in the psych ward.
John's dead. I really liked that comment up until the cannoli thing. Then I hated it. Okay, we've got a couple more chats here. Tricky Rich, 8 months. Says, turned 40 4 minutes ago. Cheers, boys and girls. Here's to another trip around the sun. Tricky Rich, making it 4 decades on this planet used to be hard. And then you came around and made it look easy. Congrats. Your life expectancy is higher than a South Chicago youth. You've already outlived it. Just kidding. That was offensive. Congrats, man. A toast to you. A toast to another trip around the sun, as they call it. If you believe that shit, heliocentrism, not a chance. Happy birthday, buddy. Enjoy it. Let's see. Barnabas Collins sent a makeup brush. Thank you. Lurch Linger gifted a membership. Thank you, Lurch Linger. Thank you for sharing your member with the chat. It's beautiful. Rose Wallace sent some jewels. Thank you, Rose. Rose. Eowyn Faramir reads, finally, give me my show, Gay Tata. Giata, Minnesota. Okay. I will give you your show. Sorry. Calvin Stove Jr., member for 7 months, getting respectable there. Hello, everyone. Hello, Calvin. How you doing? Chad Parson says, okay, I've determined any disagreement with your opinion will be responded with the juice in the free section of the chat. Do it in the paid section too. That's okay. Money Making Mitch, member for 7 months, says, my member is average for the Congo now. That's the Democratic Republic of Congo penis, Congolese penis. She would have been funny if she was Congolese Rice and was from the Congo with that good accent. God, I'm racist. Kate of the Swiss says, fucking Candace was a conjecture machine. Her foundation was built on cooked ramen. Now, don't spoil this for me. I expected something great. Psych Soap says, honestly, I haven't seen this many white dudes simp for a black chick since Halle Berry. Hear me out. You know, Proust wrote that book like on the nature of time or on the preponderance of time or whatever it is. On the existence of Halle Berry. It doesn't matter what Halle Berry ever did in the entire world. Her pulling up that skirt in lingerie in Swordfish. You know the scene if you're male and a decent amount of domestic abusing females. Whatever else she does in life is irrelevant. She was made for that moment. That was her entire existence was justified then. She probably did something else, but damn. DX Mania gifting 10 memberships. Oh my goodness. Thank you, DX Mania. Your members are very much appreciated. And guys, we are going to have a member stream very, very soon. John Jelaine says, Ricada knows. Just incredible. PBD, Patrick Bet David. Oh, I forgot to mention Patrick Bet David, a guy who I have zero experience listening to. When I saw him, I was like, is he like, what race is he? I don't know. He's an interesting looking fellow. I've never listened to him. People are like, you should listen to him. He's Catholic. And I was like, okay, but I didn't do it. AW should demand a refund. Oh, Andrew Wilson should demand a refund. Raggedy Man says, apparently Andrew didn't know Tyler's 7 charges, so therefore he lost. Who cares what his 7 charges are? The one that matters is the murder. I mean, not to him, like all of them probably matter to him, but the one that matters to us and the one that mattered to Charlie Kirk is the aggravated murder. I should mention, like, I don't know if we're gonna, but if they lose probable cause on the aggravated murder, for example, and it's solely because the judge doesn't find the aggravating factor, the sole aggravator, to be present, the judge has the option of advancing the lesser included charge of first-degree murder. Because if all of the elements for first-degree murder are met in a probable cause hearing, but not the sole aggravator for aggravated murder, first-degree murder and second-degree murder are lesser included offenses. And if either of those are fulfilled, it moves forward on those grounds. So it may move forward on those grounds. It's permissible for it to move forward on those grounds. Let me be clear on this. The judge could also order an extended hearing with a redrafted probable cause statement with a different cause of action. He could do that too. That's the other option available. So, or he could dismiss it. He could say, well, nope, we're not going to try. Like that won't happen. I promise. Like I'm willing to promise that the judge won't do that in a case like this. Too much on the line, too big of a charge. So what he would likely do is he may demand a rebrief or like a redrafted charging document and probable cause statement that disregards and strike the aggravator. if he determines that there's not enough evidence for the sole aggravating factor. So I don't think to be very clear, I'm pretty damn confident this judge has everything he needs for probable cause, which I made an error the other day when I was talking about this. I erroneously stated that probable cause is based on a preponderance of the evidence with all of these things, but it's actually lower than that. It's a lower standard than that because all fact questions are resolved in favor of the state and all favorable inferences are given to the state. So it actually becomes a lower than 51% standard for probable cause. And of course it does. This is a charge. It's not a conviction. But yeah, who knows the 7 charges? I mean, there's obstruction. There's there's committing a violent felony with a knowingly present child, something like that. But that doesn't matter. Everybody knows. And this is what I'm worried about, that this is going to get pedantic and super lame and pointless because they're going to focus on these little gotchas and shit. When everybody knows what we're talking about. Did that little fucking weak chin faggot kill Charlie Kirk or not? That's all we need to know. That's the question. Did he kill it? And if he killed Charlie Kirk, were the Jews involved? I mean, the court is not going to consider this question. And people may misunderstand this, so let me just clarify it real quick. If the Jews in the French Foreign Legion came up and gave Tyler Robinson a hand job from the French, obviously, and the Jews handed him an old German Mauser and made him go kill Charlie Kirk, he still commit the murder. There's an imperfect defense of duress and stuff like that, but you're typically not allowed to murder someone because you're forced into it. That one doesn't fly too well. Kimberly Campbell, member for 23 months, says, I'm very sad tonight. My dog passed away, so cheer me up. It's hard. That's a tall order, Kimberly. That's a tall order. I'm sorry to hear about your dog. I really am. I'm notoriously not the biggest dog person, but I get it. I get it. I understand. Just because I don't automatically feel a lot for dogs, mainly because they're just not my thing. I understand. I see the bonds people make with them. I'm really sorry to hear about that. You know what? This is the saddest we're going to be the whole night. I don't care if something horrible happens to someone. I don't care if Israel moves into someone's house on this show. We're not going to get sadder than right now. So I'm going to be lifting you up for the rest of the night. So I hope you've been fucking dieting. Nora Ono sent a goat trophy. Thank you, Nora Ono. Jacqueline Brennan says, be prepared. Worst mod ever. Andrew Wilson needs a refund. Loch Ness 83, member for a month, says 100% concur with the swordfish justifying Halle Berry. Yeah, that's right. Somebody understands. Where's my Rumble rant window? Okay, here we go. All right. So there's that, and we do have one more of these.
Candace Owens, Esquire, told us that a probable cause hearing would be the worst time to present definitive proof Tyler didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Spoiler alert.
I have heard this, and I just got to say, if that's her legit opinion, and I'm going to be harsh on both of these guys. Both of these guys. I'm going to be harsh on both of them. And if that's Candace's position, we'll talk about it. That is flat out retarded. That's a dumb statement. There's no way around it. There's no softening that up. If that's what she believes, that's fucking stupid. Okay. So, Patrick Bet David, American businessman. Oh my God. The Great Debate. 1.1 million views in 9 hours. We'll add one to that. Okay. All right. I'm steeling myself for what I'm about to have to endure. Holy shit, they made an individually adjustable volume for each tab? Ah! Ah! Ah. All right. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's do this. This? God, I hate. Hold on. I don't like the circle. I don't like the circle. Let me just change that real quick, and then we're good. Square. Okay, let's save that. Update layout. There we go. 1 second. I'm gonna get the dual chat on stream here. Wide and big, baby. Best kind. Medium. Big. Big is better. Okay. All right, we've got the Adriano Valentino says, starting a debate reading from your mobile phone, instant loss. Andrew Wilson is all about gotcha moments. Candace then read the 7 charges. Andrew lost. What about the 7 charges makes Andrew lose this? I don't know. Because if I'm not mistaken, the question is not, is he guilty of all 7 charges? The question is, did he kill him? But we'll see. I'll let them frame it. K to the Swiss member for 9 months. Very respectable. Very penetrative. Wholesome Dara member for 14 months. Wow, it's getting big. Says something. Is there a trial stream? We were supposed to have an OnlyFans trial, and we are not getting it because the state of Florida is gay. 3 Collies 248 says, did Candace Owens provide any substantiated evidence that would warrant the defense to ask her to join their team? Wait, no. What? That's not a thing. That's not real. That's not a real thing. I guarantee you the defense did not ask Candace Owens to join their team, whatever that even means. Not in any legal representative capacity. She's not a lawyer. Now, do they want like her sort of info? Do they want to use her platform to maybe influence the public's perception of their client? Maybe that'll be fine. That'd be okay. I mean, I wouldn't want that, but that'd be okay. All right, here we go. Oh, you were joking. Thank you. Thank God. All right, let's start this thing up. No more wasting time. Why are we wasting time on all these wasted lies? When do they start? Oh, there's some like little tiny video thing going. Oh, this is waste. Look at how much fucking time we have. Here we go.
$300,000. Candace.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so we're officially live.
Officially?
Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey.
Okay, someone tell me what the national origin of this guy is. Where's that accent from? It's way too loud. I'll fix that. But in the meanwhile, somebody tell me where this guy's from.
I'm offering $300,000.
He's Iranian?
And for the
wait a minute. Aren't we bombing those guys right now? Just kidding. Just kidding.
audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work.
Thank you. Very relatable for all of those all of the audience watching two Demis online debate. And you're like, when you're trying to sell a company, like, yeah, all the people watching don't do that. Torin 3, member for 7 months, says, I'm finally getting close to respectable length. Soon you'll be accepted into the half breeds.
The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's...
Okay, so remember that. Why are we talking about 7 different charges? Like, I mean, yeah, there's 7 charges, but why do we care about 7 charges? This isn't about that. This is about this. This is about Charlie, overwhelming evidence that Charlie Kirk was shot and killed by Tyler Robinson. And Candace Owens says he's a patsy. Okay. For the record, those are not incongruent positions. Like, they're not entirely, not mutually exclusive. He could have killed Charlie Kirk and been be the patsy in a sense, I guess, like in that he didn't want to do it. He was forced into doing it or something because Jewish mind reading. I'm not sure, but like, that doesn't preclude him having some assistance. He could still be the one who, for example, if he was just a part of the machine, he's the guy who pulled the trigger, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff that made it happen. He's still the guy who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, right? Like, that's still whatever. But Chad Parsons says, I'm going to be an airline and announce my departure, crashing, catch you on the rerun, switching to Scanners. See you later. Scanners, the movie with the heads exploding. KPT Times has become a YouTube member. Thank you, KPT Times. Welcome. We appreciate your member here.
Kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for 3 different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did.
Only 3 people. There's a million people watching.
We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them. The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well. And the PvP podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you.
Let me know if you can hear me talking over him.
And last but not least,
I can turn him down.
My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it.
Hold him to the 99%.
Just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th,
there is overwhelming evidence, not I'm convinced.
Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them?
France and Israel.
Because this
Duh.
was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me.
This
I'm
isn't
open
usable
to
for the
suggestions,
debate.
but to date, there hasn't been any.
Short, concise.
There is,
statement.
however, tons of
There
evidence
is
that a leftist
overwhelming
killed Charlie
evidence.
Kirk,
We just
just as
saw
Charlie feared
a
they would.
portion of it presented.
I believe Charlie
and that
Kirk,
portion is
and I have the
sufficient
receipts.
to convict him for
No,
murder
I
at this
didn't
point in time.
have a dream where he came to
That's
me and
it.
told me
That's your
that the
opening
left
statement.
killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said. That he was worried the left was going to try to kill him.
The left
Now,
trying
we'll
to
discuss
kill
this more later on in the debate.
Charlie
and
Kirk
maybe I have
may
more
be
never
related
before seen evidence
to
that
Tyler
exposes
Robinson
just
killing
how
Charlie
wrong
Kirk,
and,
but
in my opinion,
it's not dispositive. It's not even
idiotic
probative.
many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, one, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and two, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the
I don't
killer, at
think
least
so.
based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see
No,
almost no
be
evidence
more
at all in
assertive in your
speculation or
definition.
verified
Come on.
claims and suggestions
Balls
of things that
out.
could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were
I don't
trying.
mind him
She
reading
uses her
like it's
considerable
boring, but I don't
platform
mind
to
him reading
relentlessly
from the
attack
phone.
one of the most influential
in
conservative
concept.
outreach organizations
This
for
is
young
his
people.
prepared opening
And
statement.
she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary
People do this,
class.
people don't do this.
She's harming Republicans in an election
In
year
court,
by dividing them. She's attacking the very
Oftentimes,
organization Charlie spent his life
attorneys are
building.
reading a prepared
And she's
statement.
attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Who cares
Andrew.
about
Candace?
all of that?
Get it out of your
though?
system.
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time
Okay,
with the preamble.
hold
because
on.
I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate.
Get that out of your system. This patronizing cunt, like he made his opening statement. He said it cool. Like, but what did you do just now? You didn't go above it. You didn't act better. You went right down to, and he wasn't even at a low level. He didn't even go low. He did mention something you've talked about, which are fantasies and dreams. And that's what you base some of your opinions on. Because, well, you know why, don't you? But he didn't really go that low. But then, did you get that out of your system? Who fucking cares? It's his opening statement. Make yours. His opening statement, I'm going to grade it right now, C. Like just completely flat and average. Part of the problem, in my opinion, of reading off of a script of any kind. And I assume I assume he wrote that script probably. But I think reading off a script is boring. It takes away the dynamism. Andrew, I think, has made just an opening technical or technique-based error for this type of debate. He is keeping himself calm, measured, regulated. And he does this because a lot of the debates he's in, he looks like the reasonable party by not losing his temper. And when he did lose his temper on the whatever podcast with the olive jar and everything, he's like, you sneeze. Wait, that wasn't the olive jar. That was a separate time. You sneeze liquor. When he did that, he was roundly and, like deservedly chided, we'll say, by the internet. So he's trying to defend against being a snizzlicker screamer. That's her job. And he's trying to guard against that. So he comes off very muted and flat. And then I think the other big mistake he made, which this is why it's a C, right? It was too much shit was said, but this is why it's not assertive in the slightest. When I say there's overwhelming evidence, I'm speaking in the context of, I'm using the terms of art in court to talk about a court procedure that has just happened, right? The probable cause hearing. If I'm saying there's overwhelming evidence of probable cause, then there's overwhelming fucking evidence of probable cause. And there is. It is categorically one of the most one of the most thoroughly presented murder case preliminary cause hearings that one could fathom happening. There's a massive amount. You can tell they took the investigation really seriously. You can tell that it was a multi-jurisdictional effort that was put together with a lot of different people, a lot of facts. They worked hard. They're not perfect, but they worked hard to get it right. This is probable cause, and they have presented probable cause in droves. They have. When you say there's overwhelming evidence of probable cause, say it. Not, well, I'm convinced. Who cares if you're convinced? You're not the judge. The judge is the only one that matters at this point. And you're not on the jury, and you're not going to be on the jury. I don't give a shit if you're convinced or not. And I think that timidity, that weakness on the opening statement is a mistake. This is still the internet. He didn't call her a faggot one time. C-. C-. But stick to the guns. When you know, when Andrew Colvett from TPUSA, when he's there speaking on behalf of TPUSA and Erica Kirk and Jack Posobiec is there, and they're saying overwhelming evidence. They're not saying, well, I'm convinced. They're not doing that. They're saying there's overwhelming evidence. And some people have called them liars and all sorts of stuff. If I'm them, I don't give a shit if people call me a liar. Like, they're the ones in the courtroom. They say there's overwhelming evidence. Based on just the stuff we've seen, they're right. For a probable cause hearing, I would argue personally, I'll go a step farther because I'm me. I say there is already overwhelming evidence of a guilty verdict. I want to see the rest of the evidence that was gathered. I want to see any possible defenses. I want to see any possible exculpatory evidence. But I believe what they put on at the probable cause stage. Now, this is a little bit of a cheater by the rules, but probably not by practicality. What they put on the probable cause stage is more evidence than has been presented for many death row convictions. Considerably more. They have, and they should. Probable cause is the step in the process where we should be most convinced, because the defense doesn't get to do too much. We should be most convinced that the murder is going to happen. Now, I saw stuff about Polymarket, and I see people are blah, blah, blah. They don't believe he's going to be convicted. All these people are low information. I don't give that any credence at all as to the reality of it. If you know court procedure, and if you've watched murder trials and you've seen probable cause presentations, even if it's not murder or whatever, you know that what they presented, 5 days is a lot of information. They brought experts. They brought video and video and video. They brought DNA. They brought medical examiner reports. They brought the ballistics analysis. They brought all of that stuff. They have witnesses of the investigators. They talked, they have one of the key witnesses on sworn video, a sworn video interview from Lance Twiggs, provided under oath, which, by the way, the defense bitched about the Lance Twiggs thing. That's in the rule. That's specifically in the rule as allowed. It's Rule 1102B8. Specific, I think it's 8. It's either 8 or 9, but I think it's 8. It's a sworn statement, recorded verbatim, is acceptable, reliable hearsay, and reliable hearsay is permitted at probable cause, period. There's a whole bunch of reasons to not require Lance Twiggs to come in for probable cause because they want him to come in and testify at trial. But is there a possibility of his testimony not presenting at trial? Kinda. There's a possibility. It's unlikely, but it's possible. And they'll get to cross-examine him then for trial, which is proper. But they bitched about it and said that it was improper. That's wrong. That's a lie. It's not true. The defense tried, but the rule is explicit on this. And real quick, I'll just prove it. Utah Rules of Evidence 1102. This won't take long. I'm not going to do this on every single fucking thing. Just when it's necessary. Oh, I'm right. Okay, here we go. Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. Statement of the rule, reliable hearsay is admissible at criminal preliminary examinations. Definition of reliable hearsay. For the purpose of this hearing only, this includes, this B8, a statement of a declarant that is written, recorded, or transcribed verbatim, which is under oath or affirmation, or pursuant to notification to the declarant that a false statement made therein is punishable, and any other hearsay evidence, blah, 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 which actually allows pretty much anything. But these two things were probably both fulfilled, but A was definitely filled. There's a rule on it. The defense kvetching that, oh, we didn't get to cross-examine him. That's not in the rule. That's not anywhere in the rules. They did exactly what they are allowed to do under the rule. And people like holding on to this idea that they didn't get to cross-examine Lance Twiggs. You don't get to. At the preliminary hearing, you don't get to. And I'm sorry if you don't like it. That's the fucking rule. because this is about charging, not about convicting. So again, anybody bringing that up, you're wrong and terrible, and I hope that your next bowl of spaghetti is bad. Had to get that off my chest. But going back to what I was saying, there is overwhelming evidence. This is an extremely thoroughly, competently put together probable cause hearing. Lionel Media is retarded. He suggested they could have gone to a grand jury and avoided all this. They would have had a much easier time at grand jury. They would have had a much easier time at grand jury than they did than they had at the probable cause hearing. At the grand jury hearing, the defense often isn't even allowed there. They're not allowed to be present. And those hearings are secret and all that stuff. They went the extra step of doing a probable cause hearing, making it in public, putting it on the court record. It's now appealable. They were that confident in their case, and that's the right move in a death penalty case. That is the right move in a death penalty case. Put it in public. Put it on the record. Grand jury, it's not on the same record. The standards for grand jury are different. They still have to come to the same conclusion on probable cause. But you don't get to cross-examine. You don't get to do much of anything on the defense side. You don't really get to object. Prosecution pretty much gets to run it. This was the harder path, and they followed it, and they did it because it's important. Anyone saying that this is like somehow deficient for a probable cause hearing, honestly, probably just doesn't know. And you don't need to even fight them on it because there's no purpose. You don't need to convince them. That's not your job. But my problem with Andrew's opening statement is that Andrew could have come out with a much stronger declaration of what overwhelming evidence means because that's what's there. All right, now let's see Candace.
And we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times just
the government lies. Nobody hates the government more than me. Okay. Has every government ever lied? Yes. Does every government ever lie 100% of the time? No. Does the government lying at any other point in history have any connection to the lie here? Not without evidence. Not without evidence. The thing that is lacking. Look at that pause frame. Oh my God. I did you dirty, bitch. You have to have evidence. The fact that the government lies frequently on things of great importance and of no importance has no tangible relation to any particular lie. That's the important thing here. Someone who's always a liar can be telling the truth. Now, do you trust someone who's always a liar? No. How do we verify the claims of someone who's always a liar? Well, those claims have to come in through some system that calls balls and strikes, that evaluates evidence, that can somehow put a basis of belief on the claim. Test it. The difference between the court, which is testing the liar. The court exists to test the liar. The court exists with the presumption that a government lies. And so it created a neutral portion of itself that fights the other portions. That was the wisdom. I mean, again, it's not perfect, but the premise of the court in our system, the first of its kind to do this, is that the court stands as a bulwark of the people against the liar. So when you say the government always lies, cool. That's why we set up a system of evidence and rules and why it's in public and why it can all be reviewed. That's why you get to comment on it. That's good. But the government lying about many things doesn't mean that it lies about any one thing. And to make that assertion that when we know the government lies, so ... is worthless. This is the shit she's going to do. And it's very appealing rhetoric for a non-thinking approach, which in fairness, if you're watching any of us, like you're in it for entertainment, you're in it for chilling. I know you're doing very important work advocating for whichever side, blah, 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 blah. But you're in this for the laughs, for the relaxation, for the escape from the other shit in your life. And that's good. You should have a low approach to it. But people are trying to like become the personal simp army of whichever side, and that's dumb. That's a dumb thing to do. Ultimately, we have a system that will test the liar. The system has rules which are known, observable, and appealable to a higher authority, including an out-of-state authority if they break the wrong rule, right? Like it can be appealed to the federal government. Ultimately, if Utah infringes on the constitutional rights guaranteed by the federal Constitution. That's what we all get. But saying the government lies, like, well, the JFK assassination, all those people are dead. All those people are fucking dead. So that's not true, but you know what I mean? That's not related to this. When you say, well, they assassinated someone else at a different time. Great. O.J. Simpson murdered Nicole Brown Simpson. He's not killing anybody now, the coward. Okay, back to this. Sorry.
The last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this.
No, hold on. I'm not going to pause every 2 seconds. This is my opening statement. The things you've learned, you dumb fucking bitch. So many of us have been saying since well before the past couple years that the government is lying. The government exists in a way that guarantees its own self-interest and self-growth at the expense of our liberty. Some of us have been saying it for decades. You're the dumb fucking bitch who just learned about it. What have we learned in the past couple of years? Nothing new under the sun, sweet cheeks. But you just learned that thunder came from lightning. What else didn't you know? You didn't know it was wrong to create a doxing service to go after bullies online, silence their speech and ruin their life. You didn't know that was wrong either. You thought that was a good and noble aspiration. Listen to where you came from. Candace Owens, champion of the right. This bitch hasn't been right in her entire life in any context. She's out here trying to take credit for the work of better people. I just learned that the government lies about vaccines. You know who taught me that? She's way hotter than you. Her name's Jenny McCarthy, and she's a queen. Shut up. This is so gay. Yeah, we look at what we've learned over the past couple of years. No, we all knew. We all know this. Welcome to the party. The champagne's over there.
What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the
No, it makes a ton of sense.
And trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes, like I'm Miss Cleo.
You
and
did
that's
say
the reason
that.
why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything.
It looks like $1 billion. This is one of the things she's done. She has assumed that Turning Point USA has paid everybody to shill for like no one could possibly come to this conclusion. So it's just $1 billion industry of info. This whore, sorry, you're not a whore. This bitch has been making more money than just about goddamn anybody on earth on this. She's the most paid of anyone I get accused of making money because here I am giving my normal takes on all this stuff. My normal take, the same takes would be expected no matter who's talking. And I'm accused of, I'm not getting shit from Turning Point. Turning Point USA can eat my taint hair. Fuck them. I don't care about them. I never have. Never have cared about them at all. All I did was go, well, this evidence looks like evidence. Her allegations sound like bullshit. Fuck you, Nick. You let Andrew Wilson speak and then comment. Who cares? Do you think I'm going to disrupt her? Like, am I going to confuse her with my commentary 12 hours later?
Candace says is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began.
He was wrong too.
Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember.
No, really? Nobody was having that thought?
Killed Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more
just
questions
because Charlie
about
Kirk
Israel as well.
might have been coming around on Zionism.
Yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that. Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations
when he was
that
frustrated
he had with Charlie.
about losing
Megyn
$2
Kelly
million
then comes out
a
and confirms the
year.
private conversations that she had with Charlie.
He's coming
People
around.
then begin to ask a reasonable
Charlie
question, which
Hitler
is,
Kirk
why are you
coming.
lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has
Yes,
been
you would.
lie
What are you
after
talking
lie
about?
after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling.
That's not even a good rhetorical tactic. That was just stupid. It's not a dream anymore. No, it's still a dream, you dumb bitch. You dreamed it. It didn't become not a dream. These people are betraying Charlie. That's a subset that you're correct and they're not. But if they're correct and you're not, then you are betraying Charlie. Because she immediately co-opted Charlie's voice for her own through a dream that she allegedly had. Nobody even needs to believe that that happened. Unverifiable assertion that's pointless. Who cares if he came at you or on you in a dream? It doesn't matter. It's no connection to reality. You can't just say, well, now it happened. No, it only happened because your conclusory assertions are validated for you in your mind. But the reality is, if they lied about Charlie Kirk and that means that they betrayed him, you lying about Charlie Kirk means that you betrayed him. Now, Candace will go to her grave when Tyler Robinson is convicted. She will go to her grave saying the government set it all up. He could never get a fair trial. And the Jews did it. The Jews who run our shadow government put the pincers on the good people of Utah, and the Mormon mafia came in and made sure Tyler paid for the Jews that they loved. Mormons, notoriously huge fans of Jews. The ones who stayed in Israel and didn't boat over to America in like 1000 BC or whatever. Oh my God.
the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous.
That
like calling
CIA
somebody a
exists in a
conspiracy theorist is
completely
essentially
different
saying
reality than
that they
today.
demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today.
Anybody who
don't
says
need to-
Andrew lost this, one, even if he did lose this, Candace just lost by saying Fed slop. Fed slop is their get out of jail card. It's whatever you want it to be. It is the Trump card. I'm pretty good, but the card's better. You say Fed slop and that invalidates the other argument. That's not real. That's not real.
You, like I said, take
You know, it
cheap
is
shots
real.
and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't.
This is another false premise. Turning Point USA should be here. One, subtly, even if not so subtly, implying that he is representative of Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA did not challenge Candace Owens to a debate and did not invite her to a discussion. Andrew Wilson did. Andrew Wilson is the one debating Candace Owens. She's going to make Andrew TPUSA's patsy. He's not TPUSA. Unless you just, without evidence, believe that he is a paid collaborator for them. Now, he admitted that he did go one day and teach one debate class on contract for TPUSA. That doesn't mean that he's a mouthpiece for them forever. He has no agency relationship if we believe him. He could be lying. Remember, if anybody decided at any point in these large organizations, shifting allegiances, all of that stuff, at any point, anybody could unmask TPUSA immediately. They're the least popular that they've been since Charlie Kirk started it. They're the least popular that they've ever been. Anybody who's frustrated with any management could release all the secret info, like the payroll of Andrew Wilson, all the influencers, the list. All of this could come out at any moment. But the conspiracy is so thoroughly strong on paid influencer relationships that no one will. So without evidence, he is the representative of TPUSA. She's debating someone who's not even
Be
sitting
you in
there.
that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place. Maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Cole, that he's a
Why?
spokesperson.
They're
And rather
not
than
the ones
that,
doing this.
They send us another influencer. So
They
let's see how it goes.
send us.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
Way higher.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
With what
She's
we've
at
seen in terms of the
0.
evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk and
Right.
kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as
Shooter. Planner, organizer, executor. That's the role he played. This is ludicrous. I don't know why Andrew said 75%. At this point, higher, much higher. Much higher. You should be in the 90 percentile range. Any honest assessment of these facts that have been presented. And again, it should be. It's stacked that way. But also, this is a misrepresentation of other things. We should be above 90%, not because they have to get us above 90%, but that's just what's been presented is an above 90% case. But that being said, they're only required to get us to about 35 to 40% for probable cause. So Andrew Wilson's answer, which is timid, I don't know why he's being timid, but his timid answer of 75% is still overwhelming evidence at probable cause.
the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot.
You have evidence that he didn't do it? What would the evidence be of a non-action? What would it be? That would be evidence of impossibility. Other than that, you don't have evidence that he didn't do it.
From the rooftop on
Or you have evidence that it was someone else.
Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit
It's
Charlie.
a ludicrously
and I'm
stupid
open to
claim from
other people's
Candace.
presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're gonna?
I gotta address something because it's gonna happen multiple times. This is from a member of the channel. I'm very disappointed. Adam K says Nick probable is not 35%. You dope. It is more likely than not. No, that's a preponderance of the evidence is more likely than not. Probable cause is necessarily less than 51%. It is necessarily less because it has all factual disputes are resolved in favor of the state and all positive influences or inferences fall on behalf of the state. So 51% would be preponderance of the evidence. You start there and go downward. So it is not more likely than not. It's more likely than not if uncontroverted and with all factual disputes resolved in favor of the state and all positive influences or inferences fall in favor of the state. So it's those two extra statements subtract from the percentage of certainty. Nazar says this vanilla ninja was jet lagged and needed Coke. He would have been still debating. Felicia World says, can I borrow money? No, you can't. K to the Swiss says, even with proof, evidence, and facts, the left will call you a liar. It's the hybristophilic commie way, but that's just like my opinion, man. It is. It is. Winston Smith says, if only Utah had a grand jury system, the PC hearing is a waste of time. I think Utah does have a grand jury. I already said, I addressed this earlier. The grand jury system would have been easier for the prosecution. The Powdered Dusty says, opponents more formidable than Wilson, pregnant women, pickle jars, and sniz. I'm just disappointed that he doesn't lick sniz. It's Courtney Fellowship Oddballs became a member. Thank you. And Nazar says, Candace is breakdancing over Charlie's grave. I'll give Candace the benefit of the doubt and say she's just dumb rather than evil. I don't think she's trying to dishonor her friend. I literally don't believe she realizes that when you apply the argument in the converse, as in you switch the parties around but keep the requirements the same, that she's claiming what she's claiming these other people are doing. If they're not, she is. She claims they're lying about Charlie Kirk, which dishonors his memory. But if they're not lying and she is lying, then she's dishonoring his memory. But I think she's too dumb to realize that.
Have an olive branch to each other. If maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated.
Misnomer. You don't have to have a Superman neck to have a bullet go into it and not come out. Even a 30-06. You don't. Any number of factors can stop and have stopped a bullet. It doesn't happen every time, but it happens not just on occasion. It happens with regularity. With regularity. The literature out there for forensic medical examination is high-powered rifles, 30-06 sample size isn't the biggest because individual calibers on dead bodies is hard to do. The sample size is still statistically significant, and estimates are somewhere north of a quarter of 30-06 rounds don't leave, especially when they're a soft point lead core round. They're made to not do it. They're made to not exit. So saying he has a Superman neck is nonsense. This is the type of shit that needs to be checked, because the medical examiner found fragments of a 30 caliber rifle round and the jacket, the brass jacket of a core locked Remington 150 grain shell or round. Sorry, round. Just because the fragmentation of the soft core lead, the soft lead core of the bullet, just because those fragments were too small for a tool mark analysis, just because that is true, that they couldn't definitively link the fragments to the rifling on the barrel, does not mean that it's not a 30 caliber soft point round, Remington 150 grain round. It doesn't mean that. People get confused on that. And it's easy to get confused because of how technical language works. They were unable to use tool mark analysis to link that tiny fragment, because it doesn't have sufficient lines that they can line up with another part that they can then measure against the rifling of the rifling on the barrel. Just because it doesn't have that does not mean that it's not that. Not even close. Again, this is it's their recovery of the fragments and the jacket from inside Charlie Kirk. Okay, people may not understand this. With that recovery, they are certain that it is a 30 or 0.28 to 0.302, maybe 0.308 caliber, which they can't know for sure exactly what the millimeter rating is, but between that range, 0.28 and 0.308, a 30 caliber round. They also know it's a Remington core locked 150 grain 30 caliber 30-06 round. They know that to a reasonable degree of of scientific certainty. They know that that's the expert standard, and that standard should be said over and over in this debate, because this is the rule by which we measure this.
I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So
Steel doesn't have liquid and is elastic. Steel produces an elastic collision. Steel does not produce an inelastic collision. An inelastic collision dissipates force over distance and the internal structural integrity of each body in the energy transfer. Shooting steel is irrelevant. It is not to any degree of scientific certainty. Shooting steel is retarded from a retarded non-ballistics expert who knows about guns. Everybody knows about guns. Ballistics is a science that involves physics. Valhalla can't spell math. These people are dumb. Shooting steel is not at all like shooting a body that is full of muscle fibers and fluid. That's way different. You had a neck of steel? I'll shoot steel. Doesn't matter if you shoot steel. It doesn't matter what the bullet does at all. How much steel is the equivalent of a human neck? We have no idea. That's not a real thing. That's maybe a comparative visual for some people. But it's not the steel. It's not the bones in the neck that cause the bullet to not exit. The bones in the neck cause the bullet to fragment, and those fragments lose kinetic energy rapidly, especially in a fluid-rich environment fluid and fiber-rich environment of a human body. You can't just shoot at steel. You have to replicate the conditions of the inside of a living mass of tissue. Let's ignore the fact also that those sheets of steel that he's shooting weigh a couple pounds. Charlie Kirk weighed less now, probably 225. Like the guy's like 6'7", right? Guy's close to 250 pounds. 250 pounds, all the way down to the tip of his penis and the tip of his toes. All of that matters. That's all one system. All of that system absorbs the energy. And that energy wave dissipates as it goes through your body. And it dissipates at an exponentially it dissipates at an increasing exponential rate from the center point, from the point of impact. This is how all things work when fluid's involved. It's at an inverse cubic function in water. This is worse than water, okay? Inverse cubic function in water, it's even more. It's probably to the power of 5 or 6 in dissipating through human tissue. But that energy wave still literally went all the way down to the tip. Yep. Even if the bullet would have gone through, some level of energy wave would have gone all the way down through all of his body. Now, it wouldn't have been a catastrophic damage causing one all the way down. Again, it loses energy something like at a 5 or 6 exponential rate from the point of impact because of all the stuff. Steel doesn't do that. Well, I mean, it does. How dumb am I? It does, but it does it in a completely different way. Because that is an inelastic collision. Energy transfer is maximum at the point of impact. Or for an elastic collision. Sorry, it's backwards. Inelastic collisions have give and then transfer more energy into the structure of the thing. Internal tension is created. If you want to test this out, it's really simple. Get a steel ball bearing and a ball made of silly putty with the exact same mass. Drop them from the exact same height onto an elastic surface, or an elastic collision producing surface, like a steel table. The steel ball bearing will bounce up with the energy transferred back into it is considerably higher. The silly putty ball will go and just sit. And then the table and the silly putty itself will absorb the energy, which is why the ball doesn't need to go back up. The steel ball bearing can't absorb much energy. It is not flexible. It's rigid. So that energy transfer back into it pushes it back. This is physics. This bitch does not know anything about physics. Neither does Valhalla. Not our Valhalla. The Valhalla VHT or Valhalla STD or whatever it is. That guy, he knows nothing about it. His test is pointless. If you brought it into court, you would be thrown out. They would say what they would do in Minnesota is they would bring your test before what's called a Fry-Mac hearing, and they would disqualify it as non-scientific, as not in the accepted consensus of the ballistics community, and of course, also retarded. They would call you retarded. It would fail Fry-Mac. In most other states, and I think Utah is one of the other states, it would be brought before a Daubert hearing. A Daubert hearing would assess the scientific community's view on these tests. It would still be laughed at, but it wouldn't be thrown out. It would just be discredited in court. This is nonsense. We have rules on how to do this. They should be arguing within those rules. I know they're not lawyers, I know. But we have a system with rules, and that system will make the answer. That's the only answer we'll ever get on this. So why are we talking about things outside of it? Well, a YouTuber did this and he shot steel. Who cares, you dumb bitch? That's not how it works.
Under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
low sea,
open-
150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber? Okay.
There's no evidence of a smaller caliber round. None. A smaller caliber round would have a different wound profile than what happened. It would not have recovered a 30 caliber round from his fucking body. What are we talking about?
And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No evidence
And
of this.
What's the
Zero.
compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mhm.
and I.
The owner disagrees with you.
I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
None.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner, but I want.
I've seen it. He didn't get, did he give it to you? I've seen it. No, you haven't. You have no way. You have no authentication of that document. Also, it didn't happen. You know who doesn't believe that it happened? The defense. Because if the defense could defeat a significant portion of the prosecution's timeline, game over, done. If they could do it at probable cause, they could win. And they didn't even try, because that story, like most of their things, is someone unrelated to the investigation, unrelated to the case, and unrelated to any parties said something to someone else. And they base their entire theory around it. Yeah, he drove to the steakhouse. No evidence. Tons of evidence to the contrary. No evidence that he did it. Again, they could win, not win a point or a leg up. They could win the case outright with prejudice, gone, if they could show that the prosecution's timeline is off by this much. Because if Tyler Robinson is at that steakhouse when they said he is, if all that's right, then he's not the guy encountered by the officer, which means they don't have sufficient basis for their claim that he went back to retrieve the rifle. This defeats the timeline. It's not the only thing that they've claimed that would have absolutely won at probable cause. If they could show any one of these things, it would have won. And they didn't even try. They didn't even try to do that. It would severely undermine the credibility of the text messages saying he was still at UVU. Now, why is that? Oh, I don't know. Probably because they have other data that suggests otherwise, but I'm just guessing.
Just wait till that bitch tells Andrew he is wrong about Tyler's guilt, because everything at the preliminary hearing was hearsay and can't be used at the actual trial because it is hearsay.
She's absolutely incorrect on that too. We'll get to that. We'll get to that claim eventually. Where did my thing go? Here we go. That's not the right one. Where's my? Oh, there it is. All right. Let's see. Two things. Curious Goy says, if you got the balls, bring John Bray on. He can school you on the shape charge. Zero evidence of a shape charge. Let me just repeat that. Zero evidence of a shape charge. Zero. None. There's none. There is none. There's a medical examiner's report that has been admitted. It's private, but it has been admitted, and parts of it were included in the prosecution's statement. And importantly, the defense does not challenge its authenticity. Okay? They could have. They could have said, we don't have that report. That report's a lie. What they said is a misrepresentation. They didn't challenge it. Zero challenge. All they said was sharing this was improper because it contained private details about Charlie Kirk. That's the only thing they said about it. That medical examiner's report is where the fragments that were then transferred to the ATF and the brass jacket were found. It contains the main details that support the 30-06. It's the genesis of the core evidence that Tyler Robinson did this. If they couldn't prove it was a 30-06, they could still win this case easily. I just want to point that out. Just because people have this weird notion that if they can't conclusively and definitively link the murder weapon to the murder, or if they can't find the murder weapon, or if they can't identify the bullet, that somehow the murder didn't happen in the way that they think they did, that defeats proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It doesn't. If that were the case, all anyone would have to do is throw their guns away, throw them into the ocean, make sure they're never found in whatever way, damage them irreparably. I don't know, but somehow prevent the acquisition and examination of that evidence, and you would walk away from every murder. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. But despite that, we know it's a 30-06 because that's what they literally pulled out of him. To get to the conclusion that it's anything else, including a shaped charge, means you have to start with the premise that it is something else and look for other evidence to work backwards and ultimately conclude that the medical examiner lied. But here's the problem. All of the damage described in the medical examiner's report is consistent with a high-powered rifle having a bullet transfer all of its terminal kinetic energy into a body. That pressure wave that rips veins off of organs, that can destroy organs entirely, that destroys a portion of the spinal column and the spinal cord entirely. That's consistent with a high-powered rifle. It's not consistent with a shaped charge. A shaped charge doesn't deliver the same amount of kinetic force. It doesn't need to. Also, that's a dumb theory, but it requires you to start with the premise that something other than what happened and work backwards. That's not deductive reasoning. That's bullshit.
Before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
There is.
Yeah.
So whether then starting with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah, we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do.
Ammunition isn't the critical key to this case. Okay, he's wrong. He's wrong. I'm sorry. Like, I don't think he's trying to be, but that's not true. The critical key to this case are the admissions. The admissions are a critical key. That's why they're so fucking confident in this case. The admissions are admissions, and they are admissible. Those are party statements against interest presented in an adversarial fashion. They will come in assuming they can be authenticated. Authentication does not require a sworn statement from Verizon that this message was sent from a Verizon phone through Discord at this time. Although that might happen, that's not the only way to authenticate statement or messages. Those messages have to be authenticated by someone with knowledge of the messages, authenticating that they are an accurate portrayal of what happened that they purport to be. Lance Twiggs's sworn statement, which he will provide in court, that those messages were sent to him by Tyler Robinson, is authentication. And with that statement, they will be admitted, period. That's it. End of the story. That's authentic. The only challenge you can bring to authenticity and admissibility of a party statement in a criminal case is that you have, at that point, you have the burden of showing they're not authentic. Authentication happens when foundation is laid with a witness who can attest to the facts that they're about to say under oath. You don't have to trust Lance Twiggs. Court will. The jury might not, but the court will admit those. Those admissions will come in if Lance Twiggs says, these are an accurate representation of what Tyler Robinson sent me. Now, if you want to say someone else sent those messages, you are making a claim that you now have to prove because you need to impeach that witness. That's how the record works. That's what Candace doesn't seem to get. Lance Twiggs testifying means those messages come in. If Lance Twiggs doesn't testify, one of two things happen. Okay? They either attempt to get his prior recorded under oath statement in which he has immunity, so it has strong possibility to be believable. If it falls into the unavailable declarant exception to hearsay, Rule 804, I'm not going to make an analysis on it. Too many factors. That would be if he is not going to testify for whatever reason. Maybe he dies, right? Dies jerking off to furries. I don't know. If he dies and he's unavailable and he's unable to testify, they might still be able to get that recorded under oath statement in if it falls under the 804 exceptions. I don't know if it does or not. Even if they don't get them in that way, there's a different way. And the different way would be any preservation of those messages could be subpoenaed if there is a sufficient business reason for the context of those messages. They were sent over Discord, correct? If they were sent over Discord, there's no expectation of privacy in those messages. If Discord preserves those messages, they don't need a warrant. They can just demand them by subpoena from Discord. Provide these messages in this chat group from this period of time. And Discord has to provide them or they're in violation of a court order. Okay? They have to. They may not come from Discord. They can be authenticated anywhere else. They can be authenticated from, again, from his phone, from the Cellbrite extraction. If the Cellbrite extraction of his phone contains when he sent those Discord messages, what timestamp was on the keystrokes that made them, and they have an expert say, I did the extraction, here's what these messages say, here's when they were sent, here's what towers they hit, etc. You have authentication. This is what happened. We know because it's in the phone. So was Tyler Robinson in possession of the phone at the time? Do we have any reason to believe he wasn't? You can't just say nuh-uh. That's the problem with court. You can't just say nuh-uh. There are multiple avenues to authenticate these messages, and any message from him comes in. Messages from other people, you need a hearsay exception or testimony. But there's bunches of hearsay exceptions. State of mind.
You're cute when you're mad.
Thank you. Thank you. You too, I think. I don't know. I've never seen you. Winston Smith says fair probability that a crime occurred, less than 25%. LMP69 says worse, she's dumb and evil. Treasure Island says, I'll say it, they weren't friends. This reeks of scorn woman turned, I'm the only one who ever really loved him. Sorry about your lavender marriage, Candace Owens. I don't think she's sorry about it. Adam K says, appreciate your explanation of probable cause. I actually hate the term because probably should mean more likely than not F minus the law. Oh, wait, no, F the law. Also F minus. No, I'm with you. I think it's a confusing term, but there you go. Pro engineer, this whole dumb debate can be settled with one simple premise. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and she hasn't presented any. Yeah, extraordinary claims really just require any evidence. Right-wing extremist says, have you ever seen more proof of the existence of the Dunning-Kruger effect? Unfortunately, I have, but we won't discuss it at this time. John Jelaine says, I have a mirror, you bitches. This Wilson guy defending TPUSA talks boring like Brett Weinstein overwhelms you into defeat with his voice of pedestrian disinterest. Lucky for you guys, I don't care if Andrew wins this debate or not. I'm going to use this debate to explain reality.
In this case, a flex tip.
I win the debate.
Well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock. That's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know.
This
but
is a
definitely
true
upon
but
impact.
pointless and
And
dumb
we have the
statement.
medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay. So forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of...
Here's where this dummy is going to try and explain science. She didn't know that thunder came from lightning, that lightning was the cause of thunder. She didn't know that. She's going to try and explain a highly technical field of forensic examination when they went into the science of it. It's not even science. It is a technical field requiring specific knowledge and expertise of specific scientifically scientifically accepted techniques of testing, and applying those techniques under a rigid, observable, repeatable, knowable methodology that has been accepted specifically by courts in the jurisdiction in which they are being applied again. Utah courts have accepted forensic analysis of bullets through multiple means, and those means were applied by the ATF and are acceptable in a Utah courtroom because of the science that was done before. This isn't science. This is the opposite of Mad Libs. This is plugging in exactly what's expected into a formula and getting an answer because it reliably produces reliable answers. This is the opposite of the scientific method. The scientific method is a search for an answer by eliminating non-answers. That's what the scientific method is. The scientific method has created the mechanism of forensic analysis that was used. That forensic analysis doesn't eliminate negative hypotheses. It finds the answer, because we know from sciencing earlier that when you follow these steps, you reliably produce the same answer every time. That's how it works. She doesn't understand this. She has no idea. That's why she's like, when they went into the science of it, they don't do science. They may be scientific, they may be trained scientists, but they are not searching for an answer by coming up with a hypothesis and ruling out the alternatives. That's not what they're doing. They know what will produce the answer they're looking for. So they decide if they can fill in the blanks and hit enter, and then it produces that answer. That's what happens. God, I fucking hate these people.
This cunt is unbearable. She and all her dumbass followers should be deported. Fuck!
John's dead.
John is dead. Fuck! That's how I feel.
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
The bullet
when they-
analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near.
Notice what she just did. She just did the thing. This is the entire problem with all of her analysis. Deductive reasoning starts broad, asks questions, and narrows down to a result. She says the opposite. If you think he's a patsy, then there's plenty of ways that gun got there. Right. If I thought he was a woman, then I could probably find his vagina. Does he have a vagina, though? I mean, he might, so that's probably a bad question. But no. Deductive reasoning is you meet someone, as one does, you go to give them a hand job. When you reach down to give them a hand job, there's not a tower, there's a trench. And you go, oh, that's what a woman is. What Candace does is goes out, meets someone, says, I bet that's a woman, probably has a vagina, and then is done. That's not reasoning. It's not reasoned. It's not acceptable. It doesn't do anything. It's not evidence-based. It's based on what you decided before you even felt for it. Well, that gun could have gotten there anyway. Sure. Quantum jitters, quantum physics allows for the possibility that gun exists anywhere in the known universe. Which is the highest probability that it's being shoved into Lance Twig's ass on the nightly. But on this night, it probabilistically appeared somewhere unexpected, and probability allows for that. Yeah, I guess. That's not what happened, though. What happened is he put it in his car, then he put it in his pants, and then he walked it around to school and brought it up to a roof. Or he put it in a backpack, or however he got it up there. That it doesn't really matter. The question is, was that gun 250 miles from where that gun was expected to be? Yes. Okay, that's strong evidence that Tyler brought it. That's not evidence of anything else. That's the most likely evidence because Tyler was also there. Well, if he was a patsy, well, yeah, I mean, I guess if Israel teleported in and took the gun and then teleported it to the woods, sure, like, I guess that could have happened, but why do we think that might have happened? Well, because it had to have. He's a patsy. Had to have. Oh, had to have.
I thought you were joking that she was going to make this point. She's terminally retarded.
She is the dumbest fucking person.
Crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you, I think, have said on a platform that
it's a possibility in the sense that anything is possible. Someone could have brought steel into the woods and milled it out with the CNC machine and assembled it and left it there. Okay, sure. I guess. None of us know anything about this gun's existence prior to that moment. That's the other thing. We're all just accepting that it's his grandfather's gun with no serial number or scratched off serial number. Why are we accepting that? Oh, because we have a bunch of evidence that describes that gun. It matches it to the gun that we know him to have. We don't know it. Why do we believe that that's Tyler Robinson's gun in the first place? Oh, because a bunch of evidence tells us that it is. A bunch of evidence, a bunch of people talking about the gun, describing it, saying how he got it, him talking about the gun. Oh, wait a minute. That's how we even know that gun belonged to Tyler Robinson at any point in human history. None of us had heard of that gun until they brought it up. This is the problem with her way of thinking. Well, that gun could have gotten there in any way. Yeah, you don't even know that that's his gun, so we question everything, right? But why does she stop questioning? She stops questioning on this. Of course, that's his gun. He's a patsy, was set up that way. Because that is the way that her preconceived narrative is fulfilled. There's a set of facts that has to exist for her preconception. Again, not deductive, not reasoned, not logical. It's the only way her theory can work out, so that's what must have happened.
That you were a gunsmith?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper?
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught.
It's a 15-year-old tweet about him. It could have even been a joke. Who cares? What Rachel? Rachel, right? Rachel Wilson. Who cares what Rachel Wilson said in a tweet 15 years ago? What does that have to do with anything?
Rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when
he doesn't have expertise,
gave testimony.
Stop it. Stop using terms like this. We haven't authenticated Andrew Wilson as an expert. We know that he taught rifles. A bunch of people taught me various subjects, global studies, economics, etc. Are they experts? Most of them, no. Teaching is not expertise. Those are different things. I've taught the Constitution for years. I have taught the Constitution. Do I have expertise on the Constitution? Generally speaking, depends what you mean. Certain parts of the Constitution, certain amendments, the application of certain amendments, case law. Yeah, there are parts of the Constitution I could probably pass voir dire as an expert on, especially if I studied for the exam. But I'm not generally an expert on the Constitution. There are bunches of people who know plenty more than me, and they're not experts either necessarily. Expertise is something that needs to be tested. We don't have to do that here. Stop using these terms. She uses these terms to apply, and Andrew probably does too, to apply import to something persuasively, not usefully.
On the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel. And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done.
Why is it painful?
You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded.
Hold on.
To explain.
She's talking about DNA? She's talking about DNA? That's not true. What she just said is not correct. What she just said is not correct. Also a misunderstanding of degradation, as I've been talking about for the past 2 weeks now, I think. It's a misunderstanding of what degradation even means. Most degradation has nothing to do with the reliability of the sample by itself. Most degradation is a relative statement. Also, they've narrowed it down to 2 contributors. 2 contributors on most points of the rifle. Tyler Robinson being the primary contributor of 85 to 93% of the sample. Most degraded or not most degraded, you dumb bitch. He is 85 to 93%, which means all other contributors combined, of which there is 1, and that's his father, is 7 to 15%. She doesn't understand any of this.
How Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler.
Yeah, it depends. Things left outside, exposed to the elements, have degradation within an hour. Because if there's wind, rain, heat, moisture, animal urine, anything can cause the skin cells, the sweat, the semen, the cum, the blood, the saliva, any of it, anything can remove it from there. Degradation has to do with the breakdown of alleles. And this is getting beyond my knowledge and expertise. Read Andrea Burkhart's explanation of DNA degradation if you want a really good, quick look at it. Or ask any of the AIs to tell you generally about degradation. Ask all the questions. Grok, ChatGPT, they're really good at explaining things that involve the scientific method because they're well documented, well researched, verbosely written about. But degradation has like most degraded. She's saying that as if there's any import to it. It is rhetorically useful for people who don't understand what DNA degradation is. If the defense raises degradation on cross-exam at trial, the prosecution on redirect will ask the person to explain DNA degradation to the jury, and they'll say DNA degradation has nothing to do with who is the largest contributor or when they contributed. It is not knowable from degradation. It's like, well, they've examined some stuff that has no degradation after 20 to 40 years. So what? That means nothing. Like that means nothing. It all depends on what DNA it is, how it was deposited, and what the environment it remains in does. If you have DNA in a freezer that runs continuously for a decade, very little degradation, especially if it's in a sealed container in that freezer. If it's exposed, higher possibility of degradation. You can't even read anything from the degradation. You can't make an inference about what happened with the degradation. It's just something they report on.
God fucking damn it, Candace, you stupid bitch. Maybe Tyler's DNA was degraded because he was sighting in his rifle before he shot Charlie. Fauci, COVID, they could have collected old DNA.
We have no idea. If Tyler Robinson has grabbed this rifle 100 times, the DNA that they collected from the trigger, from the stock, from where your cheek would rest, all of that, he's the primary contributor, like something like 85+%. If they collected DNA from there and he's held that rifle 100 times, you don't know if the DNA you're collecting is from the first time or the 100th time. You have no idea. You have no way to know because you're going to have a mixed sample of the same DNA. So all they can say is that we swabbed it. This DNA was present. All of this DNA is Tyler's. However, we have degradation in that DNA to a greater degree than someone else's. Okay, that doesn't mean anything. Because if he's grabbed that gun every day for a year, and they happen to get the DNA that was deposited the third time he grabbed it, well, that gun has gone through a lot, presumably in the next year. It says nothing about it. You can't delineate between different deposits of DNA from the same contributor. She doesn't understand any of this. I'll say it over and over because it's blindly apparent.
Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Let's get into all three of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. That rifle, just stop with this. 1, he's right. 2, this is irrelevant. Debris inside the rifle is, of course, some evidence that the rifle might not have been fired. Why'd the debris stay there? Faulty assumption. We don't know when the debris got there. We have no idea. Imagine if you could, that you could walk into a liquor store, spray down the Pakistani behind the register with an Uzi, pull out some dust and dump it in the barrel and go home and start jerking off to the cop shop and be like, dust in the barrel. N-words. I couldn't have fired this Uzi. They're like, it's still fucking warm. It's got Paki blood sprayed on it. Dust in the barrel is irrelevant unless we have some reason to believe that that dust matters. Now, if that dust can be tracked back to a World War I battlefield, okay, all right, still not dispositive, but at least then the evidence gets stronger. But that dust could have gotten in there when he dropped it to the ground. Could have gotten there from the roof. It could have gotten there when he dropped it in the fucking environment. The dust could have been on the towel that also got dropped in dirt and was put over the barrel. It could have just, a squirrel could have come and fucked the bore of that rifle, and that dust could be dried up squirrel nut. We don't know. Nothing about that dust matters because you can't tell me when it got in there. If you can tell me when it got in there, maybe then we have evidence. Right now we have dust is some evidence that the rifle wasn't fired. What's the evidence the rifle was? Well, the empty shell that the bullet that was recovered from his neck came from, that's pretty good evidence that it was fired. If that evidence is from the dust is from World War I battlefield, then according to Tyler, who has shot that rifle, sighting it in, getting it ready, all that stuff on the targets, but then we know that the dust isn't always expelled. And to Andrew's dumb point that for all we know, don't do this in debates. Don't talk about all the things we could know and that could happen. This is all irrelevant. This is about evidence. Tell us what we do know. We don't have any information to say that bullet fragmented before it hit Charlie Kirk. In fact, it doesn't look like it. However, if it had happened, that would happen typically because the aerodynamic integrity of the bullet is compromised, either due to a defect in the bullet or some sort of external influence increasing the pitch or the yaw, the off-axis rotation of the bullet prior to it making contact. Hear me out. If there was any evidence that the bullet began to pitch or increase in pitch or yaw prior to striking Charlie Kirk, of which there is none, but if there were evidence of that, it could be that dust in the barrel compromised the integrity of the jacket, which then compromised the aerodynamic integrity of the bullet itself mid-travel or after leaving the barrel. If there was debris in there and that debris created a sufficient amount of force on the bullet at the right place, it could disrupt its travel, or it could, in theory, piece of diamond dust or something scratches the outside. Like very, very ridiculous circumstances, but we don't need to entertain this. There is no evidence that that bullet was off or that it fragmented prior to hitting Charlie Kirk. Tons of evidence that it went in whole into his neck, exactly the way it was going. That's the most likely outcome. That's the evidence that we have. That's the only evidence we have. Stop talking in the hypothetical. It's pointless.
I'm not sorry I made fart jokes. I am sorry Prison Misty is allegedly farting in Nick's pants.
Whoa.
Jess Machado farted leave Nick out at Gijuz. And I do have culture, you big old bish. I love you, A.
Hey.
Okay, you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this.
I mean, again, he's not wrong, but why are you arguing what's more likely and what's not like what's less likely? It doesn't matter. This is irrelevant. Dust in the barrel isn't relevant unless you show that dust to be relevant. The presence of dust, they don't even know how much dust. They don't know what type of dust. They don't know if it's dust or dirt or sand. They don't know anything about any of this because there's nothing to indicate the relevance of that dust.
If you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle.
Again, sorry. This is one of those claims. If they can show, if the defense had a sufficient authenticity challenge to the ballistics analysis that could show that the dust in that barrel proved that rifle wasn't fired, they would win at pre-trial. If that rifle owned by Tyler Robinson isn't the murder weapon and they could show it, the state doesn't have any alternative theory on the murder. They lack probable cause. That doesn't mean that you can't build probable cause without a murder weapon, but the state's theory relies on that murder weapon. Okay, let's not misunderstand the burden with the reality. The state isn't required to produce a murder weapon to prosecute a murder, but this isn't a murder. This is this murder, and in this murder, the state relies on that 30-06 Mauser being the murder weapon because everything about the evidence requires it to be that gun, not some other gun. Any other gun, even if owned by Tyler Robinson, by the way, any other gun doesn't sell probable cause. The state's entire theory is it's that gun. If you show that dust in the barrel scientifically, and they could have brought in an expert to testify to this, if a scientific expert came in to impeach the credibility of the ATF science by saying that gun can't fire that round, it cannot have happened, they win. Why didn't they do it? Because this doesn't matter. Dust in the barrel has never stopped a murder trial unless that dust is shown to make the weapon inoperable.
And it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Let's also do this. This is another thing. Okay. Modern assault rifles, some of them, usually AK-47 platform and some AR-15s that use the same style of, I don't know, I'm not an expert, but there is a gas management system because I don't know if you know this, but shooting bullets produces explosions. Those explosions are contained inside the barrel of a gun. Those explosions involve the distribution of stuff. Carbon buildup being primary amongst it. Shooting a bullet through a barrel leaves shit behind. And you have to clean your guns so that shit, because that shit will eventually build up and make the gun inoperable. We don't know if that dust, we don't know anything about it. That dust could be from the bullets, either from the explosion, deposits on the bullets. How much dust is it? Do we even know? I don't think so. I'm not aware of it. There's so many questions about this dust that would have to be asked and answered before it could be a factor. And none of them have been. You know why? Because they know it isn't.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA
That was a
on there.
mistake.
You made the claim that Lance Twiggs.
That was a mistake by Andrew, saying we don't know because they haven't gone to trial. There's no doubt to the DNA test's authenticity. And this is a misunderstanding of pretrial procedure. The defense is allowed to challenge the authenticity of evidence at pretrial. If they can raise a sufficient authenticity challenge, then that evidence can't be considered. Not admissibility, authenticity. We know, actually to a higher degree of certainty than most of the other evidence, since the expert was brought in to testify at pretrial and the defense had an opportunity to cross-examine the expert on the authenticity of the report, we know that that report is authentic. So we know that the contents of that report, to the amount which they are knowable, are authentic. The defense could have challenged this authenticity. Again, if you defeat Tyler Robinson's DNA, you have a strong likelihood of winning the case. They didn't do it. DNA is absurdly convincing and probably over-relied on by courts. It is given so much weight. DNA has convicted people 45 years after they murdered someone. Random task from the Austin Powers movie, right? The little short Asian guy, Joseon. He was convicted for a gang rape that he committed before DNA testing was available to courts. Based on DNA testing that was done years later, he was convicted of the gang rape. That's how much deference is given to DNA testimony. If you could have eliminated the DNA testimony as non-authentic, you would absolutely do that. The defense didn't do it. Why? Because they know they're not beating that DNA evidence.
DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your
Lance
first point,
Twiggs.
because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we?
She's 100% wrong here. Lance Twiggs' DNA is not on the rifle. At first, Lance Twiggs was included as a potential contributor at the first examination. However, Lance Twiggs provided a buccal swab with DNA. That means they rubbed a Q-tip on the inside of his cheeks. They found a lot of Tyler's DNA in there and also his own DNA. And then they ran that DNA as a comparative analysis to the sample that they recovered from the rifle. And they specifically exclude Lance Twiggs from the rifle. They said, we have his DNA profile. He was a potential contributor, and that is mostly environmental. Okay? That's mostly environmental. The gun is in the same place that he lives. He's high likelihood of a contributor. But when they got his sample and tested it against what they recovered from the gun, he's not a contributor. To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Lance Twiggs' DNA is not on that rifle. Candace is wrong.
Don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints. She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the
Why is
DNA
he arguing with
analysis.
his own position?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to
but let's-
address that. How
well,
could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
who
on,
took
hang on.
it.
I'm just
We're
granting
talking
it
about
for the sake of
fingerprints.
argument.
This
You
is
should grant it because
DNA.
it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Okay. Nope. Here's why. One, they'll explain not why that's possible well, actually, I guess they'll explain why that's possible if he's the one that most recently fired the weapon. Here's the explanation. In fact, check me on this all you want. The explanation is that degradation is not possible to use for the most recent contributor. Period. With that, I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom. Don't leave. We got more to go. Okay, I'm back. Here we go. Sorry about that. Woo. Oh, I got him on the wrong ears. No. This needs to stop. Dog Backward says it could be said that Robinson's lack of quality DNA being found suggests interference with evidence. If he were innocent, his DNA should be on the rifle. It was his after all. Okay, here, stop. That's not what degradation means. Degradation, the most degradation, does not mean the lowest quality. The most degradation is unrelated to quality, period. You guys you don't need to know this. You're not a forensic analyst and you're not a criminal defense attorney and you're not a prosecutor. You don't need to know this. But let me tell you this. Degradation is not inherently related to any of these things. You could use degradation to say some of these things if the relevant facts existed. Let me help. Tyler Robinson is 85 to 93% the primary contributor. That means if there's a pool of $100 and there's the entire population of the earth, Tyler Robinson provided 85 to 93 of those dollars. If those dollars are more faded than the other dollars, he is the contributor of 85 to 93 of those $100 still. The likelihood that any one of those bills is more damaged than one of the 7 to 15 of the other bills, there's 85 of them. There's no specific way to test for this. You can't say it's more likely it will be degraded, okay? You can't say that. But you can say the more DNA that's on there, the more opportunities for degradation. But it all relies on other facts. But this is still a misunderstanding. I explained this on Twitter the other day. Let me try it here. Here's our given set of facts for this hypothetical. This is helpful. Okay, this is an analogy. Lawyering is all about arguing through analogy, using an analogy of a known situation with an unknown situation, showing how they're similar is persuasive. This is an analogy. Let's say we live in a progressive tax system. The floor tax rate is 1%. For every $1 million you make in a year, okay, the tax rate goes up 1%. All right, that's an easy hypothetical. You make $100 in a year. Your tax rate is now $1. 1% of $100, $1. That's your annual tax, okay? Let's say I make $50 million in the same year. My tax rate is 50% because 1% per million. All right, I guess it's 51% because it's a floor tax rate of. No, because the first million is still in that 1%. So it's 50%. My tax rate is $25 million, half of my $50 million. Okay. That means that my income is more degraded than your income. But I still have $25 million and you have 99. The weight and the value of my sample is significantly higher than yours. but mine is more degraded. Okay? Does that make sense? This is a useful visualization that's easy to follow. DNA is more complicated than this, but it's the same idea. If there's a pool of $25,099,099, then I've contributed way more. I'm the primary contributor. Who knows when I put it in? You can't tell from the tax degradation of the value. You can't tell when I put my money in the pool, how often, what's happened to it, none of that. But you do know that I'm the primary contributor. Okay? Does it mean someone else didn't fire the gun? No. If someone else wore a full vinyl bodysuit and didn't leave any DNA on the gun, anybody could have shot that gun. They could rub that gun in their dick and they wouldn't leave any DNA on it because there'd be something separating it. The DNA is evidence that's supported by a bunch of other evidence. The degradation is not evidence that Tyler Robinson fired it at a different time than someone else. We don't know. We literally don't know if that gun has ever been fired by anyone at all. Technically, I guess. But we have a pretty fucking good idea that Tyler Robinson fired that gun. And when we combine it with the video, with his own statements, with his dremeling, the testimony of his friends and family, we have a pretty fucking good idea that he fired it on that day, one shot at Charlie Kirk and killed him. I would say we have it beyond a reasonable doubt. However, trial could raise reasonable doubt. We could. It seems unlikely at this point, but it is possible. So we don't know beyond a reasonable doubt yet. That's what the system's for. But we cannot say that degradation by itself has anything to do with when DNA got on anything. To say that is a misunderstanding. Okay? If Tyler Robinson's dad touched that gun, another dumb hypothetical, he touches the gun 20 years ago, and that gun sits in a sealed bag, and then Tyler Robinson takes it out and touches it every day for a year, right? Tyler Robinson is going to end up being the primary contributor of DNA to that gun. Dad, one touch, one time, probably not much DNA. Tyler Robinson touching it frequently, it's not guaranteed, has a higher likelihood of being the primary contributor to a much higher degree. It's a whole bunch of factors, blah, blah. If it's always returned to the sealed environment until the last day, oh, fucking Christ. Degradation more than 4 other prints is a reasonable doubt. It isn't. I'm trying to tell you it's not. No court on earth recognizes that as reasonable doubt because that's not what degradation is. You are misunderstanding it. Anyway. So again, Tyler Robinson's dad touches a rifle 20 years ago, goes into a sealed bag. Tyler Robinson takes it out of the sealed bag every day for a year and touches it, puts it back in the sealed bag, except for the last day when he leaves it outside by the pool. The degradation on Tyler Robinson's DNA contribution, which is overwhelmingly larger than his father's, most likely, is going to possibly be higher than his dad. It doesn't mean anything. His dad could come touch it that day while it's sitting out by the pool. And Tyler Robinson's DNA has a higher likelihood of being degraded, but we can't know. It's actually not predictive though, because sometimes it doesn't act that way. Degradation is something that can be questioned, but you're asking the wrong questions because the things you are linking to degradation are not what it means. And degradation is not related to reliability directly. Again, if you have other facts, you can then make an argument about what the degradation shows. If those facts plus degradation line up to a lack of reliability. You notice what the defense did not do. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. They won't at trial either. They'll raise the degradation, maybe, very briefly. All they'll do is they'll say, you would agree that there's higher degradation. That's in your report. There's higher degradation. Yes. And if they start talking, they'll be like, objection, Your Honor. I asked a question. I got an answer. They agreed that the higher degradation was in the report. And then they'll hope that redirect doesn't ask about the degradation or that the jury dies. Because the moment you ask the expert about degradation, they're going to say something better worded, but in the same vein of what I just said. And the reason I know that is because my answer is a bastardization of what experts say about degradation. I got it from watching them. Anyway, here we go. This is frustrating. This is frustrating.
Sugar. Money, money. You are my candy girl, and you got me hating you. My spoon is too big. I am a banana. John's dead.
It was wanting you, isn't it? Bob Marley quote me. Okay, here we go. We got a long way to go. Fuck, I'm so mad.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith. So
well, wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't.
that-
Yes, so what? I don't know. So what? Tell me. Candace isn't a DNA expert either. Candace doesn't even know how this works.
An explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they tell?
Tyler Robinson has the strongest prints on the gun. The strongest. Overwhelmingly the strongest. Most degraded is not related to the strength of the print. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. For Tyler Robinson's is the strongest. That's what primary contributor means. He's the primary contributor. He is the most identifiable sample. It being more degraded than others has nothing to do with the reliability of the sample. If you have other facts that show that the degradation in this case is related to the reliability of this DNA, you bring them. They don't have those. She doesn't understand. Boots has become a new member. Thank you very much. Job for 6 months is pleased the rifle was wrapped in a towel. Again, the rifle being wrapped in a towel doesn't mean anything one way or another. You don't know if that towel was clean or not clean, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Towels also do not protect things from the ultimate environment. They might not. They offer some protection. We don't know. I don't know what you're trying to say there. Right-wing extremist. She's making the OJ argument. The police spilled a giant bucket of Tyler's DNA all over the crime scene. John Jelaine, when evidence ends up in an FBI evidence room, does it become degraded? I know it was degraded when you called the evidence a dirty bitch and it liked it. Shance MD sent 1,000 joules. Thank you so much. Samantha She Lover sent 10 joules. Thank you. Nicola Cossi Maxwell says much debris in Kurt's navel. I'm leaving. Gross. Right-wing extremists. They matched the DNA from Lance's cheek and proved that the rifle was operated by Tyler Robinson's penis. Yes, exactly. Deke Ed, member for 12 months, says I'm requesting Pressure Queen to replace the Peeing Lawyer song. It's not a bad idea. I got to get it put into StreamYard to do that. Lazarus AF, 200 joules. Thank you very much for that. Shrek the Hulk, makeup brush. Thank you. Those are the emotes on the vertical. Asher Genesius says, hey, sorry I'm late. Can you restart the stream? I haven't even started yet, honestly. Ray Pitler says, so you're saying it was Germany? Of course it was. Wait, what? No. Dark Schwartz Rising. Candace constantly evades the principles of logic. I don't have to explain that to you. When she's supposed to be debating for her points, if she really believed her own BS, she would give half a fuck. I may agree, but not everybody does. James Burns, member for 7 months. Thank you. KPG, degradation more than 4 other prints plus 5 different prints is a reasonable doubt. Ricada is sweating more than Wilson. First of all, there are 2 The 5 thing, there are 5 in 2 parts of the gun that are not the firing positions, if I'm not mistaken. I think the 2, but no, that isn't reasonable doubt either. It's not even close. Who are the other 4 contributors? They're all secret Israelis, no DNA profile, I know. But who are the other 4 contributors, and are they there that day? Are they there that day? Tyler is the primary contributor. 85 to 93%, I believe, is the number. The reliability of Tyler's DNA evidence being the primary contributor, and that's all it says, is overwhelmingly in favor of Tyler. But that alone doesn't mean he fired it at any point. Literally doesn't. Doesn't mean he fired it that day or anything else. But evidence is not examined in a vacuum. Evidence is examined under the totality of evidence. You go, oh God, well, there's like 5 DNA samples on this. Five people fuck the same crackhead. 5 different nights, 5 consecutive nights. 4 of those people leave the state after they fuck her. She doesn't shower. They just leave their DNA all over her. Okay? She doesn't shower. So they swab down her chest after the murder. And they find 5 samples of DNA. Lots of degradedness, if you know what I'm saying. Lots of degradation. It doesn't matter ultimately whose sample is stronger, more degraded, whatever, in this case. What matters is, on the day she was killed, which one was still in the state with her? That's what matters. If the other 4 are out of state, then they're not the killers. The corroborating other evidence solidifies the DNA just links the person to the thing. We know that Tyler is a primary contributor of DNA on the rifle. We know nothing about who fired the rifle from that. Tyler might have never fired that rifle in his life. He's a primary contributor of DNA. Maybe he just jerked off on it every day. We don't know. Maybe he polished it with a cum rag. We don't know. We don't know if he ever pulled that trigger. Just because his DNA is on the trigger, that means nothing. Nothing at all. It's all the other evidence. Show me another contributor who's on campus the day that that Charlie Kirk dies. You can't. You can't do it. So who the fuck is it? Why do we believe that any of those other DNA samples matter in any way? There's nothing else to link anybody in that sample to that place. But Candace doesn't even believe that that rifle shot Charlie Kirk. Why does she care about the DNA at all? Candace believes that Charlie Kirk was killed by something else. Why is she debating the DNA on the gun? Tyler Robinson could have been mouth fucking that gun all day. It didn't shoot Charlie Kirk in her mind. What does the DNA degradation matter? A DNA doesn't say he shot or didn't shoot. It doesn't say anything. Why is she arguing this? He wasn't killed by a 30-06, right, Candace? This is arguing red herrings. Her entire premise is that 30-06 didn't kill Charlie Kirk. The DNA is irrelevant. It could be only Tyler's DNA. We don't know that that gun was ever fired. Except we have other reasons to believe it was fired. Chip Ewing says, if I tried to wipe off the DNA with a towel from my gun with spent casing, would that cause degradation? Maybe. The answer is maybe. Degradation is a complex list of environmental factors that could potentially cause degradation. Anything brushing the gun, for example, anything brushing where DNA is connected or collected could cause degradation. Another body, humidity, moisture, sweat, spit, heat, cold, anything could cause it. Wind, an animal. You don't know. Degradation is absolutely expected when it's left outdoors or in an uncontrolled environment in any way. It's expected. You just can't predict what it will be, to what degree. There's so many factors that go into it. People are asking that DNA evidence to do something it doesn't. Buzz Buser, 1,000 joules, thank you. Shrek the Hulk, 2 more Jules. KPG says Candace should be charged with aggravated murder after this debate. Wilson's foot was running by hour 1. I had a whole speech while I was peeing prepared about the difference between winning a debate and being correct. People who are correct don't always win debates. People who win debates aren't always correct. None of that matters. Candace Owens apparently, according to Polymarket, came into this debate from a majority position. It would be expected that she would leave with the majority position, like just based on common understandings of where people are at this point already. This has been going on for 11 months. These questions have already been debated for the purposes of most viewers. This debate doesn't resolve who's right and wrong. This debate resolves who's better at whatever popularity goal they were going for at that time. But actually, we would only know that if we knew the amount of viewers who were persuaded either way, and I don't think we have that data. Ray Pitler says, so it was Japan. Yes. But also, it doesn't matter who wins the debate. What matters is who's correct. I am. Neither of these two are correct. I am correct.
Oh, did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part.
Yes, Tyler's dad, Matt, who's a minor contributor of less than 15%.
Of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using.
Is she going to go through the fact that they ruled out Lance Twiggs with that elimination sample? Is that going to happen?
And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from.
No. Candace misunderstands this. This is a factually incorrect thing. Candace misunderstood what the testimony said. The testimony said initially, the initial look, because of an abundance of investigative caution concluded potentially 5 contributors. With the elimination sample analysis, they are down to 2. She is not correct. The 2 contributors are Tyler Robinson, 85 to 93%. Matt Robinson, 15 to 7%. The elimination samples took the uncertainty and eliminated it. She doesn't understand this. She doesn't know. She doesn't do the homework. She does not understand what was testified to. She's wrong factually. Ignore the scientific incorrectness. The testimony is that the elimination samples that were taken brought it down to Tyler Robinson as a primary and Matt as a secondary, and that's it. And Matt, 7 to 15%. I don't know what else to say. She is incorrect. KPG says Wilson should have worn sunglasses too. He probably would have gotten more power out of it. I have to wear sunglasses because, I draw too much energy from the room into my eyes, and it comes out in my fingers when I lick sniz.
Rackets, I learned something crazy at my local bar tonight. Nobody, and I mean not a single real person, gave 2 shits about the outcome of this case. They were far more interested in a local trial around Lindsay Clancy. Her trial is on day 13. Only poor, pathetic internet faggots care about whether Tyler Robinson is guilty or not. Charlie Kirk's family doesn't even care whether this twink is guilty or not anymore. They probably just want to grieve for Charlie Kirk and be left alone. Candace Owens and Barron, whatever his name is just kicking Charlie Kirk like a dead hooker. to get a few more dollars out of his decomposing body. They're stupid and kind of evil.
KBG says it creates reasonable doubt because you have 5 prints. You don't. You are misunderstanding the actual evidence that was presented in court. They explained their process, which started with 5 out of an abundance of investigative caution, because they had, again, the way DNA sampling works is you can have, especially when close family is involved, you can have fragmented DNA that might be someone else's. You can have that. But elimination samples give you the full profile to compare it to. When they did the elimination comparison, there are only 2 prints. Candace is just wrong. Again, people saying Candace won, I don't know what the rest of the debate's like. She loses on this issue no matter how bad Andrew does, because she's incorrect. The only problem is Andrew doesn't know she's incorrect. Ray Pittler says, so you're saying they've eliminated the mom and the pet boyfriend, but what about the Jews? No, all of the DNA found was Jewish. That's true. Criminally Confident says, so sorry if I missed this. Can degradation equal smudged print? I don't know why we're talking about prints. This is DNA. I'm having PTSD from watching this for 2 hours today. Shout out to my girl, Katie K.
And again, what's also relevant here is the early
5 people don't have access to the email account. 2 do. 2. Do you know math? Do you understand math, dummy? 2. They thought 5 people might. And then when they checked their metadata, they found out that they've never logged into that email account ever. Only 2 people have. One guy once. The other guy 1,000 times. That's what they found out. How else do I say it? There are not 5 people. There are 2. They just explained that originally they didn't know there were only 2. They needed more information. And when they checked it, they found out there's only 2. There's only 2. How are you dumb? Stop being Candace. She's a retard.
Earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5.
Oh my God, you fucking tard. I want to ban you for being so stupid, but I don't want you to not learn. There were 2. There aren't 5. There's 2. 2. Easier math.
5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right.
No, he's just asking you to explain it because he doesn't understand, but you can't because you're dumb.
To pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence. To
not even
support
close
the claim
to
that
evidence.
he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier.
He could have been
so
set up
what?
if no DNA
Because
was on
even
any
if
gun.
it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he...
You're so angry. Yes. Yes, I'm angry. I'm angry because this entire bullshit cascade of mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging dumbassery is fueled entirely by people who state the opposite of what is true. If you tell everybody that there's 5 DNA samples, but there's only 2, they're going to go, oh man, 5 is scarier than 2. And they're going to believe it. If you say there's 2 and Tyler Robinson's responsible for 90% of it, then they go, oh, I guess now that makes more sense as to why who's the other one? It's his dad. Oh, so he might have touched it at some point. Yeah. Or not. Tyler Robinson could have jerked off his dad and then rubbed it all over the gun. We don't know. KPG, are you really a lawyer, dude? Yes, I am really a lawyer. You are really fucking retarded. God damn,
He
you're
had
dumb.
any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is
can't
going to
be
come out
Amber.
during the trial.
She was
How would that tie
excluded.
into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prince and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun.
What does degradation have to do with being a patsy? Nothing. Degradation doesn't have to do with anything at all. How would it show him as a patsy? Nothing. It doesn't. She doesn't
was
understand.
given to Tyler Robinson
Mm-hmm.
as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know,
Okay.
like I said, we're not just dreaming.
You are.
We're having those conversations, and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one.
His great grandfather's DNA could be on there.
It was, and so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this.
Who cares? What I was told. Here's the funny thing that Candace doesn't get. Everything she's saying right now supports Tyler Robinson being the guy who shot Charlie Kirk. Everything she's saying supports it. Nothing that she is saying goes against it. Well, he's not much of a shooter, so it's not that hard of a shot.
Because he inherited it, essentially. So
Who
if I get
cares?
something from my grandpa,
What she did was validated his ownership of the gun and his possession of it. She's giving strong evidence that he's the possessor and owner of the firearm that is suspected in the murder of Charlie Kirk. That's all she's done. Ray Pitler says, so the shooter was on the roof at a 30-degree angle with a Mauser rifle from 240 yards. Wrong, 147 yards. Just going out on a limb, but do we know he didn't shoot himself? Who, Charlie Kirk? Yes, we know. But he's 147 yards, not 240 yards.
I put it up on the shelf and I own this. You could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
Oh, you don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part?
He's not stopping you. He's saying, okay, I'm listening. Let's go. These are confirmatory statements. They're actually not disrespectful. They're the opposite. I'm listening to you. Okay, tell me how we get to the next thing. I understand what you're saying. This is how you converse with people.
Okay,
if I can't
I'll
get to the end of the
wait
sentence.
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher.
Dust in the barrel and him being a fisher has nothing to do with each other, and it has nothing to do with how often he shoots. These are both wrong. These are specious conclusions with no factual support between them. Well, he's a fisher, and he inherited the gun. That's why there's dust in the barrel. That doesn't make any sense. What the fuck? How does that tell us anything about dust in the barrel?
And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean.
Lance's prints aren't on it, though. That's the funny thing. Even if they lived together, it would be reasonable. It would be, but that's not true. It's not true. You're explaining away something you don't have to because it's not there. Ray Pitler says, nah, you're wrong. I had a dream in Yiddish.
Anything, but that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints.
No, this is wrong. The most presence overwhelmingly is Tyler's. She's wrong. This is evidence that someone else could. No, and even if that were true, that wouldn't be evidence of any of this. She doesn't understand. She doesn't understand the science. She doesn't understand the facts. She's
And
wrong.
that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and
No,
putting
it
it into
can't.
But it
various
also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But
That's a condescending statement. And the funny thing is, she could have stopped at it. She didn't need to say, I can't understand it for you. She can't understand it. She demonstrably does not understand this. I can explain it to you. That's wrong. She can't. She is incorrect in her explanation, her analysis, her recitation of facts. All of it's wrong. Every aspect of what she is saying is wrong. All of it. It's all incorrect. Because she's starting with the assumption that something else happened and then trying to reason what's in front of her into it. It doesn't work that way.
To just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state.
Nope. That's not at all true. Oh, fucking God. This is going to be infuriating because she's going to try and explain a court rule. This dumb fucking bitch. 1102 says that what they did is allowable at probable cause. And there's a whole bunch of reasons. Every state allows reliable hearsay to some degree at probable cause. Because probable cause is the justification legally for making the arrest and bringing the charge, and that's it. They are not expected to even make a strong showing. Now, it's in the ethics rules that prosecutors should believe they can prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not required for them to show it. Kate of the Swiss says, told you she's a conjecture machine with a foundation made of cooked ramen.
You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based
statement.
Based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate.
She doesn't know what that means. She's just saying a thing. Again, the defense can challenge the authenticity of any evidence at any point in the trial, including a preliminary hearing, even if brought under 1102. They can challenge the authenticity. And if they have a reasonably based challenge to show that it is not possible for it to be authentic, that it cannot lead to reasonable belief by the judge, because that's the standard at probable cause. The evidence must show or must build a reasonable belief that that the evidence fulfills an element of the crime. Okay? The reasonable belief of the judge. That judge, reasonable belief is the same as reasonable doubt in a different way, but that means that based on reasoned discernment or common sense. Those are the two things. Okay? You can't say someone drove a car over the ocean. Common sense says a car can't drive over the ocean. Now, if you show me a car that can drive over the ocean with evidence, okay, well, now I have a reasonable belief beyond common sense. But common sense says he drove across the ocean. I don't believe that. My common sense tells me it doesn't work. I don't have reasonable belief. So then they would overcome that hurdle by showing you a car with big superinflated tires and a massive gas tank, or drives around on a ferry boat across the... Doesn't matter. They'd have to show that circumstance that overrides common sense. Because then the common sense isn't common. Uncommon conditions require uncommon sense. That's fine. There are meanings to these phrases. Reasonable doubt is not just I doubt it and I'm reasonable. No, that means nothing. Your reasonableness is irrelevant. Your reasonableness doesn't matter. Your doubt must be based in reason or common sense. That's reasonable doubt. Your belief must be based in reason or common sense. She doesn't understand this. But if the defense could show conclusively that a piece of evidence cannot be authenticated, or its authenticity negates the reasonable belief standard, then they win the whole case. Well, that whole crime, right? If they could show any of this DNA to not be correct, blah, 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 they win. They win, and they can challenge. They brought it all in under 1102. That's just reliable hearsay. By the way, the DNA evidence, not brought in under 1102. They brought in the actual DNA forensic analyst. And she testified. That's not an 1102 hearsay exception. That's her testifying to what she did. Fucking stupid.
Straight any patsy.
No, that's
behavior.
very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed, the majority of it, the overwhelming
Way wrong. Way wrong. Candace is misstating the legal standard. Go fucking figure. Candace Owens says none of that evidence will be allowed. No. 1102 allows relaxed admissibility for the purposes of probable cause. It doesn't speak to the admissibility at trial in the positive or the negative. Either way, it is completely independent from admissibility at trial. And let me just clarify something. Just because reliable hearsay is admissible at pre-trial, all right? And prosecutors can bring it, whether or not it will ultimately be admissible. Part of the reliability factor is an obligation to the prosecutor, that the prosecutor has a good faith belief that they can prove reasonable doubt with the inclusion of the reliable hearsay, which means they reasonably believe at trial that they have sufficient evidence to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Each element of the claim, even understanding that they're using reliable hearsay at the preliminary hearing. What that means is that the prosecutor may find out that evidence is not admissible at trial. They may be wrong. Maybe they're still fighting over it, etc. Or it also means if the prosecutor is relying solely on inadmissible evidence and they do not have a good faith belief that they can overcome the admissibility issue or provide a reasonable alternative. Maybe it's not done yet. Okay? Maybe they have a preliminary report on some forensic analysis and they're waiting for the full report. But a preliminary report is out. The full report includes a report on the methodology, the chain of custody, and all that stuff. But before that, they have the results of the report. They bring those results as reliable hearsay. It's produced in the ordinary course of business, neutrally, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so they have that. But they don't have everything involved that will be subject on cross. So they believe that this will be admissible and the supplemental information will be used to bolster its admissibility at trial. This helps move the court process along. That's what reliable hearsay is for. Reports produced by experts are admissible as reliable hearsay at preliminary hearings because it's just a preliminary standard. That doesn't mean if they have reasoned doubt about the admissibility of the report at trial, they can't bring it at pretrial. Okay? So there's this confusion that goes on that says, oh, well, this hearsay is admissible here, but won't be admissible there. Wrong. One of the reliable hearsay rules is that an officer who's not testifying, telling something to an officer who is testifying is still reliable hearsay. Why does that rule exist? That hearsay statement will be inadmissible at trial. But do we want to bring in 2 cops, 5 cops, 10 cops We could bring in one cop who has all of that information for the purposes of pre-trial. Now, if they try and bring it in as hearsay at trial, they're going to have a problem. It's not going to be admissible. But at trial, they would just subpoena all of the officers to testify. But there's no reason to do it now. The court doesn't need that. It's reliable. If an officer told another officer something, they have a default reliability. We believe that this thing will be able to be said at trial. If they don't believe that that thing will be able to be said at trial, they can't bring it at pretrial. That's what reliable hearsay is. It's not hearsay. It's reliable hearsay. It's different. Candace is wrong here. Flatly wrong. Now, might some prosecutor abuse this at some point and use unreliable hearsay under the guise of reliable hearsay? Yeah, anybody can do anything at some point. Show me where that's happened. Everything that was brought at pretrial, every single thing is reasonably expected to be brought at trial in this case. There is nothing that they presented that doesn't at present look like it will be brought at trial. They'll subpoena Lance Twiggs. The judge is going to approve an out-of-state subpoena for trial. He wouldn't do it for pretrial because they had a recorded statement that could come in. They don't need it. Unless Lance Twiggs dies before trial, it's expected that he'll be subpoenaed and brought in. So he's expected to make those same statements that he made under oath. If he doesn't, he has he doesn't have immunity from perjury. And perjury would destroy his immunity agreement. If he comes in and testifies differently at trial than he testified at pretrial, he risks losing his immunity agreement, being charged as an accessory after the fact, and also being charged with perjury. And in a high-profile case like this, he would get fucked. But there's no reason to bring him in now. We have him under a different rule. That doesn't mean that none of it will come in. It's all expected to come in. Dumb.
Majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only
it wasn't. The DNA analysis from the expert who performed the test is not hearsay.
That
no. This is a huge point. This is crazy.
Not a huge point.
We need more than a fact check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there, so they said there's a
Utah Rule 1102 being the reason that reliable hearsay can be used in this case does not mean that what in this preliminary hearing does not mean that all the evidence in the preliminary hearing is under 1102. It just means that there's a standing order that and it's only because the defense challenged this. There doesn't even need to be an order. The defense challenged reliable hearsay and they lost. They did it to preserve the appeal record, et cetera, et cetera. They'll lose on appeal on that issue 100% of the time. The rule is explicit and clear. If it falls into one of those 9 delineated definitions of reasonable hearsay, then it comes in. All of it does, by the way. But the existence of a standing order that says challenges to Rule 1102 are presumptively overruled because 1102 is valid law. Here's why they did it. If in the future 1102, as it is written today, is struck down as unconstitutional and can be shown to have prejudiced Tyler Robinson in this case, they could get him off on appeal in the future. They created a future potential appeal point by challenging 1102. It's good lawyering, but it's useless now. The rule is explicit, it's notorious, it's old, and it's obvious, and it's standard across basically every state. There's some minor variations. Candace Owens is wrong about everything she's talked about so far. All of it.
Medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up.
And the medical examiner's explanation is brought in under reliable hearsay, yes, because the medical examiner hasn't testified. Because I believe the medical examiner who performed the report is a medical examiner for a different state now. And when they come in to testify, it takes them away from medical examining in that state. There's no reason to do it at trial because a report is presumptively reliable under the rule. So you enter the report as here's what the medical examiner's report says. They can't change it at trial. They can't say it says something else. And if there's a dispute about what it says, it'll get resolved in favor of the state at pretrial anyway. There's no reason to do it. But the medical examiner is expected to come in and testify at trial. But yes, this is in under 1102. The DNA analysis testified by the person who fucking did it is not 1102. What the officers witnessed is not 1102. The officer saying, and then I saw this, and then I turned and saw that. That's not 1102. That's direct testimony.
And Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated.
I guess his team took forever to fucking find this, and now we're going back to this. I guess it wasn't that long. I've been pausing a lot and yelling. But so now they're going back to this earlier. He said the medical examiner's report could be brought up by his team. This is pointless.
The interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also.
I don't know why Andrew does this. His little exposition. This is a summary, by the way. No, it's not. This is a quote. It's not a summary. It's a quote from the report. It's not a summary. The parts that are quoted are direct quotes. Don't call it a summary. Why apologize for what the evidence is?
Obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
I mean,
okay.
That was what.
Stop calling it the summary.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying,
bring it up, bitch. You can't read. So why she's going to explain it wrong after reading it.
That I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No.
This is not how you got to Shooter. You got to Shooter by finding all of these dots, connecting them. Oh, and him saying he did it, which are part of the dots. How you get to Patsy is you decide that he's a Patsy, and then you try and proof text, and you ignore any evidence to the contrary with confirmation bias. Overtly, it's not even a hidden that she's doing this. She said so. DX Mania, a teacher I had in high school used to say, you learn more from listening than you do from talking. Candace is a prime example of that. She doesn't listen and it shows. Flightless sent 1,000 joules with a corgi. Thank you. KPG says Wilson's foot needs a nicotine patch. Nicotine is irrelevant to the quality of an argument. Like what good does that do? Riley Leafs in Utah says, take a shot every time Scamda says, I feel. I'd be arrested. I can't. Principled Uncertainty says, I have not investigated this fully, but I do know Candace and Patrick Bet-David are infamous grifters and compulsive liars. Only very damaged people believe anything they say. Patrick Bet-David is allegedly not, he's the neutral moderator, and they both agreed to him, so I'm not going to comment on him. Candace, I'm going to say this. This is convincing me, this debate is convincing me more that Candace is acting in good faith. Retarded people act in good faith and do dumb things all the time. She seems to legitimately be too stupid to be doing this intentionally, which is bad. David Moore says, vocal fry is a tell. LawTube going to eat well on this trial. Good work. Wait, who's vocal fry? Mine?
Got to
Get to
Tyler
just shoot her from that.
Yes, you did. You again. This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do
not under their constitution, under the Utah Rules of Criminal Procedure. 1102. It's not under the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't have an 1102 rule. Dumb bitch. She doesn't know anything. You've met people like this. They talk about everything, but they don't know anything about any of it.
do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
What are you talking about? Again, the evidence at the probable cause hearing has to be sufficient to create a reasonable belief that an element of the crime is satisfied. So it doesn't have to be hard evidence. Hard evidence isn't a thing. Hard evidence, easy evidence, soft evidence, what's the contrary to hard evidence? Does it even matter? It's not a real term. There isn't like hard evidence and soft evidence. There's circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. Those have logical, objective definitions. Direct evidence is direct evidence. It's direct witnessing in some way of a fact. That's direct evidence. Someone testifying, I saw this happen. Direct evidence. I saw him point the gun at her face and pull the trigger. I saw her brains hit the wall. Direct evidence. I saw him go into a room with a gun in his hand. There was some yelling. I heard a shot. And I went in the room to check it out. And I saw her dead on the floor and her brains on the wall. That's circumstantial evidence. It's strong evidence that he shot her in the face. However, that's not the only possible outcome. Possible outcome, they got into a fight. She grabbed the gun, she pointed it and shot herself in the face, and he grabbed it. We would have to go through a bunch of other facts to support it. But circumstantial evidence alone is sufficient for a murder conviction. Alone. But those are the only two classifications of evidence. Hard evidence, soft evidence, limp evidence, whatever. None of that. That's not real. Those are words. Those are adjectives added by a persuasive speaker in a subject they do not understand for rhetorical purposes. It has no value. It adds nothing to the phrase evidence. That's the only thing. If you want to talk about circumstantial evidence versus direct evidence, you can talk about the quality of each one, the reliability all day. They're both valid evidence. It's just a definition of which each one is. One's not better or worse. Direct evidence is presumptively better on a specific fact because someone says, I saw this, rather than reason concludes this is what happened. But it depends on how important the fact is and all that stuff as to what's more valuable. It doesn't really matter. It's just a type. Nothing else exists. Here's the rule on reliable hearsay. Read A. Statement of the rule. Reliable hearsay is admissible at criminal preliminary examinations. That's it. That's it. That's the rule.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give.
what's
Please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of, no, that is what's in dispute. It means
No, it
that
isn't.
your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross.
No, they bring in Lance, but they don't need to at pretrial. It's rule 102B8. Candace Owens, rule you be fucking dumb.
Cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102.
Nope.
It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then.
And remember, well, I guess their claim, to be fair, the debates claim started with overwhelming evidence of probable cause. That was in the brackets. But the debate is structured as overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Now, she is going to rely on her misunderstanding of Rule 1102 to say that because the evidence used at pretrial would be inadmissible at trial because it's hearsay, which she's wrong on that, by the way. 1102 says nothing to the admissibility, the otherwise admissibility of it. There are tons of exceptions to hearsay that could get a lot of it in, but not all of it, but it doesn't matter. She's going to say that, well, what was presented at pretrial wouldn't be able to be presented at trial. Therefore, we don't have any evidence. That's retarded. That's retarded. Reliable hearsay means that the evidence that is brought at pretrial is sufficiently reliable in its form to give the court reasonable belief that the prosecution can prove the underlying element. If the court says this will be inadmissible at trial, and I don't see how you get this in, it's not reasonable belief. You need to know the whole rule, you stupid, dumb bitch. Jesus Christ. This woman is seen as like the number one voice on this subject. She doesn't know any of it. She cannot intelligently discuss this because she has no training, experience, understanding, team, anything to explain it. She can't. Her discussion is irrelevant.
They would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say.
disputing.
Sal Jones says, what the hell are you talking about? I'm telling you that under Utah case law that makes 1102 constitutional, because when they wrote the rule, then got challenged, it is unconstitutional. And 1102 survived. And it survived because the court of Utah, the Supreme Court of Utah, has said that the probable cause standard requires evidence presented to build a reasonable belief to the magistrate or judge that a fact will be proved at trial, that the prosecution has the ability to prove the fact. Again, if they bring in something that is obviously hearsay with no explanation for how they're going to get it in at trial, and the judge goes, I don't see how this could possibly come in, the judge doesn't have to reasonably believe it. And then you lose a probable cause. That might happen. It won't. Let me be clear. It won't. But hypothetically, the judge hasn't ordered yet, so he could make that determination about some piece of evidence. Say, I have no idea how you get this in. I can't see it. I can't form a reasonable belief that you can prove this element because I don't see how you get this evidence in. And then the state could appeal that. They could appeal that evidentiary determination, of course. And that'd be the process. But we have no indicia that that's going to happen. None. Because all of the evidence that was presented at pretrial is reasonable belief that the state will present at trial sufficient evidence, because almost all of it can come in when you go through the circumstances. But again, you could imagine a scenario where Lance Twiggs dies and becomes unavailable, and it makes his statements difficult to enter. But the prosecution has no reason to believe that will happen just because it's a possibility. So right now, the understanding, the reasonable belief is that Lance Twiggs will have an interstate subpoena issued for trial, for testimony, where he's expected to, under his immunity agreement, testify truthfully on the punishment of losing his immunity agreement and a perjury charge if he doesn't, and probably an accessory to murder charge. Obstruction of justice, destruction of evidence, witness tampering, all those things. He would be charged with basically 4 counts I can think of just off of what we know Lance has said. So it's reasonably believable that he'll come in and testify and authenticate the same stuff. He's going to say the same thing he said under oath. It's under oath.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't
Justin Witten says, are you working for the prosecutor? Do you think a prosecutor would hire me? If they wanted to, I would tell them to get fucked. I don't like prosecutors. Or do you want innocent until proven guilty? What are you talking about? These are unrelated things. Tyler Robinson is innocent until he's proven guilty. This isn't about his guilt. His guilt will be determined at trial. I can't make that determination yet because I haven't seen the trial. The defense hasn't been able, they have more opportunity to raise reasonable doubt, and they might. I don't think they will, but they might. I don't care if Tyler Robinson is guilty or not. I don't give a shit. If he's guilty, good, kill him. Don't kill him, I don't care. If he's not guilty, great. Hope they find the guy who did it, I guess. I don't really care if they do. I have no connection to Charlie Kirk. I don't have any connection to his family. I'm ultimately indifferent on if they solve this crime. It's nice for the family if they do, right? Get some justice. Care. I'm not like crying over this. Charlie Kirk's death was meaningful to me because I am sometimes a public speaker at public events. And when he got shot, I went, holy fuck. That could happen to me. That could happen to one of my friends, one of my colleagues, one of the people I hate. How would I feel about that? What would that do? That's what fucked me up about it. I don't care about Charlie Kirk, like in any capacity. Like, I'd be lying. He's a guy. I don't have any problem with him. Seemed nice, seemed cool. Got a lot of attention. I think he was a potential Republican candidate for president in the next, maybe after a decade or so. But I don't care. There's other people. Someone else will rise up. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't know him. I'm not going to claim some false attachment to this guy. But I wouldn't work for, first of all, I wouldn't work for the Utah State Prosecutor's Office or any state prosecutor's office. Not my gig. Not at all. I'm on the defense side generally. But defense attorney, people have this misunderstanding that defense attorneys think that everybody's innocent. Defense attorneys are usually the first person to find out that someone's guilty. But our job is to make sure that their rights are represented, that their interests are represented, that they get the best possible outcome, whatever the circumstances are. The win condition for a defense attorney isn't an acquittal. Sometimes it is. Sometimes that's what your client wants and needs. Other times, the win condition is making sure all of their rights are preserved, all of their appeal points are preserved in case something meaningful happens down the road. Maybe some new thing like DNA comes out and it exonerates your client in a decade. And they go from death row to walking free. Good. You should have, preserved all of the things necessary to be preserved for that appellate record. That's fine. That's good. That's your job in that point. Tyler Robinson's team is not fighting for his acquittal right now. They're going to try and do what they can for the acquittal, but they know they're going to lose. Their posture is keep death off the table. That's what they're trying to do. It's what they've been trying to do from the start. That's their win condition. Avoid the death penalty. Their secondary win condition after that is give him a chance at parole. Their tertiary motivation, their win condition there, preserve the record for a potential Innocence Project appeal a decade from now when he's about to die. They do that, they do their job. He's almost guaranteed to go to prison for life without parole or death. KPG says the DNA expert said she cannot draw conclusions from a weapon with 5 DNA prints. That's reasonable doubt right there. Except you don't have a weapon with 5 prints. You have a weapon with 2 prints. You're incorrect. Philly Sweets, 500 joules. Thank you. David Moore says, lol, not you. Candace is a teenage mind and an adult. Candace isn't a teenage mind. Candace is a toddler. KPG says, Kirk was murdered for opposing the Iran war. You say that without any evidence to support it.
Can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prints, which is
now.
a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is.
I'm not making stuff up. I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
So this,
means?
just so everybody who's watching.
First of all, if she's doing exactly what the state did, then she is knowingly advancing a false narrative in favor of Israel's interests. Remember, that's what the state did, according to Candace. That's what she has alleged the state is doing. So I wouldn't say I'm doing exactly what the state did, but she's also misrepresenting that because she doesn't understand. The state isn't saying, oh, here's some evidence that might mean something. The state had to put forth a cogent, full timeline supported at each point for each accusation by evidence. That's what the state did. 1102 is about admissibility and judicial economy at a pretrial hearing. That's it.
Watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
making it up.
Just
purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means.
That's incorrect. That is a lie. I guess it's not a lie because she's ignorant. She doesn't understand. That's not a true statement. It is not the entire hearing. The entire hearing allows admissible or reliable hearsay. Yes, that doesn't make all of the evidence reliable hearsay under the rule. It just means that the rule stands for the entire thing. The judge didn't want to have to deal with an objection to every single piece of evidence. It's judicial economy again.
Essentially, is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow.
That's not true. Listen, you dumb bitch. Can I call you dumb bitch? You can't just say, Patrick told me this. That's hearsay. Reliable hearsay is specifically defined. The only way someone can say, Patrick told me this, is if the person saying it is an officer who's testifying and Patrick is another officer who's not testifying. That's it. That's the only way that that can happen. So she's leaving out all the necessary details. Me, who's not an officer, says, Patrick told me something. That's not reliable hearsay. Who the fuck's Patrick? Why do I believe you? Who the fuck are you? That's not it. She's wrong. Again, like every single thing she will talk about. And I know you guys have met people just like this. They talk so confidently about things that they don't understand. The moment that you understand a subject they're talking about, you realize immediately that they're full of shit. She has no idea what she's talking about.
Allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have.
Rekieta made a deal on his coke possession charge. Yeah, where I admitted fully to the possession of the coke. It was all mine. Yes, it was in my safe. Yeah, that was the deal. Please don't put me in prison. I'm dainty. I'll admit to the crime that I did. Yes. Great deal. It's wonderful. What are you talking about? Arian the vegetarian says the only difference between a toddler girl and a teenage girl is that the tantrums have a set schedule. Very accurate.
So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did.
It is.
I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That
you're in for that's specious reasoning. There's nothing about this. So here's what Candace doesn't understand. Evidence has a definition too. Evidence has a definition too. Evidence is a thing that makes a fact more or less likely to be true. This evidence has to have relevance and probative value. Degradation is irrelevant on its own and under almost any condition, actually, to the fact of Tyler Robinson being a patsy. Degradation does not relate to him being a patsy in any way. Zero relevance. It has no probative value. If you tried to bring that in court, objection, relevance, just relevance. I mean, really, that's it. Objection, relevance, Your Honor. What is the probative value of this statement that degradation makes Tyler Robinson a patsy? They're unrelated things. They're not related at all. Of course, this would not come up in court because they're not going to examine if he's a patsy. That's not a fact of this case. It's not an assertion by the state. It's not a defense that the defense is going to raise.
Okay. That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point.
Mac Ready, RJ, helicopter pilot says, evidence is a nuanced term. It isn't. And its definition depends on the context. Yes. That's the correct part of your statement. The context here makes it not a nuanced term. Evidence is evidence under the legal system. That's evidence. We have a definition for it. If you just say, well, evidence is I ate cereal this morning, which is evidence that Israel put cereal in my pantry. That's not true. Me eating cereal this morning is not evidence. Well, it's reasonable for me to infer that Israel put the cereal in my pantry because I don't know how it got there, but I ate cereal this morning. So that's evidence that Israel did that. Nope. That's you determining that Israel put cereal in your pantry. But that's not based on you eating it. It can't be. That's not a reasonable inference. It's not an inference at all. That is raw speculation combined with something else that is specious, is not logically related.
It's in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point,
is the point in contention.
it's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that
Great,
he is
but
describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference. Not
Mitchell, who's the 1% who disagree? What the fuck?
fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
So what they
just-
are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they
No,
say
those are
that
way different
looks like
things.
Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay, they are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference
The
so that I
infer-
understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you
I
get
didn't
that
say,
inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary
There's
was
no-
in the
but
inverse.
that's
No. The investigation happened. I'm saying it's enough that it should be explored. They did. They actually explored that. You know why? Because they used deductive reasoning, which is how you come to these conclusions. Deductive reasoning says that when you start, everything is possible. And as you start to gather facts, they point to an outcome, which means very early in the investigation, they ruled out that he was a patsy. You know why? Because there aren't any facts that support him being a patsy. Zero. They didn't present facts that he's a patsy and they avoided those. No, there aren't facts that he's a patsy. There's none. There is nothing that leads to the conclusion that he's a patsy. You have to start with the conclusion that he's a patsy and then try and find things. But there's always a logical gap. There's always a logical gap. There is no piece of evidence that draws an inference that he's a patsy. There is evidence where if he were a patsy, it could somehow be they could coexist. That's what she's taking for an inference. Coexistence of two conditions is not an inference. For there to be an inference, there has to be an inference. One has to lead to the conclusion of the other, not that both can exist at the same time. That's not inference. That's speculation. We talked about this 2 days ago.
Well, in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun.
And she's wrong. No one had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson. And it isn't even close. It isn't even close. But even if they did, that would just be a coincidence. There are coincidences, by the way. That's anytime two incidences happen in the same scenario. Those coincidences can be related or they can be just a coincidence. And in this case, without more, all of the DNA evidence is irrelevant to whether or not he's a patsy. She's dumb.
Than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the fact.
Okay, Mitchell Cohen, you're fucking retarded too. Lance Twiggs' DNA is not on the gun. 0 of his DNA is on the gun. They found no DNA of Lance Twiggs on the gun. You are being lied to. Go listen to the testimony. They initially included him as a potential contributor. That doesn't mean they found it, by the way. That does not mean they found Lance Twiggs' DNA on the gun. They said, we can't rule him out yet. And then they got DNA from him. He says, here's my DNA. Then they tested it and they say, now we can rule him out. He's not on any of the DNA we collected, period. Done. You're wrong. You don't understand what you're saying. And I'm sorry. This is why you have a forensic expert. Principled uncertainty says, the right, we will save you from the left. Reality, hey, how about those distractions? Forget about jobs and healthcare. No civilized person should ever tolerate Patrick, Bet, David, Candace, or Andrew. They're not good people. We should not support them. I don't support any of them. I don't care about any of them. Riley Leifson says she only uses the best cream of the pie evidence.
Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Those are equally...
That's how it works.
And those are equally...
It's not plausible. It's possible. In theory. With no evidence to support that. There is no evidence that supports the inference that someone did it. It's possible that it could have been done. Again, it's possible that it fell out of a plane and landed there. There's no evidence to support that.
100 other plausible explanations.
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when...
And Andrew's wrong. Thanks, Andrew. You're not helping me here, brother. 100 other plausible explanations. No. There are 100 other possible explanations. There's one plausible explanation, and that's that he brought the gun there. It's plausible because we watched video of someone purported to be him bring the gun there. It's also his gun. It's 250 miles away from his house, and it's where he was. That is what makes it plausible. All of that combined. That's the only thing. There's no other plausible reason because we don't have anything to link that gun getting there to anything else. If his dad was there, there would be a plausible explanation that his dad brought the gun there, but his dad wasn't there. Maverick Cuba, bro, Stacy definitely isn't going to sleep with you after this. You know, she's ugly anyway. Old Man Jenkins said you probably shouldn't come down to the soda parlor anymore. Old Man Jenkins is black and should not have been given a soda parlor instead of his 40 acres.
Things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's
this is the
100
state's
other
evidence,
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim.
No,
today.
my whole claim.
That is Candace's claim. Actually, Candace lies right there. Her claim is that Tyler Robinson is a patsy, not that Tyler Robinson should be, as a patsy, should be investigated. Her claim is that he is a patsy. They established that at the beginning. We're going to harp on Andrew, which I have on this thing, or on his initial claim, because the initial claim was more broad. The initial claim was that there was overwhelming evidence of probable cause. Andrew's claim, so we're going to hold him to it, was there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. and killed him. Her claim is Tyler Robinson is a patsy. They spent time at the beginning establishing this. Now she's lying about what it is.
Was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say
no. See, don't say yeah to that. She's not using any mechanism to do this. She's saying this happened and he's a patsy. This is therefore related. That's not reason.
I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory.
I'm going to infer an alternative theory. That's not inference. That's you deciding to believe another thing. The inference that, since you don't understand the definition of an inference, it doesn't matter if you say it. Well, I infer this. No, you didn't. Your idea of an inference is misunderstanding the word inference. So it's not actually an inference just because you claim you did.
Just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own.
The state presented tons of concrete facts. Tons of them. Probable cause. I don't know what a concrete fact is. By the way, there's not like concrete fact and then clay fact and then silly putty fact. That's not a thing. Again, adding an adjective to a thing is a rhetorical device for persuasion. It is not useful in discussion. She said she wanted a discussion, by the way. She said she didn't want a debate. She wants discussion. She's not discussing things here because she's doing things like this. She's like, the state produced no concrete facts. Concrete facts aren't an objectively measurable thing. That's a thing Candace has decided that the facts presented by the state are not sufficient for her. So she says they're not concrete. That's not a real thing. There's no definition of a concrete fact. But the state presented plenty of facts that are fully based in reality instead of fantasy that these things happened. Candace doesn't like those facts. That's fine.
This bitch can't listen and Andrew can't put his foot down. 7 times he asked to explain how Tyler Ferguson is a patsy. She hasn't. Micropene energy from Andrew. Ronnie O is my lover.
Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the floor?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things.
Mr. Mike says there's gaps all over this case. Name them. Name the gaps.
Things that I find
you
to
just
be
said you didn't say
compelling
it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer
Johnny Jelaine says, can evidence still be considered as plausible cause if it's exceedingly convenient? No, that's actually in the rule that you can't do that. Maverick Cuba says, oh, wait, we read this one. Oh, wait, no, he says, Old Man Jenkins said no more double scoops for the price of one on your fudge sundaes. Listen, Old Man Jenkins is going to get fudge on his Sundays, whether he likes it or not. Definitely no more free refills on your cherry sodas. Oh, fuck that. That's not fair.
Bagley testified. They talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most, I thought was the most absurd.
Bagley testifying, by the way, is not under 1102. That's just Bagley's direct testimony.
Testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They
also
asked him a
direct
question.
testimony.
How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
What's wrong with that, by the way? You asked them. Now, does that make it so? No, that doesn't make it so. But them wearing the same shoes, does that make it more likely to be true? Yes. Does it mean it is true? No. This is how evidence works. But if you ask someone, on what basis are you making this inference? And they say, he's wearing the same shoes. That is related to you thinking it's the same person. Now you go, but 10 million people own that same pair of shoes. Okay. Were 10 million people wearing them that day, at that time, at that place? Could it be someone else? Yeah, sure. But why? Well, he's wearing the same shoes. You think that's what they base their belief on. You don't have to agree with them, but it is evidence. It makes it more likely to be true that that is the same person. That's how evidence works. The same shoes. I think there's more to it personally, but the same shoes, sure. Wait. This is the tool of Candace Owens and all the people. Take every piece of evidence and remove it from every other piece of evidence and examine it independently. But that's not how evidence works. There's a whole collection of facts that make the underlying accusation true or false. All of those facts are relevant to all of the other facts. It's all interrelated, and they all rely on the context of other facts existing. Two people owning the same pair of shoes doesn't mean anything. What if they own them 100 years apart? Even if it's the exact same shoe, guy bought it in an estate sale. It's like, oh, I like these Converse or whatever. Who cares? Those same shoes appearing on video twice in the same day, well, that's more likely that it's the same guy. Doesn't mean it is. People misunderstand evidence as proof. Evidence in and of itself doesn't have to prove anything. Evidence makes something more likely or less likely to be true. That's all. So it's the totality of evidence that matters as to whether something has been proven to the reasonable or to the beyond a reasonable doubt standard. Right-wing extremists. Nick, you are working with the wrong standard here. Conspiracy standard is as long as any question exists regarding any evidence or there is a lack of possible evidence, you haven't proven it. Yeah, and that's not accurate or correct. David Moore says, Candace makes a similar claim about people wearing the same color shirts as evidence of a kill team. She's adult. What if there were 100 people wearing exactly the same outfit as Tyler? Right. And based off of other stuff, like the admission, the gun, all of these things. Why do you believe? It's also a distinction of why did you believe this is the same person then versus why do you believe it now? Well, why did you believe they were the same person? They had the same shoes. I'm investigating. I'm looking for any similarities. These have similarities. Since then, a bunch of other shit's happened. What they believed at the time is only relevant to how they came to what they believe now. But it's not even relevant to probable cause. It's just foundation. Foundation is different than probable cause.
Is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay.
She misstates what happened. That's not how they decided they're the same person. What led you to believe that they're the same person and wearing the same shoes? I'm investigating a murder. It happened at this time. So things like the same shoes, that triggers their investigative curiosity.
That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were
idea that on a
clothes?
college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even.
That's not what anybody says. Nobody says that. The question is, when you're looking at video on a murder scene that happened at a place, how do you make a determination that that might be the same person or that that is the same person? They're wearing the same shoes, so I watch more. That's it. That's that. Again, you're investigating. Deductive reasoning. You start broad, and then as you gather facts, you narrow it down. The shoes are facts that eliminate a bunch of other people, potentially, but not conclusively, right? You could imagine a scenario where two people are wearing the same shoes and it's completely unrelated. I don't know, man. That wouldn't change his answer. That doesn't change his answer of why he believed it. Why I believed it because of that. So I looked further. This isn't relevant to the outcome.
To argue that, I'm just going to let people. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
even
if
it is,
what
fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences when
Mr. Mike says they're not in court, Nick. It's a fucking debate. It isn't a debate because Candace literally is wrong on everything she's talking about. Facts, procedure, the legal process, scientific processes. She's wrong. She's wrong about the facts that she uses to make her determinations. She misrepresented here what even happened just while we're watching. Question is, why did you, at the stage of investigation that they're talking about, believe that this is the same person and the same shoes? Does that mean it's the same person? No, that's also not the claim.
Whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
I never, that never happened.
When he says you, he doesn't mean you dumb bitch. God, she's so fucking stupid. It's maddening.
Just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is
Says you can't do
logical
that. He's not
inferences
talking
that
to
have
you.
that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on a totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists
Wait a
the
minute.
reason.
Candace has been all over Andrew for interrupting her and not letting her finish a sentence. She didn't let him finish a sentence there. Notice the difference in how they respond to that. He actually deferred to her and let her talk, which might have been a mistake. It's a mistake for internet debate world. Internet debate, he should have said, shut up, you dumb bitch. I'm not done yet. Put on a leash and sit in Hassan's electric chair.
That he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
She has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see
Fantastic.
it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go?
By the way, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson is the job of the investigator. That is the job of the investigator. They believe this, they gather the facts, and then they present it to a prosecutor whose job it is to prove it. An investigator saying, we believe this, is the investigator's job. That's their standard.
Oh, as a fact, you wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson.
No, they have some idea that it might be Tyler Robinson. In fact, they believe it is.
Fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera. The fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA.
No, the fact is it's a standard white boy with brown hair that they believe to be Tyler Robinson based on all of the circumstances that they're observing in their investigation.
On the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, who cares what he tweeted? Again, you did tweet it. Someone screamed at Andrew to provide it right now. You tell me right now. He's like, here's a list of things. You did tweet that. Yeah, so? He's not prosecuting the case. He doesn't have access to all of the evidence. You asked him why he believes a thing. He's like, here you go. Here's his thing. Who cares? That's irrelevant to any of this.
Just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your own
did I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like,
what is the point? Again, you said it. No, I didn't. Move on. Move on. Anybody can go back and rewind it. Nobody fucking cares. She is trying to, whether she said it or not, I don't even know. I don't care. Whether she said it or not, she is trying to hold him to that tweet for no discernible reason right now. He could believe at that time that there was overwhelming evidence based on that tweet. Since that tweet, though, there's other stuff that's come up that he's learned. His position is still, he believes there's overwhelming evidence now. He's not held to that. He hasn't changed his position. He's learned more, which presumably has reinforced his position. But why is he held to the old position, even though it agrees? He can't add new stuff from that tweet and you're locked into there forever. That's dumb.
Like, we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
But
that-
just say
well,
you
I'm
were
not.
wrong.
I'm
It's
gonna-
cool to just
He's
say I was
not
wrong.
pivoting.
Don't say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny.
No, don't.
That's
This
not an
is a Reddit-
exhaustive list of why I find it.
This is a completely pointless red herring. This isn't this is a debate tactic that's rhetorical. It's not logical. It's not based in reason. It's based in the persuasive nature. Andrew is now, for some reason, defending this tweet. He doesn't need to. He's not being asked to answer for that tweet, except by Candace right now, but that's not the debate. The debate is he believes there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is a shooter. What he believed a month ago is irrelevant to that now. Why does he believe it now? Now is when it matters. Ask him what his list is now.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And
Who
on top
cares
of
that he said
no,
it? That's
you
a red
didn't.
herring.
You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to
wasn't
the
gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your
Why
health.
are
I'm
you
just
in-
saying that.
why are
I
you
just said you
interrupting
tweeted this.
him?
You said, no, I didn't. We got to fact check.
Interruption.
And now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was
She brought the Twitter thing. Who cares about the tweet? It's irrelevant to now. There's nothing that locks him into that tweet. That tweet was made before the debate was even considered. Who cares?
like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your
That's
debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened.
He should stop entertaining this. I told you, I'm going to, my default position more aligns with Andrew Wilson, but I don't care about Andrew Wilson's performance in this debate. I don't need him to win or lose because I told you, neither of these two dummies are correct. I'm correct. I am correct. And that's all that matters to me. I don't care if you even believe me. You can be incorrect all day. Andrew Wilson's performance here is bad, not in a way that damages his position. It's just a waste of time. He's losing a rhetorical fight over something irrelevant. And this is, I'm not saying he's egotistical, although I think there's evidence to that, but who cares? This is ego driven. It's a pitfall of public debates, right? He's defending this tweet for no reason. He doesn't need to defend it. So yeah, I said it at the time. We're not talking about that. We're talking about now. I believe it now, still, even more so. A whole bunch of other stuff. I said that. I said that at the time. Well, why'd you say it at the time? Because that's what I believed. Who cares? Let's move on. That's it. Stop defending it. You don't have to fight for it. You could even say, you know what? I'll grant it to you. I was wrong then. I said overwhelming evidence. Maybe it wasn't overwhelming. Now it is. Now I know more. Who cares?
In that exchange, I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something.
Who cares? This is irrelevant also. This isn't his position. Why is he saying, I'm not seeing evidence of other things? The question is, do you see his sole job, and he could have done it. I don't think he did it. I don't think he prepared in the right way for this debate. His sole job is to show what he believes to be overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. That's all he's got to do. Fact, 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 fact. Stop worrying about what other people believed about other facts and rules and stuff like that. Why do you believe there's overwhelming evidence? And you have to draw from the facts presented at the hearing because that's the scope of what you talked about. They overwhelming evidence that he's a shooter, and then in brackets from the preliminary hearing because that's the context. In my opinion, that's actually more narrow than what he said, but I think it's a fair hold. All he had to do was bring a list of facts the state presented and say, here we go. That should have been his position in the debate. And then cross-examination of her on her stuff. She's going to cross him on his stuff. But that's all he had to do. He's defending a bunch of useless shit here.
Otherwise than what the state is presenting is evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right?
enough.
I feel like
I think that's fair. You don't think Patrick Bet David, anybody who ever fucking tells me to watch Patrick Bet David ever again, I won't. He's a fucking moron. What a useless husk he is here. Not because of his moderation. I don't care about his moderation. I don't even know what his purpose is. He's completely worthless. He sounds fucking dumb. Why is he, what's his, don't ever tell me to watch it. People have told me, you should watch his content. You should talk to him or whatever. No. I only talk to better looking people than him who are useful in any way. He's not. Look at him sitting there. Look at how he looks. Downcast. What's he even looking at? Is there a cat? I had a problem with cats in my ceiling, but does he have cats on the floor? What the fuck?
That's fair.
But not exhaustive, just so you know.
I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even
ahead.
though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay.
No. Which is the wrong question. How did you come to that inference? How did you draw that inference out of that fact? That fact does not support an inference of what you said without other facts. Although even I can't fathom the fact that degradation on DNA deposited on a gun has anything related to being a patsy, because those two things are just two things that might happen in the same scenario. They're unrelated. Degradation of DNA is unrelated to the status of someone being a patsy, period.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you, because for some reason you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then
You're asking him why he believes that it's Tyler Robinson. And he says, well, when you see Tyler Robinson in the staircase, why are you calling him Tyler Robinson? He's trying to tell you. When he says, when you see Tyler Robinson, what he's saying is, when we see the thing that I ultimately believe to be Tyler Robinson, it's based on all this other evidence, which is how he started. She's too dumb to follow. She's not even doing this strategically. She doesn't understand cause and effect. And we know she doesn't, because for 35 years, she did not know that the effect of thunder was caused by lightning, despite presumably encountering both of those phenomena linked together temporally and proximally her entire life. She did not know. She had no idea. She may have a brain deficiency, like not even a slam here. I'm not insulting her. She may have something that prevents her from understanding cause and effect. There are people like this. They do not have the ability to reason one fact to the next when they're related. So then, if they can't do that, then you can't expect them to have any reasoning between their inferences, because they're not inferences. Their brain can't make them. That's not an insult. That might just be true about Candace. I'm not saying it is. I don't see evidence of that, but it's possible. It's possible. I just don't want to. I don't want to make fun of the disabled too
we
much.
just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus.
He
Said
did.
it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I
Mr. Mike says the state's entire narrative might have happened. Then again, maybe not. There's always a maybe not. You know what? Even in proof beyond a reasonable doubt, there's a maybe not. The existence or non-existence of doubt does not automatically make something happen or not happen. We just take beyond any reasonable doubt. People are convicted beyond a reasonable doubt and exonerated years later on DNA evidence, for example. These things are not related. You have to learn what terms mean. The existence of reasonable doubt says, if there's reasonable doubt, we can't put someone in jail. That doesn't mean they did it or not. Either way, if it's beyond a reasonable doubt, doesn't mean they did it or not. It just says we've exhausted all reasonable avenues to say it didn't happen. So we're going to assume that it did happen. They don't know. You never know.
Really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
I don't. I think
And by the way,
did happen.
Twiggs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me
some
on the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
Mistake by Andrew. Lance Twiggs did not say he had a tiny bit of doubt. He said it sure looks like him. That's what he said. Don't add this other superfluous stuff. When you say he had a tiny bit of doubt, there's nothing to say that he had doubt. He just said it sure looks like him. We got to take him at his word because we don't know exactly what his word means. Now, you can reasonably believe that that's a doubtful statement. That's fine. That's the jury's job to believe or disbelieve the statement, whatever. I assume we'll get some testimony on it at trial. But for the purposes of now, all we know is what he said. He did not say he had a little bit of doubt. Don't do that. Don't add shit. Just say what he said. Sure looks like him. That's all you need to know. It sure looks like him. Sure, by the way, sure implies that he didn't have doubt. Just because he said something in a timid way doesn't mean anything. People talk differently. We don't know enough about how Lance Twiggs talks to determine what he meant. But the word sure means surety, the absence of doubt. The insurance against the idea of doubt. So don't say he said he had a little bit of doubt. He didn't say that. He said, sure looks like him. Sure looks like him. So we take him at his word for now, and then defense will get to cross him at trial. We might find new info. And you know what? On second thought, I don't believe that's him. Okay, good. Let's resolve that. But we don't have any info to believe that might happen. D called the way. Says the father thought it was him in the video images. I'm going to say it's him. And again, why do you believe it's him? Well, these things. That's what Andrew's starting to, but she's trying to pick apart each point, even though he said it's a collective whole of all of these things. She won't let him list all the things. He's dumb for entertaining each argument. Right-wing extremists, what's crazy is how much this parallels the JFK stuff, down to a bullet wouldn't act like that, and no one shot from there would react like that. Those statements are often based just on misunderstandings of how things happen. They're also irrelevant. They don't matter. A bullet wouldn't act like that. Who cares what a bullet would or wouldn't do? Here's what a bullet did. We believe this to be true based on these things. Well, a bullet wouldn't do that. Okay, but so? A man wouldn't walk on the moon. Well, we have a bunch of evidence to suggest he did because Stanley Kubrick fabricated it.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on.
ahead. You're
Hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multiple.
How does Candace use her stating her belief based on a dream and applying that to Andrew Wilson, who did not state that? She stated it. Patrick Bet David looks at her and chuckles. That could have been a self-deprecating joke, but it wasn't. She doesn't understand how to do that either.
Dudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the or
He
texting.
didn't tweet it.
Texting that
it was in Discord. In Discord, he said, "You can see me in the surveillance footage from UVU." So that's me.
It's me in the staircase. I think that
That's me
I
in
didn't
the
say that.
staircase.
I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's
He said the surveillance footage. That's me. Look at the surveillance footage from UVU.
what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says
It's
is
in
I'm
the
not
state's
100%.
probable cause motion.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity,
Mhm.
he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If
Mhm.
his boyfriend is
Not converses. Converses is a verb. Jack converses with other people. He wears Converse. He doesn't wear Converses. Dumber than rocks.
not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you about Lance's statement.
Then let him explain. Every single thing he brings up, you start picking apart. But it's comprehensive and holistic as he started. You got to let him list out his comprehensive thing. He may not do a good job of it. We'll never fucking find out.
Would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial.
That's not true. That's not true. Leading a witness is permitted in tons of contexts, even on direct, when it is useful to develop a narrative that is not in dispute in a timely manner for the purposes of foundation. Leading questions not only are allowed, they are encouraged. Learn the rules, you dumb bitch. And the defense will have the opportunity to object to leading questions, in which case the prosecution will say, all right, cool. Tell me what you did that day. And it'll take 20 times longer to establish something that isn't in dispute. But they'll do it. That testimony wouldn't be in. No, but there is other testimony that we can reasonably infer that prosecution will be able to elicit under the rules of trial, which they're not under at this point. But even so, not every question is leading, and leading questions are not automatically excluded.
And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
that happens.
She won't know what use immunity means. Tiny Dottore says, sorry, but Andrew's getting mogged here. I mean, I'll disagree. I don't know exactly what you mean by mogged. It has some multiple definitions that we could apply. And in some of them, I might agree, but not in any meaningful way. But it also doesn't matter because Andrew isn't particularly adept on this subject. But he doesn't have to be. The premise is, I believe the premise as he set up, which I think is the wrong setup, but they allowed it. So that's the rule. His rule is, I am convinced. Overwhelming evidence for him. What he's saying, he said is, I am convinced. She should have fought him on that. She should have said, that's not overwhelming evidence. You could be unreasonably convinced by anything. Why do I value what you say is overwhelming evidence? You're saying there is overwhelming evidence, not I saw overwhelming evidence, therefore I believe. Like, that's not the same thing. And I think that was a mistake by her. She should have pushed back. And I think that would have been reasonable. And I think that he should have been held to a higher standard. But you made a mistake when you set it up. Dark Schwartz Rising says, is that related to treating a witness as hostile? Leading questions can be used on hostile witnesses. Treating a witness as hostile is like, that's a misunderstanding of the term based on TV. Your Honor, I'd like to treat this as a hostile witness. No, you can ask the court to make a determination that a witness is hostile. Hostile is probably the wrong word. In hindsight, they should have said, Your Honor, I would like to treat this witness as adversarial, which doesn't imply hostility. Hostility in the terms of a hostile witness, which is a term of art, just means adverse to you. So because the witness is adverse and not cooperating on disclosing facts that you are trying to elicit, you then ask the court if, due to the evasiveness of someone, and the court doesn't have to say yes to this, but due to the evasiveness of someone, you would like to treat the witness as hostile for the purposes of allowing leading questions. Because the state has to get witnesses on the stand to answer questions to lay a factual foundation. It is the obligation of the witness to testify truthfully. Okay, so these are complementary things that are happening. Let's say the person just decides, I don't want to do that. They're required to answer truthfully under oath. They could say, I don't recall. That might not be truthful. They're required to truthfully recall. Not everybody does this. We're talking about requirements, okay? They're required to truthfully recall. Because if they say, I don't recall, but that's a lie, and they've technically perjured themselves. They're not going to get charged. Don't get into that. Doesn't matter. So the expectation is they will testify truthfully to what they do know. If they're being evasive and just saying, what'd you do that day? Oh, nothing. What'd you see that day? Some people. You get enough of that, and there's no purpose in having the witness. It's frustrating the court's intention and time. So the judge says, the judge makes a determination that the witness is adversarial, is a better word for it. And then you can lead them through, and they have to answer yes or no to the facts. That's all that means. I think people misunderstand that. But no, this isn't related to that at all.
By the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they.
Use immunity for Lance is simple. It's really simple. Lance, after the fact of the murder, maybe before the fact, I don't know that evidence has been developed of this, but it probably does exist in some capacity. Like he lent him the Dremel, for example. Okay, well, that's an affirmative act in furtherance of a conspiracy if the other parts of a conspiracy are shown, like knowledge of the conspiracy, acceptance of the conspiracy, an agreement to participate in the conspiracy, and then the affirmative act. That could lead to conspiracy to commit murder. Lance could also be charged with accessory after the fact due to the alleged destruction of a note and potentially other evidence, maybe the deleting of something or not, whatever. So he has use immunity surrounding those things because if he testifies truthfully to what happened I think I might be wrong in this, but I think there's testimony that he did burn the note. He testified to the contents of the note, but he testified that he burned the note. That's an act in furtherance of covering up a crime. So that's conspiracy to obstruct justice, for one thing. And it's also an act in furtherance of the original crime, and he could be charged as an accessory. So his use immunity is granted for the purposes of inoculating him from making statements that would implicate him because the state has found it valuable to do so. Nobody says he's not involved. Use immunity implies that he probably is involved, at least to some extent. That doesn't mean that he was assistive in the murder. It means that there's a risk of him being charged and convicted of those things, even if he didn't truthfully know the murder was happening. The state might be able to make a case that could frustrate his life. Use immunity is a grant under specific rules with specific conditions that allows more candor before the court to determine a fact that is more important to the state than whatever might happen from the testimony. That's it. But yeah, we can infer he has some level of culpable involvement somewhere. It does not mean he helped him murder Charlie Kirk or wanted to. It might mean that he did. It also might mean, and we have evidence of this, that after the murder, he assisted in Tyler Robinson's brief attempt to cover it up to some degree. What he did, if he burned the note, like Tyler Robinson asked him to do, that is evidence of a conspiracy to obstruct justice, period. That's it. Evidence of conspiracy to obstruct justice at that point. He could be charged with it based on that, and they could investigate it fuller. It's not really worth it for the state to do that. They want to get the guy who killed Charlie Kirk, not the guy who might have been involved in a futile attempt to cover it up.
interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Because this is under the rule 1102B8 that you pointed out earlier. You brought the rule in. You didn't have to, but if you're going to bring it in, we're going to hold you to it. Under the rule, verbatim recordings made under oath are permissible. The judge may, this is permissive, the judge may require the state to call the witness to corroborate the testimony, but it is not required. It is not required of the state to do so, because the administration of the oath in the recording by an officer of the state, in this case, the state prosecutor, that administration of the oath puts it under the rule and obviates the need for him to come in and testify about the circumstances, because we know the circumstances. They're on the recording. The recording is made knowingly. It's made intelligibly. It's made with the understanding that it is under oath for the purposes of this hearing. It fits all of the things of the rule. All of it. Lance Twiggs wants to live somewhere else. Okay, well, we need you here for this trial. Okay, well, I promised to come back. Like, okay, can you provide a recorded statement under oath about what happened? And then if this goes to trial, we'll call you in for that. But we won't call you in for the preliminary hearing because of what you say here. Yeah. Done. That's under the rule. That's not a violation of anyone's constitutional rights, because Tyler Robinson's constitutional rights will be fulfilled at trial, where the video will not be permissible. Lance will get to be cross-examined then. However, there's an additional caveat here. The defense has a meaningful opportunity. They haven't taken it. They have a meaningful opportunity to produce a similar recorded statement by Lance. They could have done this earlier, but they didn't. And they shouldn't. They shouldn't do that, but they could have. Candace doesn't understand that this is also part of the rule, that the defense, if they have a meaningful opportunity for cross-examination and waive it, it is not hearsay at that point. We don't need to get into that argument, because this is reliable hearsay under the rule. It's not a violation of the constitutional rights. The defense's assertion that this violates the Constitution is only if at some future point the Supreme Court of Utah or the United States strikes down reliable hearsay at probable cause. And then we say, okay, well, this whole thing was based on reliable hearsay from blah, 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 blah. Now it's our underlying foundation. Now we can challenge it. They have preserved the matter for a future that may never manifest, but they've done their job to do so. That doesn't mean I agree with this. I agree with the defense. Okay, you agree with a knowingly incorrect party who's just doing their job of preservation. They know they're wrong, but it's their job to make this, to preserve his appeal.
But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay.
You don't understand 1102. It's not all hearsay. She doesn't understand.
But to allow it in that way, for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get any trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything.
No, he can't. This is wrong. His use immunity is predicated and solely relies on honest testimony. That does not conflict with his under oath prior statements. If he gets up there and lies about anything, he will lose his use immunity immediately. It would be a breach of his agreement with the state. She's wrong. She does not understand anything. If he does that, he loses his immunity. Gone. Game over.
And he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given.
He would get in trouble. The use immunity is predicated on future performance. If the future performance doesn't manifest, the use immunity is void from the beginning, not void when he doesn't do it. It's void all the way back. He's fully open. This is a murder trial. He could be charged with murder. If he lies on the stand and it's inconsistent with his prior under oath testimony, he loses use immunity and is almost guaranteed charged with murder, even if If it was 30 years down the road, it'd be the same thing because there's no time limit on it.
Given to him in April, I believe April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity.
Whether it's compelling to you or not is irrelevant. Does it fall under the rule? Yes. Do we have any reason to disbelieve it? No. In fact, the use immunity gives us more reason to believe it. Because untruthful testimony voids the immunity. Dark Schwartz Rising, member for 14 months. That's a pretty big member. Wow. She'll regret that one.
To give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have.
Who cares if he did say that? I'm not really sure. He wears jeans and stuff. So what? What does that quote have to do with anything? This is the part where she never does. She's like, he said this. Okay, what does that tell you? Andrew tried to get it earlier. What does that lead you to? She doesn't know. I'm more and more convinced that she literally does not know cause and effect. Her brain cannot process those things, which is that's a real learning disability.
Rule 801, Tyler's messages that says it's not hearsay, but first go to.
No, don't use Rule 801. We're not at trial. Rule 801 doesn't matter, but he's saying Tyler's messages aren't hearsay. True. Tyler's messages are not hearsay because the declarant is the adverse party and the statements are against interests and brought by the opponent, which is the state. That doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter at this point. It makes them not hearsay. Great. But what are we talking about here? Why are we talking about that? Admissibility at trial will be determined at trial. We're not there.
What Candace is asking about, Skylar, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me.
It was, oh yeah.
Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you.
That's what Andrew said. He paraphrased it, but that's what he said. Yes, she didn't believe that happened. That's one of the most important pieces of evidence. It's one of the admissions. It was me. The me, to be fair, and they could cross-examine Tyler on this if they wanted to, the me isn't in the text. That's responding to someone else's messages. That wasn't you. It was. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Says there, that one's not in brackets, but the first one doesn't say me, but we can understand that that's what he means. And in context, which would be shown at trial, in context, that would be addressed by showing the whole conversation.
It's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay, I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
okay,
actually, liar. You said he didn't say that. That was the first thing you said. He didn't say that. That's not in those messages. He said it is. It's like, I want a fact check on that. He didn't say that. He did. She did say he was wrong. Who cares, though?
Trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler mess.
These people are bringing up rules of evidence. They don't understand the rules of evidence. But there's also case law around this. Rules of evidence almost always need additional explanation for a layperson. They're written in clear statements and they get challenged in court. And if they get challenged in a specific case, then you have to go into why. But the rules exist as they do and are presumptively constitutional until you make an argument that they're not. But these two aren't going to make that argument.
So just saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well.
801 is the definition of what is
There you
hearsay. It includes what isn't hearsay.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought you
that
said
are
the
not
messages.
hearsay.
So there are two things about hearsay. There are exceptions to the hearsay rule. Those are exceptions. These are hearsay, but they're not excluded under these exceptions. And then there are statements that are not hearsay. That's not about exclusion or inclusion. These are not hearsay by definition. And it is a declarant witness's prior statement, blah, 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 an opposing party's statement. The statement is offered against the opposing party and it's this first one, was made by the party in an individual or representative capacity. Tyler said the statement. He said the statement. It's made by him. It's offered against him by the state. Admissible. It's not an exception to the hearsay rule. It is exception to hearsay. It is not hearsay at all. This is very important because if you say this is hearsay, but they're going to let it in under the rule, that's wrong. That's not true.
A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten or is...
Prior inconsistent statements aren't the point. Skip that and go to D2 that you have highlighted. That's the one that matters. These people shouldn't be talking about this. They don't understand the rules.
Consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his...
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party...
No. Lance isn't at issue here. These are Tyler's statements. Lance's statement, Lance isn't an opposing party. Lance isn't a party. I mean, he might be a party, you know what I mean? But he's not a party to the case. She doesn't understand anything.
Giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. Mm-hmm. So that is why his video...
The questions being asked are asked in an assistive capacity to elicit the statement. They don't need to be cross-examined. Lance could have just said, I make this statement under oath. And the attorney could have not asked anything, and he could have just said whatever he wanted to say. He could have just babbled on. The attorney asked questions to assist in the production of relevant, concise, helpful testimony with appropriate foundation. That's it. That's the purpose. At that type of pre-recorded statement for the purposes of a preliminary hearing. That's it. It could have been written down. It didn't even have to be recorded by video. It could have been recorded on a piece of paper or a cassette tape. It doesn't matter.
Testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is...
It does not mean his testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. It means that that video might not be admissible at the main trial. However, there's a rule, 804, unavailable witness. And an unavailable witness could just be someone who doesn't respond to a subpoena. That could be unavailable. Or someone who died, or someone who leaves the country, or someone who goes to war. Who knows? For whatever reason, the declarant's unavailable. And then they have a list of exceptions. Some testimony, probably not all, some testimony from that video may fall into that exception, but we don't need to do that because presumptively Lance is going to live and show up and testify in court. That's a reasonable assumption.
This entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to...
The hearing is not under 1102 any more than it's under 1101, 1103, 1104. All of the rules of preliminary hearings apply in this hearing because it's a preliminary hearing. She doesn't understand. It doesn't make everything in this hearing not admissible at trial. She's retarded.
Just use hearsay. And
no,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, and that's I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
Right? Scientific. What does quite scientific mean? These are just words. They don't mean anything if you don't understand them. Well, this is quite scientific. Oh, I guess it's better than not quite scientific. What does that have to do with anything? Federal Rule 403, 404. Federal rules of criminal procedure don't apply in this case. What are we talking about? Why are you talking about federal rules? What are you talking about?
No, I'm not back.
Rule 404, I believe, is it's a standard evidence rule on relevance. So she's like, Federal Rule 404. Well, there's a model ABA rule that's adopted at the federal level with some minor tweaks, and then every state has adopted the model ABA rules with some minor tweaks here and there. 404 is, I believe, relevance in every state.
Tracking it all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
No, it wasn't. You should dispute it. It wasn't done under 1102 in any particular capacity. Every preliminary hearing in every Utah criminal case to determine probable cause is done under 1102 because the rule applies to preliminary hearings, period. Even if they don't use reliable hearsay, it's still done under the rule. That doesn't mean anything.
Dispute is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
How many times
That's not actually true.
did you? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 11.
Yeah, the defense objecting at every point doesn't mean the defense was overruled on every one of those objections. The defense was overruled on every objection. Whether they're right or wrong doesn't matter.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard. And I agree.
Hard evidence isn't real. It isn't real. Hard evidence isn't a thing, and no one made a claim, where is your hard evidence? Except you, but that word is meaningless. Hard is meaningless. Soft is okay.
Agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing. And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into.
No, not all of those things are not going to be allowed. Nuh-uh. That's not at all what it means.
Witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's
did you write this statement doesn't make the statement hearsay because now they're subject to cross-examination. That's not hearsay. That's direct testimony.
Overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations.
Because that happens does not mean it's the overwhelming majority. And also, again, this is a specific admissibility rule for probable cause hearings that still has to produce reliable belief, which has to go to the underlying admissibility. She's confusing judicial economy for inadmissibility. She's dumb.
We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay. Under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Ross.
And to be fair, criticize Andrew. No, he's wrong. A lot of that stuff based on what we just read. No, based on what you just read, the only things that are not hearsay based on what you just read are Tyler Robinson's messages and only that. Tyler Robinson's messages, any alleged statements that someone says he said, those are all admissible because they're not hearsay, but that's it. Doesn't apply to Lance Twiggs. Lance Twiggs is under a different exception, but his statements are hearsay in the manner they're presented now. But we can reliably believe that he is reasonably believe that he's going to in person present this testimony.
Robinson, okay, his boyfriend is not 100%. It was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming.
He wasn't asked to be 100%. He said that sure does look like him. Who cares?
Evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you
convincing.
can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that?
By the way, she's wrong here too. Them two white guys, actually one white guy twice, but whatever. Two images, wearing the same shoes, that leads to the conclusion, it's not fully there, but it leads to the conclusion that they might be the same person. The existence of another white guy wearing the same shoes on campus that day is irrelevant to that question. That doesn't mean anything. One leads to the other two are coexisting. She doesn't know.
What overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me.
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also wear, like, that's just
But
crazy
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right?
Who cares?
What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that I
that's
find
not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited.
But he's not required to. This is irrelevant. She doesn't know. Again, this all comes, I'm more and more convinced. Does it, Jamie, can you look at, I don't have a Jamie. Can somebody look up what learning disability prevents someone from understanding cause and effect? It's got to be one in the Dick Sucking Manual 5 or whatever. It's got to be there. I'm more and more convinced that she has it. SF, aka SF, 8 months in membership says, is there a trial date set yet? No. We don't know. The judge has not ruled on if this will go to trial. I strongly believe this will go to trial on all issues. But maybe not. We'll see.
Now to 240 characters anymore.
Wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly
wanted
over
it.
and over and
So?
over again
Who
is what
cares?
informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that?
By the way, because she's clinically incapable of talking directly, she just defeated her own argument by adding the word most. What do you find most overwhelming? That precludes an exhaustive list because the word most, he says, well, here's the things that I find most overwhelming. That doesn't mean all of the things you find overwhelming, just the things that you find most overwhelming. She just defeated her own argument like a fucking retard.
That particular day of the hearing that I was responding to.
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what
do
I
you?
was saying,
Okay,
yes.
go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break?
Do we want to do a quick ad break?
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
Oh,
Sounds a
great.
good idea.
That'll be
Folks, we're going to take a
insightful.
quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5
Those could have been
minutes. Thank you.
faked.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small.
Very touched by the ideas.
What there goes 10,000 services working.
That's why.
Those could have been faked. Were they faked? Do you have any evidence of it? I don't understand what evidence is.
Support. Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI, for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent. They're watching.
40 IQ
Support
Cro-Magnon
Andrew Wilson.
genius
That's
here.
your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family.
250,000 people.
And if you're watching it on PVD
three
Podcast,
uneducated
do the same there as well.
people
This
for
allows
no
us to have
reason.
more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it.
Quick
this
stop,
is free
Dante.
for all.
I've
This
never
is what's best for
smoked
the
a
audience.
cigarette
That's why
in
we
my
like
life.
freedom
I
of
have
speech.
smoked
Having
cigars,
said that,
though.
let's go
I don't
back
like the
into the
film
text
they leave in my
conversation
mouth
we're
'cause
having,
I'm a
right?
pussy.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Lady
Okay,
Tammy says,
that
according to
sounds fair.
Google, it's called a nonverbal learning
Okay,
disability.
so yeah, I used basically three
Thank you, Lady
pillars for
Tammy.
the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on...
What's a probative hearing? It's just making up phrases. Probative value is evidence makes a fact more or less likely to be true. This isn't a probative hearing. This is a probable cause hearing or a preliminary hearing on probable cause. Let's talk about what a probative hearing is. Why? It's not a real thing.
They're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to.
This is not true. This is not true. The state bears the burden of showing probable cause. The defense can present evidence and does not have to solely respond to what the state is doing. Although that's a good strategy because the state has the burden, so addressing the burden is the relevant thing to do. But the defense can enter evidence, assuming the evidence follows the rules of admissibility at a pretrial hearing. In fact, the defense can enter evidence under Rule 1102, just like the state. They're under the same rules. There's no rule that says only the state can do this. The defense can do it too. The defense can make arguments and introduce evidence based on reliable hearsay or any other rule of evidence that exists. The defense can do that. Absolutely. And on cross-examination, they can lay foundation and introduce evidence if they believe it will attack the reasonable believability of any piece of evidence. And they should. If they have that, they should, because it might win the case. Any one element out of all the elements of each crime that the state brought, if they defeat any one element of any crime, that charge must be dismissed by the judge. Must be under law, and it's appealable if they don't. So yeah, if they have any evidence that any of this is wrong, they need to present it. And they can. She's lying. Again, probably not. She's probably just wrong, but she is incorrect. Nazer says she's more slippery than Diddy at a freak-off party. She's not slippery. Slippery implies a conniving and intentional obfuscation or evasion. She's not. She doesn't know how to do that. She literally is just incorrect.
Then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those.
They asked for an extension because they needed more time to review the evidence submitted to them by the state, which the defense lied and said that the state had not given them all of the evidence for the preliminary hearing. That wasn't true. Now, I say the defense lied. The defense was incorrect. And the prosecutor said, we actually sent that in an email with other stuff on this date. They probably just missed it. And the prosecutor also said, look, if they need more time to review the evidence, we're not opposed to it. Just say so. There's a lot of evidence in this case. We have no reason not to do that. So it was granted. This is not a big deal.
Filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted.
Their extension was granted. What are you talking about? The preliminary hearing should have happened months earlier. They got their extension. She's literally wrong about everything.
Because they did not receive discovery on their text
They
messages.
did.
That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons
They
why they wanted
did.
to
They
have
were
an extension,
wrong.
but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like.
Yes, you are allowed to. What are you talking about? Who would disallow you from having an intuition? What are you talking about?
Above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson, he wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember saying. Yeah.
This is again specious. Tyler Robinson believed that if he was able to go and retrieve his gun, that he would have, quote, left no evidence behind. Later, he discovered that they had surveillance photos of him and he wasn't able to get his gun. So he turned himself in, anticipating being arrested. That is not a confession. That actually can't really be used against him because he had a reasonable basis to turn himself in, even if he's not guilty, because he did not want a loud, noisy arrest. You can negotiate a voluntary submission, acknowledging that they are planning to arrest you. You can say, you don't need to do that. I promise to come in at this time. And the cops can agree. Yeah, we'll hold off. Just come on in. We'll take care of everything. No big deal. That's not an admission of anything. That can't be used against him. They can't say you came into the police. He has a reasonable basis to do it. It can't be attributed to the criminal act or the belief in a criminal act. So there's nothing fishy about it at all. She doesn't understand cause and effect. She doesn't understand the temporal relation of when events happen. The texts about believing that he would leave no evidence behind are before they had put out a suspicious persons report saying, who is this? Help us find this guy. People start texting him, say, hey, your picture's on TV, bro. And he goes, fuck, I guess I'm caught. He says to Lance, I thought I would take this to my grave. I thought no one would find out. But then he realizes they did. All of these messages make perfect sense unless you're too retarded to understand when they happen, and or you willingly disregard their relation to what is going on, which again, this is the tool of conspiracy theory. You have to just ignore every other piece of evidence and examine everything in isolation. Then you can doubt anything. Lisa Franceschi says, I'm blocking any and all topics of Candace Owens and her mentally ill followers on X. What's up, Lisa? By the way, always great to see your smiling face. Thanks for being here. That's probably good for your mental health.
And that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note.
By the way, that's also, this is also a dumb statement by her. People often, at an almost unbelievable amount, do text message admissions to other people. They do it all the time. She's like, people don't do this. No, people do this. They do it constantly. People are constantly found guilty based on admissions and text messages over and over and over and over again. It happens every minute of the day. And prosecutors are just waiting to find it because it's basically a silver bullet prosecution when they have that. Her saying that people don't do that is a willing denial of obvious reality. People do it constantly
and burn this and get rid of the evidence, but don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get.
He's writing like a 1700s novelist. What are you talking about? His text messages are cringy faggot messages. Like, I know I've sent a whole slew of cringy faggot messages. That's my specialty. I'm an expert. Yeah, I'm really sorry, my love. I was hoping to carry this to my grave. I'm going to miss you the most. Oh, wow. As 1700 novelists. What are you talking about?
The 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
everything's way over your head. If you bury it in the sand intentionally, everything goes over it.
Point being is just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid.
Sorry. Okay. Here we go. Just for a second. Hey, Grok. Can you determine if Tyler Robinson's Discord messages look anything like Jane Austen's writing? While it determines that, I'll be right back, and I'll be surprised by the answer with you. Okay, let's see what Gronk says. You know how I knew the answer was what it was going to be? Because I am fully convinced that Candace Owens has never read any words of Jane Austen. Other than maybe on an Instagram post by someone else with a quote. No, Tyler Robinson's reported Discord messages do not resemble Jane Austen's writing in any meaningful way. What a fucking idiot. Responses like, my doppelganger is trying to get me in trouble, or similar phrasings with mild profanity after friends noted his resemblances to surveillance images. Only if I get a cut when others joked about turning him in for a reward. Like, obviously, this is a dumb statement. Dumb statements are what she does. She has no concept of any, she doesn't have any education, training, or experience in any subject that I can find out, that I can discern. The purple one sent a makeup brush. By the way, all the chats that say makeup brush, those are people watching in vertical and picking an emoji of a makeup brush. That's what that is. Okay, here we go.
Who games and writes catch
Yeah, but do you see
fastest.
how that's intuition?
That is, I am. I just said that. I said, just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine.
Following your intuition doesn't mean that you unreasonably accept your initial intuition as your conclusion to the exclusion of all other data. That's not what that means. Following your intuition says something about this makes me want to look into it for whatever reason or disbelieve it. That's fine. Then you should follow it, I guess, whatever that means to you. But when you come up with a different answer, you shouldn't disregard the other answer. Your intuition is an intuition. Something about this is you don't even know if your intuition is you thinking something isn't right or doesn't sound right. You just know that your intuition is triggered. Most people cannot articulate what they're thinking in that way. Dark Schwartz Rising says, I just farted and Grok said it sounded a bit more like Jane Austen than Candace. That's fair. Purple one, makeup brush. Judge Maddie, makeup brush. Purple one just said, no, makeup brush again. I thought you said makeup brush. Yeah. So thanks for the makeup brushes. I appreciate them. Okay, back to this.
It's running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it. I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute.
I believe in intuition. Good for you. There's nothing to believe in. Intuition is a noun describing a phenomenon. It doesn't require your belief or disbelief. You believing in something that exists isn't relevant. I believe in intuition. What does that even mean? I believe my intuition is correct. That's a statement that matters. I believe my intuition is valuable. I believe individuals' intuition should be explored. Okay, these are all cool statements. Not a problem with them. I believe in intuition. Who cares? Whether you believe in it or not doesn't include or preclude its existence. What are we talking about?
At least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine,
I don't
not
believe
trusting
in
the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science.
You fucking thief. This motherfucker. I know he stole that from me. I know he stole that from me. You stole that. I tweeted that just the other day. I'm pretty sure he liked that tweet. Jamie, did he like that tweet? Yeah, I think. Shut up. I tweeted that the other day. Not getting the vaccine did follow the science, not the messaging. People were saying like, I didn't word it very well, I think. So people were like, no. When they said trust the science, they meant take the vaccine. Like, I know, but I'm turning their phrase against them. It's my fault for being inarticulate. But I'm turning their phrase against them because trusting the science meant you didn't take the vaccine. If you were, most people, there are some limited people that are immunocompromised that may have found more value in the vaccine under the science. I don't know. Didn't apply to me. I'm a somewhat healthy, middle-aged homosexual. I don't need a fucking COVID vaccine. I give the injections.
Competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine.
There was overwhelming evidence that manifested. And it was based on an initial intuition, though, to Candace's credit, it's based on initial intuition from me of distrust of the government pushing a vaccine so hard that I went, wait a minute, well, okay, what's going on here? And then I start researching and I realized like how quick the development window was. It's an experimental, different type of vaccine that isn't really a vaccine in any way. It uses an mRNA spike gene, whatever that means. spike protein, I mean, to deliver information, to change my cellular structure. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. And then, of course, the reports start coming out of myocarditis, increasing like 7,000% in the wake of these vaccinations. It comes, of course, with reports that people who did get COVID at my age were not really susceptible to death. Just kind of, by the way, I did get COVID. It fucking sucked. It was like a week long of just misery, abject misery. Couldn't eat, could barely move. It hurt, felt like a really bad flu, which is exactly what they described. But you know what? I knew I would live through a really bad flu because I'm otherwise healthy. And I was doing a shitload of cocaine at the time, which I don't think I did any cocaine while I was. COVID stopped my cocaine use before the government did. I don't think I could manage to get myself out of bed. And of course, I couldn't resupply because I was so fucking sick. Sanglet says, Nick, where is the vertical stream? It's somewhere on YouTube. If you're scrolling through YouTube Shorts or whatever, it has a chance to give it to you. I don't know how to get to it directly.
Well, no,
and
the
mass and things like
they
this.
kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say
you should thank COVID. Well, I went back to it when COVID left. It was just like an aunt visiting for a week. God, this sucks. No, I'm just kidding. I love my aunts. That was mean.
Trust your intuition. I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is.
She didn't say trust just your intuition. She said trust your intuition. Candace wins on this point. At least with me, because it confirms my bias. Intuition told me I don't want to trust the messaging of the government. Something about this feels off based on what I know about government and the limited things I know about immunology. Everything they were saying sounded wrong. So then I researched it and I confirmed my intuition. I didn't trust my intuition except in the initial decision to research further. That's as far as trusting your intuition should go. My intuition says I need more data. Okay, pursue the data. Done. Nailed it. Rock star. Simple. That doesn't mean that I should only trust my intuition or just trust intuition, and Candace didn't say that.
It's true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
There you go.
That
Good
was
job,
my
Candace.
first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way.
This is the case where you have two opponents who have been clashing over everything, clashing over an agreement because they're assuming the other party must be saying something and maybe they're missing it. So they're trying to dig it out. Oh, they're hesitant to agree because they don't want to concede ground. And so they're like, they're distrustful, not like in any meaningful way, but they've just learned to be wary of the other person's position. Once they found out it was missionary, they'll be fine.
Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like,
Candace Owens, by the way, repeatedly besmirches the messaging of influencers. Candace Owens is one of the biggest influencers on the planet. It's a special pleading. Distrust influencers delivering messages. I'm an influencer and I deliver messages, but you should trust me. Wait, stop with the influencer thing. That's a genetic fallacy. That means I don't trust a thing. A thing is wrong because of who delivered it. Who delivered it being a class of people that she defines as influencer. That doesn't mean anything. That's useless in an argument. It might trigger your intuition and I would generally say you should deeply research anything you hear about from anybody online at all when you have no basis to believe them. Deeply research it if it is research it concomitant to the level of importance that it has, that the outcome has. COVID vaccine, very important to research deeply because it produced death. Maybe some studies have suggested, although they kind of quieted these down a little bit, some studies suggested that maybe the vaccine killed more people than the virus by itself. and the virus absent vaccine.
You could say, I found some
Kinda
parts
like Fed
compelling. I
slop?
think this should go.
Like
I
Fed
found, I
slop?
found, I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the
Yes.
same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well, they're
overwhelmed.
trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, we're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like
Why?
I
How
said,
do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking.
People aren't even good at determining their own motivations and reasoning and like everything that goes into it. I've talked about this before. It's why we don't care, why there are specific rules. We talked about this in the Murdaugh case. Jurors aren't allowed to testify about what made them make their decision because humans literally are incapable of knowing exactly all of the things that made up their mind because our brains are taking in information even subconsciously at such a rate that we can't articulate it. So we don't know what all goes into any decision. Nonverbal communication witnessed at a distance could make a major decision like buying a house or a car happen or not happen. And you might not even be aware that you saw the communication, just something about it rubbed me the wrong way, right? That's intuition, blah, 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 blah. People don't know what influences their intuition or anything else. And so she shouldn't be talking about this either, but she doesn't know better. Bucklebrush Jones says, Candace is not smart, and then sent a video link. I'm not going to play the video link right now.
Aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension.
Okay, I want to address this real quick. I think even if you hate Candace, she fucked Andrew in this debate. This doesn't mean anything. First of all, someone's preference or dispreference for someone is irrelevant to the performance of that person, especially when the preference is not known by the performer. So that's superfluous. She fucked Andrew in this debate. How? Literally, in the first, how far are we in? Hour and a half, which is just over an hour of actual debate. In the first hour of this debate, every point that she made, every single one, every point was incorrect. All of them. It was all based on a misunderstanding of testimony, misunderstanding of the rules, misunderstanding of the law, misunderstanding of the science, misunderstanding of everything. Every point, not most, all of them were incorrect. The only things she said that may have been correct are things that we cannot verify. Claims about her own thoughts, claims about her own beliefs. Those are irrelevant to a debate. So if you want to say she fucked Andrew in the debate, maybe that happens later. But in the first hour, she did nothing of the sort because nothing she said was correct. Every point was incorrect. All of her analysis was wrong, factually wrong, analytically wrong, not subjectively either. It's not like, oh, it could have gone either way and I think she's wrong. She just was wrong, period. She was wrong about facts. She kept talking about 5 contributors. She kept calling it prints. The DNA analysis was about DNA, not prints of any kind, but there weren't 5 contributors. There were 2. She just missed that. She is wrong. She's also wrong about what the DNA analysis means. Not because she interpreted it incorrectly, but because she is literally incorrect about her understanding of the thing. And we know that because she told us what her understanding was, and it's wrong. So it doesn't matter what she says after that. Everything that follows about the DNA degradation is wrong because her understanding is incomplete and wrong. So she can't smoke anybody. Does that mean that Andrew did well in this debate? No, but she necessarily did not win the first hour because everything she argued is wrong. All of it. Now, maybe you judge performance based on who comes across better. That's a subjective analysis of someone's performance as a performer, not of their correctness or usefulness in a debate. That's a different thing. You can think that all day. Who cares? So like You can think that based on appearances. You can think that because she's a woman and you want to lick sniz. I'm not stopping you.
Mention saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said,
I don't think that's what they said. I'm pretty sure that those messages, the pictures of the messages, were taken by Lance Twiggs. Lance Twiggs testified to their authenticity in his under oath recorded statement that was brought in under reliable hearsay. Presumably, Lance Twiggs would confirm those statements at trial while being subject to cross-examination. And he would authenticate the text messages and say they were representative of what he remembers from that day. Now, does that mean that that's the only source of text messages? No, but she just misrepresented what happened because she doesn't know. She doesn't understand. She doesn't know the underlying facts.
I have not.
And by the way, I'm not even an exhaustive, fully versed resource in this. There are other people who know way more about this than I do, like about the factual thing. They may not have the same legal knowledge or whatever, who cares? But they know more about the factual record because they paid more attention to it. I don't need to pay much more attention than I have because I've got the state's case. I know what evidence was presented and why. I know the rules and the basis for it, and I've read the briefs. And I go, okay, this is probably going to be bound over for trial, and we'll have to see what happens at trial. I've not excluded the possibility of the defense raising some reasonable doubt at trial. I don't think they're going to. I'm having trouble seeing where they would, but it's not going to be based on the admissibility of evidence because we can reasonably assume that the prosecution will bring admissible evidence at trial to match probable cause and then additional evidence at trial. Because that's what they're going to do. And if they don't, then he walks. What's the problem here?
Even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said I had me access to my client's phone. She can't tell.
They didn't introduce the contents of Tyler Robinson's phone at the hearing. So she doesn't need discovery on the phone yet. It's not relevant. And Candace, the defense complained about the amount of discovery that they had already gotten. So the prosecution said, you would know this if you were paying attention, in the hearing that you referenced earlier, not the pretrial hearing, but the continuance hearing, they said we've got something like over 700,000 documents or 700,000 terabytes, like some ludicrous amount of information that they have to go through. And they said, we don't have enough. Prosecutors and other parties in civil cases are sometimes accused of overloading discovery at various stages to the purpose where it makes it impossible for the other party to sift through the discovery at a reasonable pace. So the defense said, we've got so much shit coming in. The prosecution said in that hearing, if I remember correctly, and I'm pretty good at this stuff, but I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure prosecution said, Judge, we have more discovery for them, but we don't plan to introduce that yet because that will come in at trial. It's not relevant to this hearing. We will provide them all discovery, but we can hold off on anything that isn't related to what we intend to produce at the preliminary hearing. They did not introduce the contents of Tyler Robinson's phone at the preliminary hearing. They didn't. They don't need it. They have authenticated messages from Lance Twiggs under the rules of preliminary hearing. And those will be admissible under the same concept, assuming Lance Twiggs testifies in person at trial. They don't ever have to introduce the contents of the phone. I think they will do that. And if they have the contents of the phone, they will be duty bound to provide it as potentially exculpatory evidence under the rules. They will have to provide that before trial, a reasonable time before trial. They don't have to do it at probable cause because they didn't introduce it at probable cause. It's not the basis of probable cause. and the evidence that is presented in the way that it was presented will be admitted, assuming Lance Twiggs is in person, which we have every reason to believe. The only reason Lance Twiggs wasn't there in person is because the judge said, I'm not going to bring him in from out of state right now. We'll bring him in later. That's it.
You, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace.
Their discovery request isn't fulfilled. Discovery is not closed. In a criminal case, discovery is permissible so long as the discovery is granted a reasonable time to be reviewed by the other party. Even if it's in the middle of trial, you'll get discovery overnight in the middle of a trial. That is within the rules. It could be a violation if other facts support it, like you've been sitting on it for 10 months and you don't have a good reason why you didn't provide it. Like maybe it was omitted or missed. And you say, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to do that. Here we go. Do they need a continuance? Do they need time to review it? That's all in there. That's all in the rules. You have to show that there was a withholding that was prejudicial. They can't do that.
I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages.
No one has asserted that the messages are not authentic. Maybe he didn't send them. Maybe he did. The evidence right now, because it came from his account and was authenticated by his gay furry boyfriend, evidence right now says it's more likely that they did come from him. Maybe they didn't. Yeah, maybe they didn't. They should investigate it. They have. They have. We'll see the results of their investigation at trial. Their investigation could be, we have this all authenticated. We didn't need to look further. I don't think that's what it's going to be, but it could be that. And they said, we know they came from him because Lance Twiggs says they're from him. Lance Twiggs was in communication with him. We don't have any reason to believe otherwise. But if someone comes up and says, hey, I sent those messages, I hacked Tyler's phone. Oh, okay. Suddenly there's, an allegation that's exculpatory. Sure. Then you investigate it. But until then, they don't have to. They don't have to. But it is likely that they did, even though they don't have to. And they will likely corroborate it with the contents of his phone, which may contain other stuff that wasn't shown by Lance because maybe it was deleted. That's what the Cellbrite extraction or whatever extraction they tend to use. Cellbrite, I don't say Cellbrite like because I think it'll be Cellbrite. I say Cellbrite like Xerox for a photocopy, right? It's just, it might be Cellbrite, it might be something else, but the cell phone extraction that they probably either have done or are doing will be provided as a bolstering. And if there's stuff in there that's exculpatory, the defense will present it. But it's not relevant here yet. They didn't use it. She is incorrect because she doesn't understand.
Could there be someone who logged into his Discord?
Could there be? Sure. There could be. It could have been hacked by a fucking Indian scammer. Open cloth. Who knows? Anything could happen, but not anything did happen. One thing happened. We have evidence to suggest the obvious thing. If you think it was something else, great. But where's your evidence? You can't draw an inference because you go, well, something else could have happened. That's not inferring.
Be someone who logged in to his Apple. George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He's had.
But Tyler isn't married to George. Notice what she's doing here. George, her gay husband, could be sending text messages on her behalf right now. But what's she about to do? She's about to lay out a bunch of reasons that she knows that would allow that to happen. She can't do that for Tyler because Tyler isn't married to George. George doesn't have Tyler's login information. Now, she can think maybe someone else has this for Tyler, but she can't produce evidence of it. That's the difference between speculation and inference and evidence. She doesn't know this.
Every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have.
sow reasonable doubt with common sense. What are you talking about? She just says words. It's all a words. It's a word slop. Completely pointless. If I'm able to, you're not able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, because if you're doing that, Candace, then you are impermissibly tainting a jury in violation of the court order and the rules. That's all you're doing. It's not your job to sow reasonable doubt with common sense. If the defense, and when I think she's talking about if she were the defense attorney, if the defense is able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, you can try. Can you imagine if every defense attorney went before the jury and in closing argument said, well, guys, common sense says that something else could have happened, so you must find my client not guilty. Mic drop. That's what she's saying. Common sense. What does common sense mean? It means sense that is common. She's talking about an uncommon scenario. There isn't really common sense about what a murderer who's a gay furry, maybe political assassin, bought by the Jews, would say to his gay boyfriend. There's nothing common about this situation. It is completely uncommon. And if you go in armed with common sense, well, common sense says people don't talk like this. Common sense says people don't shoot Charlie Kirk. For the overwhelming part of human history, nobody has shot Charlie Kirk. Going back billions of years in the past and on into the future, only one person has shot Charlie Kirk. That's common sense. What are we talking about? So when you talk about the uncommon occurrence of the one person, common sense isn't much help. Most people aren't murderers. Most people have no idea what they would text to someone else in the case of a murder. Some people do because they have. They've done it. Their sense isn't common. It's uncommon.
To address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance.
Tyler Robinson, to do what she's saying, would have to take the stand and say, I didn't do this. That would be a terrible decision for Tyler Robinson. He should not take the stand in his, well, he might take the stand in his own defense to mitigate the death penalty. He's not going to deny writing the text messages because they help him mitigate the death penalty. If he takes a stand, he's going to say he wrote those text messages. I'm going to say, maybe I didn't do it. Maybe. Because the jury's going to go, of course you would say you didn't do it, right? If you're just defending yourself. You defend yourself and you get up and you say the expected thing. Maybe I didn't write those. She's going to talk about how I was in custody. I didn't have my phone. He's not going to say that because it isn't true. This is based on a misunderstanding, and you running with the misunderstanding or the misquote or whatever it is, the misapprehension, and then just assuming that that part's true. The testimony does not line up with her timeline.
My boyfriend was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have.
She has, first of all, logged into my phone, my Apple ID, my iCloud. What, does he have an Apple phone? Does she even know? But even so, the fact that he has a boyfriend and he has an Apple ID does not mean his boyfriend is logged into his Apple ID. You compared it to your spouse of many years, whom you have a child in your stomach with. Now, Tyler Robinson may have lots of Lance's children in his stomach. We don't know, right? Like at any given moment. But she has nothing to say that this even might have occurred. All she's saying is it's possible. Again, lots of things are possible. Trump possibly could have hacked Tyler Robinson and sent the messages. There's no likelihood that this happened. We have nothing to suggest it did.
Capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone.
We know that he has a capability because my husband does it. Those two things aren't related. Lance might be tech illiterate. He might not know how to use anything. We have no information that suggests that he can have access to Tyler's phone. None.
It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying.
Because they don't intend to introduce it at the preliminary hearing. They will have to produce it if they know it. The FBI isn't in charge of the discovery. The prosecutor is. There is, by the way, a really good reason that the FBI might not provide that information even to the prosecutor at that stage. At the time that that's happening, the FBI may, and this is what Candace doesn't understand. This is important, okay? Candace thinks that the FBI not providing corroborating information from Tyler's cell phone to the defense, she thinks that that is evidence that there's a conspiracy. That is actually, she doesn't understand cause and effect, so I'll forgive her for not getting this. That is evidence that the FBI has an open investigation and disclosing the contents of their data might compromise that investigation prematurely. FBI is not the party who has to disclose what they found to the defense. The prosecution is. So if the FBI was refusing to turn over the data to the defense, that similarly means the FBI has not turned it over to the prosecution, because the proper party to give discovery to the defense is the prosecution. If the FBI hasn't provided the information to the prosecution, they don't want that information to be made public to anyone because they have an ongoing investigation into the possibility that there could have been a collaborator, for example. I don't know that this is happening, but the FBI not giving that data to the prosecutor, who then cannot give it to the defense because they don't have it, implies that that FBI has some reason to keep that data private. The most reasonable reason for the FBI to keep that data private is that data contains information that could compromise an ongoing investigation. If the FBI is looking for any possible chain of collaboration or influence from Israel or anybody else, they will not turn over that data until it is absolutely required. They won't. They'll keep the investigation open. They're exploring all the avenues. They're doing what Candace wants. Possibly, dare I say, presumably. That's what's going on. Most likely. Or it's a giant cover-up, even though they know that that data has to come out at some point, and it'll have to come out before trial, and the defense will have access to it. That will happen. What would be the point? What would be the point of the FBI withholding it for the pretrial hearing just to get him charged, only to have it come out at trial that there's a ton of exculpatory evidence in there that will be introduced by the defense? What benefit does that have to anybody? There isn't any. Unless they're waiting for access to kill him, because they could kill Epstein. They can't kill Tyler. He's too good.
My client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that.
Okay. Again, yeah, you can want that. You can want that. Under the rules of evidence, this isn't required in any capacity. But I believe the state will probably produce it because they'll want to be thorough. It will secure beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think there's reasonable doubt at this point. But you say, well, this could have happened. Yeah, I would imagine that they're at trial going to present metadata to confirm where the messages came from. They don't have to do it yet. And it doesn't mean anything that they haven't.
That the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes.
What makes that message weird? What makes pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer? What makes that message weird? Well, that's not how I talk. That doesn't make it weird. Other people talk with words that make sense, that are intelligible, that are spelled correctly, for example. So they don't talk like you. You are not the barometer of weirdness. That message isn't weird unless you have pre-existing knowledge of how Tyler communicates, and then it's weird given how he communicates otherwise. She doesn't know anything like that. The only evidence of how Tyler communicates is what we have presented to us. That's our only basis. We don't have enough data to determine whether it's weird or not. She can't make that. Well, that's weird. Why is that weird? What's weird about it? In context, what's weird about it? I wouldn't make that statement is not weird.
It was actually him. He was holding his phone, and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial.
Here's a big. That's not a crucial fact unless it becomes a crucial fact in relation to this. But here's the thing that she's saying. She's saying it's weird. Listen to this, and this is the cause and effect problem, the inability to link two things together. That's been going on this whole time. Candace says it's weird for Tyler to send the message about the pooch not having a good sniffer. We'll just take her example, right? But for Candace, it is not weird at all that Lance Twiggs sends that message. How does that add up? How does it add up that it's weird for Tyler Robinson to send that message, but it's not weird that his contemporary gay lovers send that message on his behalf? Her scenario is far weirder because it requires Lance Twiggs to fabricate a message from Tyler to himself. But if we're just going off the language, why would it be weird for Tyler but not weird for Lance? It should be equally distrusted or trusted on the language alone. That's consistency. She doesn't know what that means. This person is the dumbest person I've ever seen. I don't know how to say it.
Fact here. That discovery was not met by.
I don't think Andrew Wilson's going to even peg her on this. We know he won't lick sniz, but will he peg? But he should.
Time I got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay.
Not just as. That is not a just as statement. He is convinced because there is evidence that Tyler Robinson sent them. You are unconvinced because it's possible that someone else did, but that's unsupported by any evidence. There is no given evidence that we know of that makes it likely at present that someone else sent those messages. The only thing that exists is a possibility of it being someone else. But we have no evidence that it was. We don't know that he knows Tyler's login information for Discord. We don't know that even if he had access to Tyler's computer, that Tyler's computer automatically logs into Discord. We don't know if Discord's on his computer. We don't know any of this. We know nothing about it. We have zero evidence of one thing, and we have some evidence that is reasonable to be unconvinced by. You don't have to be convinced by this. It doesn't matter. But we do have evidence that Tyler Robinson sent those messages. It came from his account, and he went to his boyfriend, who says, I got these. You don't have to believe anybody. That's not proof, but it is evidence that makes it more likely to be true that Tyler sent them than not true. We have nothing to say it's more likely not true. No evidence to that. Just raw speculation based on a possibility. That's not evidence.
So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling,
they don't sound valid to me. So I believe Lance Twigg sent them. What? What does that even mean? Like, how does that work?
Like I don't know, pot on the corner would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age, and then we're being told.
Yeah, because he's about to go turn himself in, and he's going to try and keep the death penalty off the table. So he says, I thought I was going to get away with it. Now I'm not going to. I guess I got to go turn myself in so that nobody gets shot. Things aren't rough. It's not hard on my parents. It's not a big, crazy, like, awful news story about stuff. Yeah. He thought one thing, and then his reality was different.
That he wanted to commit suicide, and okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe
You're the
not
idiot
text.
not wearing
It's
glasses.
such a
In
confession
fact,
like
you
we've
dumb
never seen.
piece
I think
of
this would be like the
shit.
first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage.
She says this is the first time ever that this has happened. What a nonsensical statement. Again, this type of thing, admissions by text message to full crimes happen all the time. All the time, constantly. This is the first time ever anyone's ever written this. What are you talking about? Dark Schwartz says, dude, everything Candace is saying is true because it's under 1102. That's true. But it won't hold up at trial. It won't even be admitted.
And I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids.
Do you have a good sniffer, you dumb pooch? What did you do? Didn't pass the sniff test. Based on what? And it's okay that it doesn't pass the sniff test. But how can you attribute these weird messages to Lance? That doesn't make sense. It's not logically consistent.
And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it.
I don't like the way Andrew's doing this. Criticism of him incoming. He's saying, wouldn't you? Stop with the wouldn't you. Stop that. Wouldn't someone do this? We have no idea. This is an uncommon circumstance. We don't know how people will act. Nobody knows how they will act in crisis. Imagine you just got the information that your boyfriend is the murderer. You got it from your boyfriend that he's the murderer in the biggest political assassination in a lifetime. How do you act? Nobody can answer that question. Nobody can answer that question because you don't know. You don't know what you do. Okay, so wouldn't he is completely useless. You just simply say, anything is possible, and you're fine to distrust the evidence. But it is evidence, and what evidence do you have that it didn't happen? The possibility manifests into reality only when evidence supports the manifestation. The fact that something is possible doesn't mean that it's even remotely likely. It is not informative as to whether it happened. Those two things, possibility and happening, are unrelated, coexisting incidents. That's it. Or concepts. They're not even really incidents. They're not related until something relates them, which would be Lance Twigg saying, yeah, actually, I sent those. Someone in the Discord group saying, guys, we fucking trolled Tyler into prison. Like, that's not good. Anything like that, right? None of that exists. It's feasible or possible that it could happen, but it hasn't. So it's just speculative. Based on nothing, not even based on something. It's based on a concept that maybe it could happen. That's nothing. Maybe I could have a sandwich right now, but I don't. There's no evidence to support me having a sandwich. Rick Vitt says, happy poop. Thanks. That's weird. but every poop is happy.
What would have prevented the parents from testifying? At
Well,
that
two things
preliminary?
I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house.
Okay.
What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
How do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no.
No, you demanded him to provide that he should have in the past provided an exhaustive list of all of his evidence and then held him to that one tweet. You got to watch the show. No, I don't. No one should. Everyone's free to, but no one should. She's provided nothing of value. It's like all this happened. I don't know if any of that happened, but none of that happening is exclusive to what the narrative is, and none of it is evidence contrary to it. None of that. Oh, so they went to these federal safe houses, and then they started to say, oh, things don't really add up. Okay, so?
You know that.
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now.
Who cares if she has a source or not has a source? However, Baron Coleman came out and he said that he knows someone who's spoken to the Robinson family. He's referring to Diligent Denizen, who has made claims, and I have no reason to disbelieve these claims, who's made claims that he has spoken to Tyler Robinson's grandmother. And then we've gotten summaries of how that conversation has gone. In the absence of any other evidence, and knowing that Diligent Denizen is in some level of communication with Baron Coleman and Candace Owens, we have a weak link to make the inference that Candace Owens' source, either directly or through the dummy filter of Diligent Denizen, is the grandmother who's telling us these things and then talking about how other people feel. And she may be right, she may be wrong. It's fine. And Candace doesn't have to burn her source here. None of this is contrary to the evidence. None of this is contrary to the state's conclusion. Okay, so they went into a federal state house and they didn't really like being monitored by the feds all the time. Who would? Have any of you gone and visited like your parents? You know, after you move out and you've lived life for a while or whatever, you go and visit your parents for like an extended period of time. Say it's like 5 days or a week or 10 days or 20 days. I mean, who knows? You just kind of hang out with them for a while and you're doing day-to-day life stuff. It's not like a vacation where you go meet somewhere. You kind of feel like you're watched again, like not anything they're doing, but like you're acting in a way that is influenced by how other people's presence makes you feel. I'm probably butchering this analogy, but like if I lived in a FBI safe house with FBI agents around, I would reconsider how I talk, not because I'm doing anything wrong, but because some fucking Fed is watching me. That would get really uncomfortable. No matter how safe they're making you or any of them, they don't have to do anything weird for that to make me uncomfortable. If it makes me uncomfortable, I can go, maybe that would make someone else uncomfortable, but I don't have any evidence of that. But it's plenty reasonable to make that assumption. We shouldn't base any decisions off it, but I can say, okay, well, I went in, I was comfortable, and then now I'm not comfortable after a while. Yeah. Also, some people might be trying to kill me. I'm uncomfortable from that. All right. How does this in any way controvert the evidence or propose an alternative narrative? It doesn't. This is all after the fact.
That was actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
what you're
prosecution
doing
did.
is cool.
You're not, because what she said is not reliable hearsay. Reliable hearsay is not an anonymous source told me. I'm just doing what the prosecution did. No, you're not. You're too dumb to understand it. Reliable hearsay is guided by rules. The person would have to be identifiable. We would have to have a reason to believe their reliability. That reason to believe their reliability is laid out in the rules, and this doesn't fall into any rule. She is too dumb to understand this.
Cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang on, hang on. You're giving
watch,
us.
you must have hated
Hang on,
watching
you're
the
giving
preliminary
us.
hearing.
You're giving us a cool,
okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure.
She's not correct. They didn't present a statement from the parents at the preliminary trial, but there is at the preliminary hearing, there is allegedly a statement from the parents that Tyler either directly stated or implied that he is the person who shot Charlie Kirk to them, that he said that verbally. That's from the mother saying that he said that to the father. Now, it wasn't introduced at probable cause because it's not necessary. But don't say they don't have any statement from the parents. We do have a statement from the parents. But it's a hearsay statement, not introduced in a hearing. But you can't say they don't have it. They've told us what it was and the source. It's way more reliable than Candace's anonymous source, even if it turns out to be untrue. It doesn't make it true or untrue or anything like that. You can believe it or disbelieve it. It doesn't matter what we believe or disbelieve. And ultimately, the believability of that statement is irrelevant. What comes out at trial is relevant. But you can't say they don't have it because we have evidence that they do. She doesn't understand this.
Sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like,
he's understating this, by the way. He's understating this because not only did what he say happened, that did happen, but the mother also said Tyler admitted to us that he did it. And I think when she was pressed, she said he heavily implied he did it. I don't know. We don't know the exact statement, but we know that a statement was relayed to the state. Will they elicit it at trial? We don't know. Will it matter at trial? It wasn't necessary for probable cause. If they have the statement and they can get the parents to say it, great. If they don't, okay. We don't need that statement to convict him, although it would be damning. There's plenty of damning evidence. All of his admissions are already damning.
no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well,
No. The parents were involved in him turning himself in. These are dumb, semantic and pedantic arguments that are intentionally obfuscating what happened. Who cares what evidence that the parents turned him in? The claim is not that the parents turned him in. If he worded it inarticulately, oh well. But that's not the claim. The claim is that there is a statement from the parents of Tyler admitting to them that he's the shooter. That's the claim. Why are we talking about them turning him in versus not turning him in? We know that Tyler turned himself in. That's the only thing that's relevant.
No, I didn't say that.
You said
I
it says the
with,
mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging document.
It's in the charging document, yes. Which means that the state has stated that this was part of their initial decision to make the charge. They didn't introduce it at the pretrial hearing because they didn't call the parents. And if they don't have it recorded and other things, it's not reliable hearsay. It doesn't fall into the rules, right? But the state can make the charging decision based on something and not introduce it at the probable cause hearing if they have other sufficient bases for probable cause. They can do that. And if the foundational, if the thing that they're not introducing isn't the foundational requirement for some other piece of evidence, you have to lay foundation independently for each piece of evidence. But this isn't the foundation of any other evidence. It's a standalone thing. Now, again, they may introduce it at trial. They may not. But what they probably don't want to do is to bring the parents up and traumatize them by having them testify at pretrial when it's unnecessary and then have to do it again at trial. Why would they want to do that? They don't want to do that. And by they, I mean the state. The state doesn't want the parents to have to go through that. Whether the parents feel anything about it, we don't know. But the state won't want to do that. And they don't need to. They have all this other probable cause. They don't need to present every piece of evidence. But the state has alleged that they do have that. They do know of that statement being made. But that is irrelevant to the ultimate outcome because it's not necessary. But I do believe they'll probably bring it at trial. But there's tons of reasons not to bring it at pretrial.
Documents, but I do. We can pull them up.
No,
and yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone.
When she says everyone was under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned them in, who's that? Who's everyone? I wasn't ever under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned Tyler Robinson in. I didn't believe, I had no basis for believing that. The first thing I learned about the nature of him being turned in was that he negotiated turning himself in with the aid of his parents and a family friend in whatever capacity. What are we doing here? What does this have to do with them making the statement and the state putting it in the charging document?
One, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing.
But they didn't use hearsay here. They didn't use this. And you can't just use hearsay. The hearsay has to be reliable. The statement of the parents is not made under oath. And so it cannot be used as reliable hearsay. It doesn't fall into any of the rules. She's saying this. It was in the charging documents, which is why we have a reason to believe that the state knows of this statement. It does not mean the state has to bring it. Dumb.
So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms.
Yes, and Amber Robinson is the one that said that Tyler made the admission to Matt. That's where this came from.
Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this.
Crasher says, are you ever going to shut up long enough so we can hear the debate? Or are you just going to prattle on more than Candace? Go watch the debate somewhere else, dummy. You're not here to watch the debate. You're here to watch me analyze and talk about the debate in the way that I'm going to do it. And if you think otherwise, then you're fucking retarded. Okay? Like, go somewhere else. Just watch the debate by yourself. Are you incapable? Are you too fucking stupid to manage it? Are you Candace Owens? You must be. What are you doing? No, I'll talk as long as I goddamn well please, and you'll either watch it or you won't. What are we talking about here? Get fucked, loser.
But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person...
What everybody says about Mike Mitchell is irrelevant. Mike Mitchell isn't the source of this claim.
Wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document. He after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right?
And in the charging document, he specifically says that the mom made the claim that Tyler made the admission to the dad, the mom who was independently interviewed. So which is why they independently interview them, by the way, because they got information out of the mom that wasn't out from the dad, unless she was lying. Like, what are we talking about? What does this have to do with the statement?
We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents...
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
Stop with the why wouldn't they? Why would they? Stop doing that. They haven't. That's all we know. We don't know why wouldn't, why would. They may have any number of reasons. It's all speculative and pointless. We know that the state has said that this happened. You can disbelieve the state. That's fine. Or you can believe the state. Also fine. But we have evidence to believe that the state has knowledge of this statement. That's it. The state didn't choose to bring it at pretrial. So what? So what? What does this have to do with the claim?
The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
No one made this claim.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty. And
these people are fucking insufferable. The initial understanding or narrative or anything is irrelevant. It doesn't matter what happened at the beginning. All that matters is what is presented now. Sometimes they get things wrong. Sometimes new information comes out. Sometimes things change. That's not weird. That's normal. That's expected. It is expected that over an 11-month endeavor, something might change from the initial thing. The question is, does that materially change the ability to prosecute the case? And in this instance, no, not at all. Even if this guy who wrote the charging document got it wrong, and we have nothing to suggest that he did, but even if he did, or he misunderstood, that's not the claim that probable cause is being based on. And if he got it wrong, so what? The charging document is only a piece of the probable cause hearing, and what's written in the charging document is irrelevant ultimately to what is shown at the probable cause hearing. Dumb.
Turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, and he said, they know it's you, and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that.
I don't think that that's an accurate recitation of what happened. What are we talking about? My understanding, and maybe I'm wrong here, I'm happy to be wrong in this, like it doesn't matter. But my understanding was that an officer in the sheriff's department was discussing with the family friend who is either current or former law enforcement in a different jurisdiction. He was the liaison. He was negotiating the turn-in. And I think the statements were pretty explicit too. We are trying to get Tyler to turn himself in. There was a suicide. They were concerned about him making some statements that sounded like self-harm, that he had given up and stuff like that. And they were trying to encourage him to turn himself in, that this wasn't the end and to fight and all this stuff. And so he was negotiating Tyler turning himself in. I don't think there was any, what is this undercover stuff and this pressuring? I don't think that that's part of any factual record that we have. Maybe that was stated and I didn't hear it. That's okay. That, by the way, that doesn't change anything. Nazar says 3 hours left, $300K for 4 hours of obfuscating.
I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah,
we don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never.
Well,
we don't have to know this stuff. The question is not whether we know it. Do we have evidence of it? Yes. Do we have evidence to the contrary? No. If you have evidence of one thing and no evidence of another thing, then it's reasonable to believe the one thing. But it's also reasonable to disbelieve it. Who cares? What are we talking about? Both of those positions are fine. This is not presented at probable cause hearing. Why are we talking about this?
You're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
We've seen a ton of evidence that that's true because the mom said it happened.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging dock, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging dock, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not.
But she's not talking about the text messages at all. Her brief discussion about the text messages was completely uneducated.
Concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see her client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will.
It's not the state saying this. It's Lance Twiggs saying this. You don't have to believe Lance Twiggs. You don't have to, but it's not the state saying it. The testimony is from a witness who is not an employee or agent of the state. Stop saying the state is saying that these came from Tyler's phone. Lance is saying they came from Tyler's phone. By the way, this isn't weird. Tons of convictions involve, these are the texts that the accused person sent to me at this time. Here you go. They admitted to it. They threatened it. They admitted to something else. They said they weren't somewhere, that they admitted to lying about something. All this happens all the time. And believe me, not every text message is backed up with a metadata trail that confirms the fucking rest stop toilet they were getting sucked off in when they sent the message. That is not a real thing in the majority of cases. The majority of the cases, text messages from the accused to someone else are introduced as party statements against interest. They always come in. And then unless reasonable questions to their authenticity are raised, then they're relied upon as evidence, and the jury can weigh whether they believe it or not. But it is still evidence. It is still part of the record, and it happens every day, every single day. Text messages that are not verified by metadata or expert analysis because we don't have a reason to disbelieve them. She's saying, well, they might have been faked. Who knows? Is there a reason to believe they were faked? We don't have that.
Actually,
don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers.
He's asking the wrong question. Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages? Don't make it so salacious. Do you think the prosecution would go to court with text messages that they can only verify through the person who received them? Yes, prosecutors do this every day in every jurisdiction. That's fine. Unless you can raise a sufficient challenge to the authenticity, they'll be admitted. And then it's up to the jury to weigh whether or not they believe it. You can make an argument that they're not true. Will the jury believe you? Or will the jury believe the other person? Depends on the other person and their credibility. This is what trial is for.
May not be fabricated. But by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the fact check.
Wait,
yeah. So I was saying,
if there was someone, they may not be fabricated. Does she not know what fabricated means? Fabricated to her must mean the screen, the picture of the thing is wholly created a fiction or whatever. No, someone else logged into his phone making messages would be fabricating the message. It's a fabrication. It's not true. It's not a reality. That's not Tyler. It's a representation that is Tyler when it's something else. That's a fabrication. She doesn't know the definition of words. But we don't have any evidence to suggest that this happened.
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct.
Who cares if it's signed off by Brian Davis or whoever? What are we talking about?
What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document,
Wait,
correct?
wait,
Yes.
damn
What I'm
it.
saying to you is that
Hold on. It's proving my point. It isn't. Here we go. It's the next paragraph that they didn't get to. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When they asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy Charlie Kirk spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who is a retired deputy sheriff. At Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson and his parents and convinced Robinson to turn himself in. Candace did not allow him to get to that paragraph where exactly what he said happened is alleged to have happened. That's what's in the charging document. That's the source of the story. Yes.
So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial.
Who cares? Who cares? He is not the identification of the source of the statement. It's actually implied that Matt Robinson is. I kept saying the mother. So I believe I got that one wrong. But it's implied that Matt is because it follows in the next paragraph and it doesn't change the subject.
He came in, I believe, in March.
If that's poor drafting, it's poor drafting. But that's the logical read through of those paragraphs.
Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well,
stop with the why are, why aren't. The parents have no reason to do any of this at this point. They don't need to act in your perceived way for any reason. We don't know why they might do something or might not. This is all fucking irrelevant. What has happened is the only evidence that we have, not what other people might do that I think. And I think there's a big weakness in Andrew's performance as he keeps going to, why haven't so-and-so done such and such? Who cares?
First off, that's the question I've been asking.
The parents are not going to ever play in court.
Stop saying the parents are not going to. You don't know what the parents are going to do or not going to do.
Court play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
Oh, that's completely incorrect. What a retarded thing to say. There are all sorts of reasons they might want to go to the media. There are all sorts of reasons they might not. You cannot say, you know what happens all the time? Accused murderers' families go to the media on the recommendation of a lawyer for any number of reasons. It happens all the time. All the time. Happens in a lot of, officer-involved shootings and stuff like that. This happens constantly. What is she talking about? And on the advice of attorneys. You don't know what attorneys would advise. Your attorneys advised you not to negotiate your Daily Wire contract, you dumb bitch, and you got fleeced and you knew it. All those Jews around you were making $30 to $50 million on their contracts, and you weren't. And you realized it when Crowder tried to negotiate his contract, and you're like, why would anyone negotiate any contract? Your lawyers are dumb, and you're dumb too.
This mother,
especially when your son
if
is
I
up
thought
for,
that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or
Who
form
cares what
gonna be
you
up,
think?
you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
One, you don't actually know.
That's for you and your
two,
wife.
is
But when a
irrelevant.
judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you...
She's lying here. They're not subject to the gag order. They're not subject to any gag order by the judge. But who cares what we think they should do? That's irrelevant. What have they done? We can just assess what they are alleged to have done. And what they're alleged to have done is talk about an admission Tyler made to them, to the cops. That's what they did.
say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
That's not a violation of the judge's
order.
order.
Violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you.
By the way, Candace is like, they would be violating the order to talk to the media. You dumb bitch, you're the media. If what you're saying is true, even if they do it through an intermediary, they're still violating the gag order. But they're not violating the gag order. They're not under a gag order. They're not gagged.
Speaking just relevant to what this is, we have not seen any proof that that statement that is included in this charging document, I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell.
Who cares where it came from? First of all, there's nothing to indicate that it came from Mike Mitchell specifically at all. There's nothing to indicate that. But even if it did, all that matters is this an accurate recitation of what happened? But that doesn't even matter because this issue was not brought up at pretrial. It might be brought up at trial. It might not. It's irrelevant. It does not ultimately matter what happened there because none of that is the basis for the arrest or the charge. The state put it in the charging document because the state had that information. If the state got it wrong, that doesn't make the case go away. The state's under no obligation to bring that thing if they have other evidence sufficient to raise probable cause. They don't have to have this. So if they lied, I guess you can challenge it, maybe, but if you win, okay, but this wasn't relied on for probable cause. So how does this prejudice Tyler Robinson? It doesn't. Tyler Robinson still turned himself in. So you don't even really need to get to probable cause on the arrest because he turned himself in. He walked himself in, voluntarily submitted to the police. Okay, cool. You do need to get to probable cause on the charge. That's your charging document. This is the initial basis for your probable cause. Do you bring it up in the probable cause hearing? Yes or no? Okay. If you don't, does it matter? No, there's tons of other probable cause. They don't need it. What are we talking about?
And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parent.
That's not actually what is recited on the paper. It is not Mike Mitchell saying the parents said this or whatever. We don't. Do we know that Mike Mitchell drafted that document or not? Hold on. Hold on. I will have the probable cause affidavit. Let me find the charging document. This is the information. I think this is it. Open. Okay, here's a problem. Here's a probable cause statement. Brian Davis is the guy who wrote the probable cause statement. And it's signed by the Utah County Attorney's Office, Jeffrey Gray. She's saying that Mike Mitchell wrote the probable cause statement. Based on what? Here, I'll show you guys real quick. Here's the phrase. Here's the language. And again, these are submitted under a duty of candor and honesty before the court by the prosecuting attorney. Probable cause statement. Brian Davis of the Utah State Bureau of Investigations, having probable cause to believe, blah, 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 submitted the following evidence in support of his filing of this information. So this is about the investigate. Here it is. This is this. So he turned in this information, and this was drafted and signed by the Utah County Attorney's Office, Jeffrey Gray. Based upon the evidence received from Brian Davis at the Utah State Bureau of Investigations, I have reason to believe the defendant committed the offenses as charged herein. Candace says, without evidence, she believes it was someone else. Why? Why wouldn't they just write, this guy said it? Oh, because he's not an officer. He's not an officer. I don't think he's retired, right? So he's not an officer, so he can't make a probable cause statement on oath or affirmation. Brian Davis makes the oath or affirmation. He makes a statement. Mike Mitchell wrote it. What does that mean? Did he write it, or did he provide the information to Brian Davis? Maybe. But we have no reason to believe that that happened. And even if it did, it doesn't change anything.
I will say this, putting together context clues, if the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
No. Why would it be a good time? It is a time that evidence could be presented. There's no reason that it's a good time. She thinks that would be a good time. Who cares what she thinks? She's not a prosecutor. The prosecution adequately believes they have sufficient other grounds for probable cause. Who cares that they didn't introduce this statement? They didn't introduce it. You can't consider it. Let's see. We've got Cindy Lou Hoot says 34 months of membership. Oh, my God. Who thinks Joe Kent is fucked? She accidentally exposed Joe Kent as her leaker on the 12 Israeli cell phones were at the UVU that day. Claim. I don't know. I don't care about any of this stuff. Like, I don't care about these people. I don't even know who Joe Kent is. It's not relevant to the case in a legal capacity unless someone shows me why it is. So I don't know about it. I don't give a shit. Twisted Puppet, member for 8 months, says, I'm using all caps because I'm just that cool. That's my move. It's my move.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they
see, Andrew did the right thing there. He says, Andrew, I don't like this. So-and-so could have, or why didn't they? But she's using that argument, and he just flips it on her and says, well, why didn't the defense do that? If it's a good time for the prosecution, it's a good time for the defense. That's an agreeable use of it. Although in general, none of that matters. She's saying that they can't do it. That's wrong. Or that it's the wrong time. It's not right or wrong. It's a strategy decision that is irrelevant here because it wasn't brought. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make it more or less valuable at trial.
Shiloh lawyer reaction win. I'm honestly tired of Candy fans' stupidity, but I'll watch the stream because it's you, handsome. You better call Candace a nig or you don't love black people.
Making me blush. I'll call her a negress, like Abraham Lincoln said to Uhura on Star Trek.
Already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information.
Probative information. You don't know what that means. That is not, I guarantee you the probative information is not what she intended to say.
That we just reviewed. That's not the text message.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said no.
Yes, the defense could have, but to anyone's credit, why would they? It wasn't brought by the prosecution. Why would the defense introduce evidence that it would be evidence against the defense's interest? It wouldn't make sense for them to do it, but they could. They could, if they wanted to say this didn't happen, and the prosecution would go, the prosecution would just ignore it. Like there'd be no reason for the defense to bring up that didn't happen because the prosecution didn't introduce it. Prosecution bears the burden. The state is not, or the defense is not limited to only address what the prosecution brings. It just doesn't make sense to address anything that the prosecution doesn't bring unless it's exculpatory. But they could produce a statement from the parents that says the charging document lied, because that becomes a credibility assessment of other assertions that are made. It might make some hearsay unreliable, for example. They don't have to do that, though. It's not necessarily good or bad for them to do it. It all depends on what evidence they would have and what they could produce. We don't know what that is.
No, they're not allowed to? Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
allowed
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on.
That doesn't mean they can't talk about other things. This is stupid.
On as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say.
Like if there was
Brian Davis took the stand, the state could have examined any of this on cross-examination, or the defense could have. The defense could have absolutely asked Brian Davis questions about this on cross, and they didn't. They could have impeached him, said this isn't true.
It's a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there. Would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. They could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis.
What is she talking about? She's talking about what happened. He's asking if they could. This isn't really relevant, but yes, they can. It wouldn't have helped. None of this would have helped either side, so it's pointless. But they could do it. And remember, all of this discussion right now is pointlessly based on why didn't X happen? Who cares? Why didn't X happen unless X was required? But it wasn't required. So what are you talking about?
Was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say.
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the.
Absolutely, it would be the right time. If they could prove a conspiracy, if they could prove that the story about their client is not reasonably believable for probable cause, they win. Andrew is not articulate in how he's saying it, but he's right. If they had evidence that casts sufficient doubt on any fact in the probable cause thing, they should bring it at probable cause hearing. But only, not if the evidence not if the evidence combats another fact. The state will win at probable cause if it combats another fact. But if it shows that a fact elicited by the state is not believable, not reasonably believable is the standard. If it is not reasonably believable, for example, because it could not have happened. If you could show that, or if you could show that not only that, maybe you can't show that it couldn't happen, but maybe you show that something else definitively did happen. If they had video of Tyler Robinson jerking off at home while Charlie Kirk was shot, then they win. That's it. They would win because that video would make any other narrative impossible. It would make all of the other evidence unreasonable to believe. Candace is 100% wrong here. Scouse Ghost sent a treat. Thank you, Scouse Ghost. How you doing, man? And then Steven Alvarez sent a goat trophy. Very awkward, but thank you. Okay, we're gonna have to cut this show in half, I think. Whoops. Like, well, we're not even halfway there. I blabbed too much. I'm fucking losing my mind. We'll have to continue this. I'm gonna be done.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I
hate this would and would not. Why wouldn't they? This is all weak language that's pointless. The only thing that matters is they could do it. They didn't do it. Whatever reason that they have to do it or not do it, doesn't matter. It didn't happen. The only thing we can assess in this is what did happen. This is all getting bogged down in red herrings. Why are we pursuing what could be or what might be from Andrew's perspective? From Candace's perspective, the whole thing is what could be. That is useless, but that is her perspective. Andrew's is not. Andrew says, this is what happened. It's overwhelming, and that's why I'm convinced. Don't sit there and prattle on about what might have been or what maybe could have happened. Irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't help you. It doesn't answer any questions. It doesn't matter what might happen. Again, unless you're saying, why didn't they do something that they were required to do? We haven't had that. Redline F80 says, I tried to listen to this live yesterday and couldn't do it. Glad you're covering it. Maybe I'll make it through this time. Crazy you're still live. Yeah, well, we're about to wrap up for the night. We're about to wrap up for the night.
Talked in depth with my attorney. They said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right?
No, that's not, no, she's misstating. I've been through all this. She misunderstands, and so she misstates. I just have to remember that it isn't her fault. God cursed her with idiocy. It's God's fault. His infinite wisdom. I'm tired, so I'm losing track of what she just said. Just a second. Then let me back it up 10 seconds and refresh my mind.
Evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough.
That's what it is. They don't allow hearsay because it doesn't need to be perfect. They have relaxed admissibility standards because they're not there to litigate the trial twice. They just need to know if there's enough basis to go on. But they cannot solely use inadmissible evidence. There has to be a reasonable belief that this will be supported at trial. And again, prosecutors have an ethical obligation and responsibility not to bring frivolous charges that they can't reasonably believe they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Doesn't mean they will or won't do it. But they have to represent that they do believe that they can do it. It's a rule. All right. But none of this matters. She doesn't understand why reliable hearsay exists. It's not about, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's about what is efficient for the court, what is sufficient for the court to believe we can go on, and what is efficient and responsible use of taxpayer dollars to conduct this proceeding. Having two trials, one at probable cause and one at trial, is pointless. Probable cause standard is necessarily reduced because it is a preliminary matter. King of Biltong says, skip the gas station junk food while traveling. Pack Biltong from Biltong, USA. Clean protein packed grass-fed air-dried beef with great flavor. Go to BiltongUSA.com. Code NOSE for 10% off. And you guys should do that if you like Biltong or if you've never tried it. Biltong USA is great. He sends me meat in the mail, and it's delicious. I like it quite a bit.
That we feel like we can move forward, right? And
Wrong.
Okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have.
What is she talking about, to meet in court? For the defense to say this. What is she talking about? The probable cause hearing is when they met in court. Then they brief the hearing with memorandum that will help the court in rendering its decision. The court will render its decision. I guess it's possible they could have an oral argument phase on their briefings, but it's unlikely that the judge would want to waste the court's time and everybody's time coming in to do that when they already heard argument and the presentation of evidence at probable cause. All the judge needs to do now is review their briefing, determine which one is the most correct, or which assertions about the law are correct, and then determine the factual record as it is sufficient for probable cause under the rules, and then apply that to the law. That's the judge's job. They don't need to. The defense doesn't have to go in and say this. I don't know what she's talking about. Neither does she, though. So it's okay.
Defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough. You know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is effective, and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then,
that is not at all what is supposed to. What is she? She's fucking dumb. None of what she just said is in any way related to anything.
That's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though
they didn't file a dismissal. They wrote a memorandum. They wrote a memorandum of law about the probable cause hearing. That's it. That's all they did. It's not a dismissal. In fact, it doesn't ask for dismissal. It states without argument that all elements were deficient and he should not be bound over for trial. It makes argument on 3 elements of the 3 of the 7 charges. That's it. It makes argument on 3 of them, but it blanket states that the state failed its burden on all of them. If you're not making an argument that the state failed its burden on all of them or on each one individually, then you are effectively not making the argument. You're not going to. They argued against aggravated murder, but lesser included offenses are first degree and second degree murder. And they didn't argue against those. So if they win on the aggravated murder, and the judge finds probable cause for a lesser included of first degree or second degree murder, which there is ample cause on that, then the judge can still bind over for trial. He just can't bind over on aggravated murder. He'll take that off the table. I don't think that's going to happen, though. But she's saying that that's when they filed their dismissal. They didn't file a dismissal. They filed a memorandum to aid the court in making its decision that was already in process.
As it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. You're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
out?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
the
a
reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because.
Yeah, but we have tons of evidence that you don't know what thinking is.
They're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far.
I think that was a dumb setup by him. I don't think he should have said it. Oh, the overwhelming evidence just means I'm convinced. Who cares if you're convinced? I think that was a bad setup. She accepted it, which is dumber, but we know that she doesn't negotiate. She just accepts the first offer. So his first offer was, well, that just means I'm convinced. And she's like, okay, dumb. Hold his feet to the fire. But I think he should have held his own feet to the fire because he should be more confident in his position than he is asserted. And I think he is more confident in his position. I think he is making an argument from a reduced level of confidence intentionally to open up some avenues, but I don't think he needs to. I think that's a waste of time. Just go with your belief, your full-throated belief that they have overwhelming evidence. You know why? Because that belief is 100% reasonable. People can disagree with it. That's okay. You can have a belief that is contrary to that, but that is not an unreasonable belief. There's tons to support that concept. And people don't have to believe any of that. That's okay. But just go with it. That's the whole purpose. Otherwise, if you come in with a mitigated position, why are you having the debate?
And this is just like,
every point that you brought up, every point that you brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
beyond a reasonable doubt. What are we talking about? We don't have to be at beyond a reasonable doubt yet.
I said in my opening,
going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. At least
nobody has a problem with that. But I'm going to say it again. So far, based on what's been presented, and yes, the defense can present at trial, and they might, we don't know. But based on what's presented, they have shown that they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that, and this is what the standard kind of says, I'm just colloquializing it. They have shown that they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk with a German Mauser 30-06 rifle. Like, they can show that beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense can raise reasonable doubt too. Just because the prosecution has shown that they can do this doesn't mean they've done it. It doesn't mean the defense can't fight it. But the prosecution has shown that they can. That's because the evidence is overwhelming. The defense hasn't gotten their say yet, and that's fine. That's why he's not guilty yet. People are conflating all of these things. They're confused because we have not reached a determination of beyond a reasonable doubt because it's not time yet. People are like, oh, well, they haven't even shown that they can do that. No, they have. They have done that. That doesn't mean they'll win. Just means they've shown that they can do it at trial. Will they do it at trial? We don't know. What if they all get psychosis and don't call any witnesses, or, anything happens? They change their mind.
Call me. I would be the least likely person to have.
Genuine question. Is it ever bad to explore alternative possibilities? Does it muddy the waters? Muddying the waters isn't the big deal on exploring alternative possibilities. Exploring alternative possibilities depends on the remoteness of the possibility, right? How likely is this? Do you have evidence? Exploring any possibility is not a problem. Exploring every possibility becomes a problem as resources are scarce and time is finite. You don't have forever to explore every conceivable question. So you go after the reasonable ones. That's the whole point of trial, is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. All reasonable doubts are explored and overcome. So we have a degree of self-reliant certainty. Can we prove that it is 100% what happened? No. You can never do that. You can never prove something is 100% what happened, especially in criminal law, because all crimes require intent to do something. And you can't prove what's in someone's head definitively. You can show circumstantial evidence that leads to a reasonable conclusion that this was their intent. Sometimes it's because they say, I intend to do this. Other times it's just how they act, any number of things. But we can never definitively prove what's in someone's mind. We don't have a way to type it out. All right? So you can never prove exactly what happened 100% objectively for the purposes of criminal law. So beyond a reasonable doubt standard says there will likely be some level of doubt, because anything could happen. Anything could happen. So there's some level of doubt that we're all okay with, because possibility is limitless. But the reasonableness of the possibility and evidence to that possibility occurring has to be reasonable. If we don't have a basis for the possibility, then it becomes unworthy of pursuit until we do. There's no problem in asking questions and pursuing things and trying to broaden the conversation. But at some point, it becomes a tedious overuse of scarce and valuable resources. But it's not really about muddying the waters. Muddying the waters implies that, well, we have a narrative and now we're confusing the narrative. Well, if it's reasonable confusion, you want to do that because you don't want to put an innocent man in prison. But saying that the IDF paratroopered in and murdered Charlie Kirk from Egyptian planes that were flying over on their way from Vegas to Atlantic City, like, what are we talking about? That's not a reasonable avenue unless you have a flight manifest of IDF soldiers on an Egyptian plane that was flying over at that time, and you see some guys falling out of a plane and parachuting in. Like, then you explore it. But until you have that, it's pointless to pursue the it's possible that happened. There's no evidence that it did, though. There's not any reasonable assertion that that's what happened. But it's possible. It's possible that North Korea developed a dirty nuke blow dart, right? And fired a depleting uranium blow dart out of a stripper's asshole with a little butthole blowgun and launched that into Charlie Kirk's neck, and that's what killed him. I guess it's possible. We don't have any evidence of any of this, but it's possible that some crazy thing happened that we didn't even know is possible until now. Sure, it's possible. I can think of it. I can conceive a possibility. How much do I want to pursue this? Pretty much zero, although sounds hot. All right, guys. We are not halfway through this debate. I need to pick up the pace. This is 7 hours of streaming. But this is an important discussion, not for any reason related to the case. But it's important to understand the conversations that are happening, the biggest conversations about this case, the most prominent and prolific conversations that are being exposed to the most people by the biggest voices are done by people with no business talking about any of this. They don't understand the underlying concepts. They don't understand the legal concepts. They don't understand the science, the forensics. They don't even engage in math. They don't understand what evidence is. They don't understand where burdens lie. They don't understand the rules. They don't understand the words that they're using. They're adding words that don't need to exist to try and rhetorically prove a point that is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. All of their discussion is irrelevant to what is going on. But they are the most available, most watched, and most praised voices on either side of this thing. I mean, I don't know that Andrew Wilson is the most praised on the pro prosecution side. I don't think that's a fair assessment, but you get it. But they don't understand the underlying concepts. I don't care if Tyler Robinson is guilty or not guilty. I don't care if he's found guilty or not guilty. What I care about is, how is the legal process being applied? Is it respecting the rights of the defendant? Is it respecting the process and the rules? Is the state cheating or not? Do we have anything to the contrary or not? Whether Tyler Robinson is the guy who's guilty I don't care. I don't care if they ever find the guy or if they find 500 people that are all responsible. Do whatever you're going to do. That's all irrelevant. But the people who have whatever interest in all this, they don't know any of the underlying rules. They're wrong on the facts as well. Like, we should point that out. No matter how much research they've done, both of them made misstatements of fact about what was presented and what had obligations to present and all that stuff. I think Candace's were a little worse, but I could be biased. It doesn't matter. They're wrong in the facts, they're wrong in their analysis, they're wrong in their assertions, they're wrong in their questions. All of this is irrelevant to what will happen at trial or not. Candace is convincing millions of people that something improper has happened without any evidence of impropriety. And actually, rather substantial evidence that this is a careful, contemplated prosecution that has followed the rules rather well. And it's hard to do a prosecution like this. Everybody's under the limelight. Everything is critical. And it's a major national news story. All these people are being watched constantly. Any slip up will follow them forever. And they're still doing a pretty damn good job of doing their job. Their job is to prosecute this case and let the jury decide, or let the judge decide, if it could be, if it's done pretrial, whether or not the case should exist in the first place. That's the judge. And then whether they can prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the jury. The prosecution's job is to present the case the state has. It's not to get Tyler Robinson or convict him or put him in prison or kill him. It's to apply the law to the factual scenario that they can discern. So far, they're doing that. The only person who says they're not doing that, or I shouldn't say the only person, the people who say they're not doing that are basing their assertions on misunderstanding rather than evidence. That's why I care. That's why I talk about this. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. None of us are on the jury. None of us are going to influence this case. Candace may be tainting a jury pool, but I don't care about that. Go ahead. Taint a jury pool. What the fuck do I care? Fuck the state. Candace can manage to taint a jury pool, and that's what she wants to do. I mean, in theory, there could be some consequence for her, but not really. But if she keeps going, she's going to get cameras thrown out of the courtroom and we won't be able to see anything. And she'll be the one impacting Tyler Robinson's rights the most. But we don't know that that's going to happen. I don't believe that that's going to happen. Something would have to change for that to happen. But I don't care about a tainted jury pool. Again, I don't care if they even go to trial. But if they go to trial, I'm going to comment about what's happening, what it means. I'm going to help people understand it. I'll educate, and I'll give my opinion. But ultimately, I don't have anything vested in either outcome. If he's not guilty, great. If he's guilty, yay. Who cares? Doesn't affect any of us. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Way too long of a stream. See you soon for the rest of it. Oh, by the way, I've been really grinding my continuing legal education because I'm going to get my license back. And I'm going to get it back really soon because out of the 45 hours I have to do, I've done 34 and a half hours in the past couple days. So, past more than a couple days. It's been like 4. I should be finishing it this weekend, and I'll submit on Monday for them to reinstate my license. I don't know how long it will take, but we'll see. All right, guys. That's where I've been, by the way, the past week. I haven't, you can join me on Locals. I'm in the chat while I work. But all right, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
I am not suicidal. That's what I would like to say. Okay. I'm not suicidal. Okay? I am not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal. And I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that. I am not suicidal. Okay.